Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Whispers of the Assessment System. Koichi Chisa raised her hand, wanting to say something more, but Kage's figure was long gone. I hate this. Why am I so weak? I was tired out and fell asleep early every night, never discovering Kage's true nature. She should have guessed earlier. Kage wasn't some rogue ninja. How would a rogue ninja possess such obscure knowledge like hydroelectric power? But was Kage really an Omegakure Anbu? And was the name Kage even real? A large group of samurai and Koichi Chisa's maidservants caught up. The maidservant, seeing Miss Chisa was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, please return to the capital quickly. The Konoha guardian ninjas are in the capital. Konoha is at war with Tsunagakuer. Anywhere outside the capital is too dangerous. All right, we'll return. We must continue and complete the foundation laying ceremony. Ah! The ceremony is still proceeding. It is proceeding. The hydroelectric plant is an important facility for the Land of Rivers capital. It must be completed. Koichi Chisa rubbed her reddened eyes, her gaze firm as she said. Even during war, the Land of Rivers Daimyo's family must maintain basic dignity. The Land of Rivers capital cannot plunge into darkness, cannot return to the Warring States period of candlelight. Invite one of the Konoha guardian ninjas to the dam site. We must ensure the dam's construction. Seeing Miss Chisa so determined, the maidservant had no choice but to send a samurai to deliver the message. Several hours later, the dam's foundation laying ceremony began again. Koichi Chisa stood on the rostrum, looking at the halved number of artisans, lowered her head to look at the blueprints personally drawn by Kage, and spoke once more. Honored nobles, honored artisans, the foundation laying ceremony for the capital hydroelectric plant officially begins. The hydroelectric plant is a project His Highness the Daimyo values most. It will solve the electricity shortage caused by the lack of coal. YK and the White Ram squad made a detour along the Land of Rivers border, skirting it southwards, and returned to the forward operating base. YK first went to check on the Purple Cat and Kika squads. Fortunately, in the half-month he was away, neither squad had suffered any fatalities. The missions assigned to their two squads were both surveillance missions within the base. The Konoha ninjas are pitiable. The Hokage doesn't trust them, monitoring them constantly. YK entered Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's tent to report. Battalion Commander, the target nobles, the left Imperial Guard General and the Master of the Empress's household, had some foresight regarding the risks of defecting to Tsunagakuer. One stayed in the Tensho Castle, the other in the Department of State, living in seclusion and rarely venturing out. I had no choice but to spend some time luring them out of the capital. Disguised as Rain Anbu, I successfully assassinated both without causing significant property damage or casualties in the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers Daimyo has no pretext to make an issue of it. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog nodded, took the mission scroll, and quickly scanned it. You did well, Fox. He put down the scroll and picked up another one. Here is a new mission, more troublesome. You will handle it. YK thought, is this the pace of war? Not even a chance to catch my breath, one mission after another. It's also possible I spent too much time in the Land of Rivers capital, and missions have piled up for the Yellow Dog Battalion. Taking the scroll, YK saw the mission was to rescue a Shimura clansman during a prisoner exchange ceremony. Prisoners were rare in hidden village wars. In the nearly month since the war started, Konoha had 5 captured, Suna had 4 captured. Tsunagakuer proposed a prisoner exchange. The problem was, after Konoha captured sand ninjas, they were sent directly to the Land of Earth, to Roots for Orochimaru's experiments. Orochimaru was severely lacking test subjects. Orochimaru preferred to use at least 50 test subjects for control groups in his experiments. His methods were too crude. It wasn't an experiment, it was a survivor game. Konoha had no prisoners on hand. The exchange couldn't be completed, so Root was to snatch the target during the exchange ceremony. YK asked, "Battalion Commander, the mission scroll says to rescue the Shimura Clansmen. What about the other 4 prisoners? Rescue them if possible." YK said, "Oh, understood. That means it's optional whether to save them or not." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog nodded. Fox's comprehension ability was strong. Yellow Dog said, "This Shimura Clansman acted recklessly to complete a mission and was captured by sand ninjas. He must be rescued." YK asked, "Why did he act recklessly? Shimura clan ninjas were practically privileged nobles now, there was no need for them to risk their lives like that." Yellow Dog said, "This Shimura Clansman has an elder clansman serving as a staff officer in the command headquarters. That clansman let it slip during a conversation with him. Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo and Commander-in-Chief Clan Leader Rokaku had a disagreement over one matter, which ended without resolution. Hitaki Sakumo said that they should use this Land of Rivers War to implement an assessment system for ninja ranks at the front lines. Forachnin Squad Leader, after leading the team to execute 2 A-rank missions and 20 B-rank missions, the headquarters would recommend them for promotion to Special Jainin. For a Special Jainin Squad Leader, after leading the team to execute 2 S-rank missions and 20 A-rank missions, the headquarters would recommend them for promotion to Jainin. After this, Shimura Clansman heard the whispers. He wanted to be the first to complete an extremely high difficulty A-rank mission, so he acted rashly and was captured. Such clear and straightforward promotion criteria even YK himself was tempted, let alone ordinary ninjas. After becoming a Root Squad Leader, YK had completed 1 S-rank mission, 3 A-rank missions, and a number of B-rank missions in total. The Kato Dan incident earned him an S-rank mission rating internally within Root. Assassinating the Land of Rivers left Imperial Guard General and Master of the Empress's household was an A-rank mission. The Nine Tails Transfer Seal mission, where he followed Battalion Commander Yellow Dog beneath the Nine Tails to protect the Uzumaki Princess, ultimately earned him an A-rank mission rating. The mission in the Land of Rain investigating Tsunagakure's intelligence at Kiki Mountain Range earned him an A-rank mission rating. Earlier missions when he was still a squad member, like the Land of Whirlpools mission and the Battle of Ushiga Mountain, where his contribution was relatively minor, were allocated as B-rank mission ratings. According to the assessment system Hitaki Sakumo mentioned, YK wasn't qualified for Jainin yet, but the goal was clear. As long as he kept completing missions, he would eventually become a Jainin one day, qualify to attend Jainin commander meetings, and enter the village's elite stratum. Squadron Leader, the rumor about the assessment system hasn't spread on a large scale, has it? No, it was just a single disagreement within the command tent. That Shimurachnin got what he deserved, prying into headquarters secrets for no reason and suffering the consequences. After leaving Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's tent, YK went to understand the battlefield situation. The situation in the Land of Rivers War was very unclear. Tsunagakure had dispatched over 3,500 sand ninjas, while the Konoha base in the Land of Rivers only had 2,000 ninjas. Puppet masters could control multiple puppets, making their combat strength equivalent to 2 or 3 people. Konoha was simultaneously maintaining wars in the Land of Earth and the Land of Rivers, while also having to be wary of Kirigakure, which was itching for action. After the third Mizukage died in Uzushiagakure, they had been unable to elect a fourth Mizukage candidate agreed upon by all parties. The internal strife was fierce, and Kirigakure was temporarily governed by Elder Genji. Root intelligence indicated that Kirigakure planned to use a war against Konoha to divert its internal conflicts. If things went badly, Konoha might have to fight a 3-front war. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Feigned Prisoner Exchange. In wars between hidden villages, most ninjas would rather commit suicide with an explosive tag than be captured. Capture meant facing cruel torture. Every village had an interrogation division. The ninjas there would show prisoners what true sadism meant. Root had underhanded methods and morally ambiguous mission objectives, but the interrogation division was darkness itself. Konoha, with its Yamanaka clan interrogation ninjas who could directly extract information from corpses, seemed somewhat gentler in comparison. Other villages rarely had such techniques, their interrogation lacked finesse, relying purely on brute force. The interrogation division would squeeze the last drop of blood, vigor, and spirit from a prisoner. They would either spill the information in the prisoner's mind or spill the prisoner's brains. Compared to capture, suicide was a cleaner, more straightforward end. The 4 sand ninja prisoners had already been handed over to Orochimaru. A prisoner exchange was impossible. Yet, Root was demanding that the Fox Squadron rescue one specific Shimura clan Chunin from among the prisoners. This was truly troublesome. YK first went to the frontline interrogation division to get information on the 4 sand ninja prisoners, their height, build, hair color, etc. The interrogation division didn't know where the prisoners had gone, only that they had been taken away by Root. YK mulled over the plan several times in his mind, felt it was feasible, and then assembled the 3 squads of his squadron. Konoha and Tsunagakuer have been at war for over half a month. The 2 sides are about to hold their first prisoner exchange. The sand ninja prisoners were taken to the land of Earth by Root. We have no prisoners to exchange. Flower Deer, select 4 people from the squadron with suitable builds. Don't use the transformation technique. Use makeup and disguise to pose as prisoners mutilated beyond human form by the interrogation division. The transformation technique might be detected by the sand ninjas, it's not secure. Purple Cat, you lead 3 others to pose as an ordinary Konoha squad tasked with the prisoner exchange. To show good faith and avoid escalation into a major battle, both sides only send 1 escort squad for each exchange. White Ram, take the remaining people and pose as rain ninjas with me. We will ambush the sand ninja exchange squad and the purple cat squad, and rescue the target Chunin. Konoha still cares about its face, to some extent. We ourselves have no prisoners to exchange, and killing the sand ninja exchange squad is something Konoha wouldn't do. But rain ninjas sitting on a mountain watching tigers fight, driving a tiger to swallow a wolf, sabotaging the prisoner exchange between the 2 villages, hoping the 2 villages fight more fiercely, that is perfectly plausible. Disguising as ninjas from other villages to carry out covert missions was dirty business every village engaged in. The 3 squad leaders understood their tasks and went to prepare. Flower Deer's preparatory work was the most crucial. He had to pick 4 people and disguise them as prisoners on the verge of death from interrogation division torture. And he couldn't use the transformation technique, to avoid detection by the sand ninjas. When it was time to depart, Flower Deer had shaved his head. His scalp was crisscrossed with 15 knife wounds. Some were bleeding, others had been treated by a medical ninja and formed pink scars. YK asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not really." Leaf Monkey broke his own arm, and it's still bent backwards and twisted outward. "That hurts." YK's heart tightened. Ordinary civilian ninjas might lack talent, but they were conscientious and willing to risk their lives. YK said, "After this mission, I'll apply for a jutsu for each of you." "Thank you, squadron leader." Purple Cat, leading a squad disguised as ordinary ninjas wearing Konoha headbands, each carrying a prisoner on their shoulder, headed south towards the designated meeting point with the sand ninjas. Beside a river in the northern part of the land of rivers. Purple Cat saw the sand ninjas on the opposite bank of the canyon from afar. 5 sand ninjas, each standing near a Konoha prisoner at their feet. These prisoners were in no better state than the sand ninja prisoners Purple Cat's team was carrying, they were covered in wounds, an exceptionally miserable sight. Their wounds were swollen and bruised purple, the toxins hadn't been neutralized. Sand interrogation ninjas particularly liked using poison, various neurotoxins. After arriving on the other side of the canyon, Purple Cat and the others also set down their prisoners. The Sand Ninja Squad leader said, "Konoha folks, let's exchange." Purple Cat, however, said, "Not so fast. The wounds on the prisoners at your feet are festering, with black and purple patches around them. Are you playing tricks? Trying to make these prisoners die from poisoning on the way back?" The Sand Ninja Squad leader said, "We Sand Ninjas are skilled in poison. Of course, we apply poison to our torture instruments." "What, do you want me to administer the antidote now?" "Of course, you need to neutralize the poison," Purple Cat insisted. "We must bring back living prisoners." "Impossible," the Sand Ninja Squad leader said. "If I give them the antidote now, you could take them back, get a serum, and develop an antidote? Don't be so stupid and naive. Either you run faster, or your medical ninjas are more capable. I'm here for a prisoner exchange, not for charity." To stall for time, Purple Cat took out a syringe. "In that case, either you run faster, or your medical ninjas are more capable." With that, Purple Cat injected the venom into the Sand Ninja prisoner at his feet. "You!" Purple Cat successfully muddied the waters, diverting the Sand Ninja's attention elsewhere and away from scrutinizing the authenticity of the prisoners. Leaf Monkey, having received the injection, quickly turned purplish red, making it even harder to tell if he was a real Sand Ninja prisoner. Purple Cat had bought enough time for YK. From the rushing river in the canyon, 4 figures suddenly burst out. These individuals wore rain ninja gas masks. The moment they appeared, they threw poison gas canisters. Purple salamander poison mist quickly spread across both banks of the canyon. These were props used by Konoha Root disguising as rain ninjas. Root had captured some salamanders and extracted their poison. In the thick poison mist, YK headed straight for the Shimura clan ninja from the intelligence. Using the cover of the poison mist, YK secretly formed a hand seal. The self-cursing body-binding seal appeared, immobilizing the Sand Ninja Squad leader. A ninjato pierced through from the back of his head, exiting his forehead. This way, no one would know YK had used a sealing technique. The Sand Ninja nearest to YK was kicked far away by him. The kick looked powerful but didn't break any bones. The Sand Ninja fell out of the poison mist and saw the Konoha ninjas on the opposite bank engaged in intense fighting with the rain ninjas. The Sand Ninja scrambled to his feet and fled the battle. YK had intentionally let that Sand Ninja escape, so the intelligence about the rain ninja ambush would get back. Konoha wanted both A and B and C too, really making things difficult for field operatives like YK. They wanted the prisoners back, but didn't want other villages to know Konoha had used prisoners for experiments, and also didn't want the bad reputation for sabotaging the prisoner exchange. After the fight ended, 4 more Sand Ninja corpses lay on the ground. 2 of the Sand Ninjas had been particularly fierce and unyielding. Regardless of their own survival, they had killed the Konoha prisoners at their feet before dying themselves. There was nothing that could be done about that. Rescuing 3 prisoners, primarily the Shimura clan prisoner, meant their mission was overfulfilled. YK said, "Let's go. Get the Shimura ninja to the frontline medical station before the poison takes effect." Shedding the rain ninja disguises, YK put his root mask back on and hurried towards the base camp. The 3 rescued prisoners, plus Leaf Monkey with his leg fractured and bent outward, were carried on shoulders. YK said to Leaf Monkey, who was on Black Gorilla's shoulder, "Leaf Monkey, you really went to extremes." To complete the mission, Leaf Monkey had truly used heavy-handed methods on himself. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, even cured, he'd just be a Shimura clan idiot. You really went to extremes, Leaf Monkey. Hearing Fox Squadron leader's sympathy, Leaf Monkey said, at the time, to complete the mission, I didn't think that much about it, Squadron Leader. Squad Leader Flower Deer's wounds are real too. Everyone is giving their all. YK glanced at Flower Deer. He had shaved his head, which was covered in knife wounds. The wounds had split open from the strenuous activity and were oozing pinkish blood. Looking closely, it was red blood mixed with yellowish pus. Looking at the poisoned Shimura clan ninja, YK said, "Let's rest up ahead. Treat the wounds before moving on. Don't leave any irreversible injuries. Give the Shimura ninja a few more shots of stimulants. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." YK hadn't expected his team members to take this mission so seriously. As the squadron leader, he had seen Leaf Monkey's file. Leaf Monkey, real name Sanfuku. A Konoha civilian chunin, raised by his older brother. Later, his brother died in battle, and he took over raising his brother's son, his nephew. Not 2 years later, his nephew, then a genin, also died in battle. Sanfuku lost everything. He had already developed a death wish, prepared to die in the land of grass, fighting with extreme recklessness. Because of his tragic circumstances, he was selected for Root. Root told him they would stop at nothing to end the war quickly. By swearing allegiance to the Hokage, he could help restore peace to Konoha sooner. A fire was lit in Sanfuku's heart. He didn't want the tragedy of his brother and nephew to repeat itself. After joining Root, he treated every mission as if it were his last, solely wanting to end the war as fast as possible. Such a fine Root ninja was being used to save Dan's relative. "Leaf Monkey, after we get back, I'll apply for a suitable jutsu for you. Don't worry, no matter what, I'll make sure you live a few months longer." "Thank you, Squadron Leader." They had only rested a few minutes when White Ram suddenly said, "Squadron Leader. A Sand Ninja Squad at 7 o'clock, 800 meters out." It seems the Sand Ninjas weren't planning on a straightforward prisoner exchange either. They had a backup plan. "Neither side is any good, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other," YK immediately ordered. "Those carrying the wounded, move out first. Everyone else in the middle. I'll take the rear guard." The squadron set off again, YK lagging at the back, carefully watching a river canyon beside them. The sound of puppet movement came from there. The horn-shaped canyon amplified the clicking and creaking of puppet joints. 3 humanoid puppets leaped out of the canyon, firing a dense volley of poisoned needles at the Fox Squadron. Water release, water formation wall. YK was prepared. A water wall over 10 meters long blocked the squadron's flank. All the poisoned needles were intercepted by the water wall. Bluish-purple ripples appeared on the water surface that dispersed poison. Before the water wall could fall, YK rapidly formed 5 hand seals. Water release, water cutting wave. A jet of water shot from YK's mouth, sweeping across and slicing the 3 puppets in half. Mechanisms from the puppet's abdomen scattered all over the ground: gears, clockwork springs, drive belts, quite a variety. The 3 puppets were greatly reduced in effectiveness. One puppet, whose master was highly skilled, could still move its damaged upper and lower halves separately. This was the troublesome thing about puppets, you couldn't predict their actions using human logic. After using another water formation wall to block the sharp blades on a puppet's arm, YK shouted, "Get away from the canyon." The squadron changed direction. Putting distance between themselves and the canyon also increased the distance to the puppet masters, forcing them to jump out. 2 puppet masters, manipulating new puppets, charged at the Root Squadron. YK stopped, turning to face the puppets. 2 puppets advanced on the ground, drawing his attention. A bat-shaped puppet flapped its wings, swooping down from above to ambush the Konoha squadron leader. Success! Poisoned needles shot from the bat puppet's chest, embedding themselves in the Konoha squadron leader's back. Poof! A puff of white smoke erupted. It had been a shadow clone. When? The puppet master suddenly remembered the Konoha squadron leader had used a water formation wall earlier. He must have created the shadow clone behind its cover. YK emerged from the ground behind the two puppet masters. Water release, water cutting wave. A jet of water shot forth, cutting the two puppet masters in half at the waist. Their intestines spilled all over the ground. Puppet masters lacked the ability of their puppets to operate separately after being bisected. The two died miserably under the water-cutting wave. YK walked to the canyon's edge and spotted two sand ninjas fleeing along the canyon floor below. Jumping down into the canyon, he stood on the water's surface and used his fastest body flicker technique, the water body flicker. Appearing abruptly behind the two sand ninjas, YK used another water-cutting wave. The wave sliced off the tops of their skulls along with everything inside. It was cruel, but he couldn't let anyone know he possessed this signature jutsu of Hanzo. After finishing this, YK waited a considerable while before climbing back up the canyon, pretending it had taken him some effort to kill the two sand ninjas. When he rejoined the squadron, Flower Deer said admiringly, "Squadron leader, your water release jutsu are incredibly powerful." YK said, "The water-cutting wave was my special Jainin reward from Root. The water formation wall was obtained for me by the previous squadron leader Black Gorilla." He quickly added to Black Gorilla, who had come closer, "Not you, Black Gorilla. The owner before the last one of this mask. After we return, I'll apply for jutsu for you all too. Think carefully on the way back about what jutsu you want." Back at the camp, YK went straight to the medical tent. Tsunade first examined the most severely injured Shimura clan Chunin, pulling open his eyelids for a careful inspection. She said, "The toxins have attacked the nervous system. Even if cured, he'll be an idiot. Given Root's style, shouldn't you have disposed of someone like this halfway back?" YK said, "Princess Tsunade, even cured, he'd just be a Shimura clan idiot. That's precisely why he couldn't be disposed of halfway." "Humph," Tsunade grunted. "I see. The three rescued prisoners, plus Flower Deer, Leaf Monkey and the others, all received treatment inside the medical tent." YK was shooed out by the medical ninjas to wait outside for his turn. Halfway through the treatments, two people approached. YK looked over and saw it was Supreme Commander Narashikaku and Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo. The two entered the medical tent but soon came out again, both looking heavy-hearted. Narashikaku stood outside the tent flap and said, "Sakumo, your recent proposal for the assessment system is a matter of great importance. Quite a few people have gotten wind of it. Some Chunin and special Jainin on the front lines have developed an extremely strong tendency to take risks. These three rescued prisoners were captured by sand ninjas precisely because of a rash advance. Sakumo, I understand your idea, but the recommendation system is more suitable for Konoha at present. If we truly implement the assessment system, frontline Chunin casualties will skyrocket. What do you think?" After finishing, Narashikaku turned to look at Hitaki Sakumo and only then noticed a ninja lurking in the shadows slightly behind and to the side. His eyes moved slightly. Seeing it was a Root ninja, he relaxed. "As the Supreme Commander, focused on deployment and tactics, my raw combat strength isn't top tier. I actually failed to detect a Root agent hiding in the darkness. Luckily it's Root, otherwise my conversation with Sakumo would have been exposed." YK thought, as expected of the Nara clan head. His angle of attack is so specific. Hitaki Sakumo probably doesn't want his advocacy to lead to massive frontline casualties either. Hitaki Sakumo remained silent, unsure how to respond. It was so difficult to accomplish something, yet so easy to sabotage it. Narashikaku used facts to stop Sakumo from promoting the assessment system. "You want assessment? Then I'll show you how radical Konoha ninjas can become because of it." Overzealous execution was sometimes more effective than passive resistance. For example, if the higher UPS banned burning firewood, you just needed to find a way for a few people to freeze to death, and the policy would be abolished. With just a small stratagem, Narashikako made it difficult for Hitaki Sakumo to bring it up again. After Narashikako left, Hitaki Sakumo stood alone in place, deep in thought. YK pretended to be passing by and said quietly, "Putting aside my root identity, Lord Sakumo, I support the assessment system." Hitaki Sakumo was taken aback. He took another look at the root ninja, noting the mask. Familiar with root's rules, Sakumo didn't make a sound or say anything more, and simply left. After Leaf Monkey's surgery concluded, YK returned to the root tent area. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog found him. "Fox, Deputy Commander Sakumo wants to know the details of the root prisoner exchange mission. I've approved it. Go report to the Deputy Commander." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Jutsu Assessment System. Report to the Deputy Commander. YK asked, "Do root ninjas need to report missions to other high-ranking officials?" It wasn't that YK was making a fuss, root belonged solely to the Hokage. The Hokage was too busy, so he delegated most tasks directly to the root commander. Root was only responsible to the Hokage and the root commander. Yellow Dog said, "The frontline command has the right to know all intelligence. The reason the Hokage sent us here is also to win the war. However, don't mention the part about the Shimura clan Chunin. Just say they were ordinary prisoners. When I first joined Root as a regular member, Squadron Leader Sakumo was my battalion commander. It's hard for me to refuse his reasonable requests." Hitaki Sakumo was the youngest and strongest battalion commander in Root during the second Hokage's era. "I understand," YK said. "Battalion commander, my squadron suffered many sacrifices on this mission. To pose as prisoners, my subordinates genuinely self-harmed. Some broke their own legs, others have scars crisscrossing their heads enough to play shogi on. I'd like to request a few jutsu for my subordinates." "Do you think that's possible?" Yellow Dog said, "Agreed. 4 B-rank jutsu. You distribute them." YK felt it was too little internally but didn't ask for more. The recommendation-based system for ninja positions and the recommendation-based system for jutsu allocation were the two primary means by which the village higher UPS controlled the ninjas. The higher UPS would never loosen this restriction. The tightening of jutsu allocation targeted civilian ninjas more than anyone else. Clan ninjas weren't as constrained in this aspect, as they had their own family jutsu or secret techniques. YK calculated internally which of his earth and water release jutsu could be revealed. Earth release, earth-style rising spears, and water release, water formation wall. These two jutsu could also be taken out as rewards for his subordinates. Coupled with the 4 B-rank jutsu, if he selected some fire, wind, and lightning release ones, he could barely manage to put together a round of rewards. YK left the root tent and headed towards the command tent. After passing a message through the medical station, Hitaki Sakumo used an official order to summon YK for a report. Hitaki Sakumo believed this method was more open and aboveboard. Root couldn't complain, as Nararokaku often met with Yellow Dog for inquiries and discussions. Upon entering Hitaki Sakumo's tent, YK saw that Sakumo was alone. Hitaki Sakumo said, "Fox, don't worry. I summoned you under the pretext of inquiring about the mission. There's no one around, and no one will eavesdrop." YK felt relieved internally. Hitaki Sakumo also came from Root and understood the importance of confidentiality. Hitaki Sakumo said, "Earlier at the medical station, I heard you say you support the assessment system. What are your thoughts on the assessment system?" Shina had previously told Sakumo that a root ninja wearing a fox mask saved him and asked Shina to relay a message for Sakumo to be careful of the higher UPS, who were already wary of the supporters gathering around him. YK said, "Lord Sakumo, implementing an assessment system for ninja positions is extremely difficult. For a genin to participate in the chunin exams, they need a recommendation from their team leader. For a chunin to be promoted to special genin, they need a genin's recommendation. For a special genin to be promoted to genin, they need a recommendation from the higher UPS. It's a chain of interlocking rings, the basic framework of the higher UPS control over the village. Even clan heads, wanting more genin within their clans, have to bow their heads before the higher UPS. Lord Sakumo, you are too impatient. The village has many ways to easily sabotage the assessment system. Head Commander Nararokaku relies on your combat strength, so his methods are relatively mild. If the village higher UPS themselves intervened, they wouldn't handle it so gently. Hitaki Sakumo was inwardly startled. This root ninja had clearly outlined his predicament in just a few sentences. He wanted to promote the ninja position assessment system but faced numerous difficulties. He had just started and had already hit snags, both in front of the third Hokage and at the front line with the head commander. Fox, then what do you think I should do now? YK said, Lord Sakumo, the resistance to the ninja position assessment system is too great. However, the resistance to a jutsu assessment system would be much smaller. For the village, jutsu are an important means of controlling civilian ninjas, but their importance is far less than that of ninja positions. Jutsu can be extracted from enemy village prisoners through interrogation, learned from friends, or taught by squad leaders. The Uchiha clan can even copy thousands of jutsu using the Sharingan. Lord Sakumo, you could start by lowering the threshold for jutsu acquisition, allowing more and more civilian ninjas to master more jutsu and enhance their strength. With your strength and influence, it's possible to push for a jutsu assessment system. Once the assessment system gains widespread adoption, more people will begin to wonder why the village can't implement assessment systems in other areas instead of sticking solely to the recommendation system. It's a seed. It might grow slowly, but it will eventually sprout. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes lit up. Yes, he could start with a jutsu assessment system. Granting B rank and A rank jutsu after completing a certain number of missions would still be a form of progress. It's a pity the village would never include S rank or forbidden jutsu in the assessment rewards. YK added, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said you summoned me under the pretext of learning about the prisoner exchange mission. I've written the details of the prisoner exchange mission on this scroll. Lord Sakumo, you understand root. I hope you can keep this conversation confidential for me. YK trusted Hitaki Sakumo's integrity. This man had a strong sense of morality, unlike certain anthropomorphic creatures in the village. All right, Fox. No third person will know the true nature of our conversation. YK said, Lord Sakumo, in the future, it's best to minimize summoning me like this under the pretext of mission inquiries. It could arouse Root's suspicion. Understood. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't summon you. YK left the command tent. In the original story, Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide after his faith collapsed. This man had principles and beliefs. His heartfelt analysis should make Hitaki Sakumo view him as a comrade. During Hitaki Sakumo's push for the jutsu assessment system, many civilian ninjas desperately needing jutsu would unite around him, slowly forming a new faction. Power isn't only top-down, it's also bottom-up. With enough followers, even the higher UPS would have to yield. The Senju clan controlled the medical system. If Hitaki Sakumo could unite the civilian ninjas, the control of the Konoha higher UPS would weaken further. Hitaki Zayada, you need to work hard. If you don't work hard, how can I help you add a layer of clothing? After Fox left, Hitaki Sakumo's mind was in turmoil. Back at the medical station tent, Hitaki Sakumo had recognized that the prisoners were a Shimura clansman, a Nara clansman, and one unlucky civilian ninja. The staff officers at the command headquarters all came from the 5 Hokage-aligned clans. Anyone not from these 5 clans wouldn't have been aware of his disagreement with head commander Rokaku. Hitaki Sakumo guessed that this rescue mission was primarily to save those two clan ninjas. During the second Hokage's tenure, the culture within Root wasn't like this. Back then, Root would never assign a mission specifically to rescue Senju clansmen. To avoid the appearance of bias, the second Hokage would even emphasize prioritizing the rescue of other ninjas first, leaving Senju clansmen for last. Nowadays, Root, under the guise of answering only to the Hokage, had become a tool for the Hokage alone, rather than the village's most covered and sharpest kunao. Sakumo believed that Root ninjas were people too. Perhaps there were also ninjas within Root who were dissatisfied with the current situation. Hitaki Sakumo decided to draft a proposal for a jutsu assessment system. This time, even if Nararokaku opposed it, he would resolutely push it through. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The 5-Star Anbu Squadron Leader. After the Kika squad recovered, YK gathered all members of his squadron. Holding a stack of jutsu scrolls, he said, the prisoner exchange mission was overall rated as an A-rank mission. Most of your individual ratings were B rank. During this mission, the determination shown by many of you pleased me. Especially the Kika squad, their convincing self-mutilation perfectly deceived the Sand Ninja prisoner exchange team, creating the opportunity for the final ambush. I applied for jutsu on your behalf. From these 6 jutsu, try to pick the ones most suitable for you. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Projectile. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Earth Release, Earth Style Rising Spears. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Lightning Release, Earth Running. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. 4 of these were given by Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, the remaining 2 were YK's own jutsu. Using his own jutsu to give rewards to his subordinates, he was truly a 5-star Root squadron leader. The 4 members of the Kika squad were very excited, their breathing growing heavier. Squad leaders, organize your teams. Come up and copy the jutsu one by one. After the 3 squads had sequentially copied the jutsu, YK said, for the vast majority of Root missions, you must never reveal your identity, primarily fighting with kunao and explosive tags. For example, Root's most common mission, assassinating disobedient nobles, such a mission cannot possibly use jutsu. However, Root sometimes has no choice but to assault certain enemies head-on. For instance, when we met Hanzo in the Land of Rain, Commander Danz was leading the team, so hiding our identities was unnecessary. Squad leaders, based on your members' abilities and jutsu, practice combined assault tactics. In 15 days, I will proactively request an assault mission from the battalion commander to test the squadron's assault capabilities. With the combined boost from the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, YK's jutsu prowess had improved significantly. His subordinates should also develop in a jutsu-oriented direction to facilitate coordination with him. He glanced towards the medical station tent. Once there's a month without the pressure of death, I'll go poke Tsunade, I'll go find Tsunade to try my luck. Maybe his Senju bloodline could improve once more. YK looked at the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough scroll. He had Wind Attribute Chakra now, he might as well take this opportunity to learn a Wind Release jutsu. As a squadron leader, occasionally lining his own pockets, using the excuse of securing benefits for his subordinates to give himself special treatment, wasn't too excessive, right? He couldn't imagine how many benefits he would get if he became a battalion commander. Wasn't this precisely why many ninjas climbed the ranks unscrupulously? Empowered by authority, learning a jutsu became so simple. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, a C-rank jutsu. After forming hand seals, the user spews a gust of violent wind from their mouth to suppress the enemy. Later, one could even add wind blades to the Great Breakthrough to enhance its offensive power. This would serve as a supplementary functional jutsu for YK. If he encountered Sand Ninja's yellow sand, he could use wind release, great breakthrough to clear it. It didn't take 15 days. Just 12 days later, YK received a mission. In the battalion commander's tent, Yellow Dog looked at the slightly surprised Fox and asked, "What is it? Is there a problem with this mission?" "None. I just left the capital of the Land of Rivers. Returning to a familiar place, this mission is perfect for me." Upon learning that the Land of Rivers was building a hydroelectric plant, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was extremely displeased. The Land of Earth heavily relied on coal. The highlands were rich in coal, which was one of the Land of Earth's economic lifelines. The Land of Earth's daimyo issued a mission, ordering Iwagakur to dispatch an infiltration unit to bypass the front lines, travel the long distance to the Land of Rivers, and sabotage the hydroelectric plant. The Fox Squadron's mission was to intercept and eliminate the Iwanin infiltration unit. YK thought, "I just told Koichi Chisa we likely wouldn't meet again. Who knew fate would be so unpredictable? I've received another mission in the capital of the Land of Rivers." Yellow Dog said, "This mission was commissioned by the Land of Fire's chief treasurer. I will first go to the Land of Fire's capital to escort the chief treasurer into the Land of Rivers. You go eliminate the Iwanin." The Land of Fire's chief treasurer said that if the hydro plant proves feasible, the Land of Fire will also build one. YK went to the squadron tents, gathered the 3 squads, and left the base. On the road, Purple Cat looked curiously at the squadron leader leading the way. Why was the squadron leader moving so fast? Was he in such a hurry to get to the capital of the Land of Rivers? White Ram, walking beside her, didn't dare reveal too much, thinking to himself, "Squadron leader, now it's time to test your time management skills." Outside the capital of the Land of Rivers, the dam's foundation was beginning to take shape. Upstream from the dam, following the construction plan left by Kage, an upper cofferdam had been built. The upper cofferdam held back the water. A temporary diversion channel was constructed next to it, diverting the river away, providing a dry construction environment for the dam. Koichi Chisa stood on top of the cofferdam, holding her thin sword high, shouting, "We must stop the Iwanin." As the daimyo's sister, she came to the dam early every day and didn't return to the capital until midnight, all to ensure the dam was completed as soon as possible. Today, the dam was under attack by several dozen Iwanin. Samurai on the periphery were desperately trying to hold back the Iwanin, while rogue ninjas on the bank of the Yoshimizu River threw kunao at the Iwanin charging across the water surface. Both the samurai and the rogue ninjas were too weak compared to the Iwanin. The highest quality ninjas in the shinobi world were all in the major hidden villages. The Land of Rivers had no hidden village, and the hired rogue ninjas weren't very strong. Massive chunks of flying rubble shot towards them. Koichi Chisa's swordsmanship was decent. She brandished her thin sword, doing her best to slice the flying rubble apart. There were too many Iwanin on the water. They not only attacked the people on the cofferdam but also pounded the cofferdam itself with rocks. If the upper cofferdam was breached, the hydro plant foundations behind it would also be washed away. Each impact of the rocks made the cofferdam tremble. The tremors beneath her feet filled Koichi Chisa's heart with despair. What did it matter if she was the daimyo's sister? Ninjas could easily destroy her painstaking work. The strongest Iwanin squad leader, having dealt with the samurai on the bank, over 100 samurai lay dead on the shore, jumped onto the water surface and formed hand seals aimed at the upper cofferdam. A continuous stream of gigantic rocks, accompanied by the whistling wind, hurtled towards the cofferdam. Each rock was 4 or 5 meters in size, one after another, more than 20 in total. Koichi Chisa's thin sword slowly lowered. They couldn't block it. With her strength and that of her guards, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying earth release. Just then, the water surface before her suddenly churned. Water release, water formation wall. A water wall over 10 meters high appeared in front of Koichi Chisa. The gushing water created a mist that blew against her face, bringing a rare coolness. Reinforcements. The Land of Rivers Daime had written to the Land of Fires Daime about the hydro plant and suggested building one on the Nakano River as well. Had the Land of Fires support arrived? A figure landed beside Koichi Chisa. He wore a fox mask and a hood, his features unclear. It was the fox root ninja who had used a massive water release to block the terrifying earth release attack. Koichi Chisa looked at the ninja by her side, feeling a strong sense of security. But, this figure? YK glanced at Koichi Chisa's form-fitting dress, now creased and disheveled from the intense fighting. He reached out and adjusted her crooked glasses for her. YK said, "Miss Chisa, don't panic. This area is now under Konoha Root's control." Koichi Chisa stood motionless as the fox root ninja adjusted her glasses, repeatedly telling herself it wasn't what she thought, that person was a rain ninja and had long since left. A ninja wearing a purple cat mask also landed on the cofferdam. She said, "Miss Koichi Chisa, please leave this area. It's dangerous here." Koichi Chisa glanced at the female root member standing beside Fox. A woman's innate sixth sense caused an inexplicable feeling of jealousy to arise within her. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Anbu Benefactor. The water formation wall fell. More than 10 Konoha Anbu now stood atop the cofferdam. On the water surface in front of the cofferdam stood over 20 IWA-nin. YK gave the order, Fox Squadron Combined Jutsu. Begin. 4 ninja each used fire release, dragon fire bullet. 4 fire dragons surged forth. YK stood in the center, with 2 other ninja flanking the fire release users, simultaneously using wind release. Wind release, great breakthrough. The biggest problem with fire release was its slow speed, making it hard to hit people. But now, fueled by the strong wind, the fire's power and speed increased significantly. Under the combined jutsu, the 4 fire dragons instantly covered a water surface dozens of meters wide. Boosted by the wind release, the fire release's attack range also increased, instantly engulfing many IWA-nin. The stronger IWA-nin jumped to avoid the fire release, but 8 or 9 IWA-nin were directly consumed by the sea of fire. The Fox Squadron's combination jutsu had proven effective in its first use. YK thought to himself, who says fire release jutsu can't kill people? Quite a few died just now. The IWA-nin jumping in the air looked in horror at the Konoha Anbu's combined jutsu. In this narrow canyon, the power of the fire release jutsu was amplified. Purple Cat acted now, using the mind-body switch technique to control the IWA-nin squad leader. The IWA-nin squad leader was controlled and took a few seconds to break free. By the time he regained control of his body, he was horrified to see Konoha's second jutsu arriving. Water release, water cutting wave. A fierce, thin line of water shot from YK's mouth. A large chunk of the canyon wall on the side was sliced off first, the cross-section clean, the rock crashing into the water and sending up white waves. After the water-cutting wave swiftly swept across, the dozen or so IWA-nin in the air were cut in half at the waist. Some IWA-nin had even covered their bodies with rock, hoping to increase their defense. Unfortunately, it was useless against YK's water-cutting wave. This manner of death was even more nerve-wracking than being consumed by fire. Halved corpses fell into the water, the smell of blood quickly attracting mindless fish. The fish probably thought some angler was chumming the waters. The IWA-nin squad leader also died under the water-cutting wave. YK let White Goat handle the remaining few IWA-nin, while he himself jumped onto the bank above the Yoshimizu River Canyon. Koichi Chisa remained where she was, her long, willow leaf eyes fixed intently on the fox Anbu. The way he had adjusted her glasses earlier felt too natural, too comfortable. Koichi Chisa suspected she had met this fox Anbu before. After YK reached the shore, his subordinates went to deal with the remaining Iwanin, while he quickly searched the surroundings. Soon, he found a mark carved on a carriage. Konoha also had many spies hidden in Iwagakur. The Land of Fire attached great importance to the hydroelectric plant, so the Anbu had activated a spy planted within Iwagakur. Many carriages were parked near the hydroelectric plant, belonging to capital residents who had come to see the completion of the foundation. Water release, water cutting wave. A water line shot out, shearing off the top of a carriage. YK stood on the carriage roof, looking down at the Merchant Guild president inside, and relayed the intelligence the spy had sent ahead. President Kaneshi from the Land of Earth, your true identity is a retainer of the Land of Earth's Minister of the Treasury. The infiltration unit is doomed. The Land of Fire's Minister of the Treasury has also arrived in the Land of River's capital and would like to speak with you. President Kaneshi's eyes showed fear. It wasn't just this Konoha Anbu's powerful strength, but the fact that he accurately stated his identity. He had thought he was well hidden in the Land of Rivers. YK jumped into the carriage, kicked the door open, and gestured for him to follow. Kaneshi tremblingly stepped outside the carriage and saw that the Iwanin were almost all dead. The remaining Iwanin, upon seeing Kaneshi, looked nervous and rushed towards him. Kaneshi was the employer for this Iwanin operation. The mission wasn't considered complete until Kaneshi witnessed the hydroelectric plant's destruction with his own eyes. The 4 surviving Iwanin surrounded Kaneshi. YK looked at Kaneshi and said, "What, still struggling?" Kaneshi shook his head and said to the Iwanin, "The mission is over. No more resistance. Konoha knows my intelligence perfectly clearly. Resistance is meaningless. Escort me into the Land of River's capital to meet the Land of Fire's Minister of the Treasury." The Iwanin looked at each other, then at their squad leader. The squad leader had no choice but to nod. YK scanned the area and was somewhat surprised to see that White Goat's squad had lost 1 member. Even in an advantageous situation, danger was ever present. An Iwanin's last struggle had taken one of White Goat's squad members with him. Koichi Chisa also walked up from the upstream cofferdam at this time. Purple Cat approached Koichi Chisa and said, "Miss Koichi Chisa, the Land of Fire's Minister of the Treasury has entered the capital. Please meet with him as soon as possible." Koichi Chisa first looked at Purple Cat's light golden hair, then at her slim and toned figure, and finally at the eye holes of Purple Cat's mask, trying to see her eyes. Purple Cat found it baffling. Why did this woman seem hostile towards her? Koichi Chisa said, "All right, let's return to the capital together." President Kaneshi and the Iwanin, the Konoha Anbu, along with Koichi Chisa and Land of Rivers officials, all returned to the capital. Koichi Chisa went to the back of the group and walked side by side with the fox Anbu. "Konoha Anbu, have we met before?" YK said directly, "Please do not speak to the Konoha Anbu during a mission." Koichi Chisa had been gently rebuffed, but she felt the Anbu's voice was strangely familiar. The group entered the capital's Tencho castle directly. Inside the main hall, the Land of Rivers Daimyo sat in the main seat. To his left was the Land of Fire's Minister of the Treasury, Itada Hotada. Yellow Dog stood behind Itada Hotada. YK entered the hall and stood beside Yellow Dog. Itada Hotada was portly, dressed in a brocade robe and wearing a gold wire openwork hat. Equivalent to the Land of Fire's Minister of Finance and Central Bank Governor, he held immense power and was personally escorted into the Land of Rivers by Yellow Dog. He was one of the important benefactors of the Anbu en route, not only providing well-paying national missions for the Anbu but also having dedicated funding. Itada Hotada had come this time because he was interested in the hydroelectric technology and planned to introduce it to the Land of Fire. Itada Hotada looked at Kaneshi and said, "So it's you, Kaneshi. You poured my wine last time I met with the Land of Earth's Minister of the Treasury. Kaneshi hurriedly bowed his head, Lord Hotada, it is I. The Land of Rivers Daime gestured for his sister Chisa to sit beside him. After Koishi Chisa sat down, she stared at the fox Anbu. The Land of Fire's Minister of the Treasury, the Anbu battalion commander. None of these people held Koishi Chisa's attention. Her mind was full of plans on how to test the fox Anbu's true identity. After everyone was seated or standing in place, the Daime said. Today, the esteemed guest from the Land of Fire, Minister of the Treasury Mr. Itada Hotada, has come to the Land of Rivers. Because of the hydroelectric plant matter, the Land of Rivers has suffered considerable trouble. Konoha and Tsunagakura are already fighting in the western part of the Land of Rivers. I do not wish for the capital to be unsettled as well. Mr. Itada Hotada, please convey the Land of Fire Daime's instructions. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Who are the Conservatives? Tensha Castle Main Hall. Just outside the door was an observation deck, below which rushed the waters of the Yoshimizu River. Sitting in the hall, one could hear the sound of the roaring water. Itada Hotada said. Upon learning that the Land of Rivers is using the river to generate electricity, the Land of Fire's Daime and the Council of State were extremely interested and immediately obtained a copy of the blueprints from the Land of Rivers. After study by our craftsmen, hydroelectric power is indeed feasible. Kaneshi, here is the Land of Fire's formal state document. The Land of Earth shall no longer destroy the Land of Rivers hydroelectric power plant, nor shall it destroy any hydroelectric power plant belonging to the Land of Fire. YK picked up Itada Hotada's scroll and walked towards Kaneshi. An Iwanan intercepted it halfway and placed it on Kaneshi's table. Kaneshi didn't even look at it, saying, thermal power plants concern the Land of Earth's coal sales. The Land of Earth will absolutely not permit the existence of things like hydroelectric power plants. Humph. Itada Hotada let out a dry laugh and then said. Konoha's ninja have already fought their way into the Land of Earth's territory, and you still dare to speak like this. Konoha's ninja are too merciful. Advisor Mito Kado Homura restrains the ninja, preventing Konoha ninja from killing too many of the Land of Earth's nobles. They say an organization's founder imprints their genes deeply upon it. Even after the founder dies, the organization will still exhibit certain characteristics of the founder. Konoha is good in many ways, but it's too influenced by the first Hokage, somewhat idealistic, overly gentle, overly soft, overly sunny. The fight between Konoha and Iwagakure is confined to ninja. Kaneshi, your Land of Earth doesn't know true pain, which is why you dare speak to me like this. You have 3 seconds. If you do not bow your head, I will demand that Konoha expand the war. Nobles, commoners, all will be within the scope of attack. See if those mediocre Iwanan behind you can protect your life. YK thought to himself, no wonder Danzo and Itada Hotada work together seamlessly. Itada Hotada looks portly, but his heart is black too. He actually thinks Konoha is too sunny. Having been in the Anbu this long, wouldn't he know whether Konoha is sunny or not? Itada Hotada's attitude was equivalent to conservatives thinking the radicals are too conservative. YK had thought Konoha was the hawkish faction, restrained by the Land of Fire's Daime and nobles from killing indiscriminately. Now it seemed that the Land of Fire's Daime and nobles somewhat resented Konoha for being too rule-abiding on other countries' soil. Perhaps the Land of Fire's first Daime had complained to the first Hokage. With such strong power, why not help the Land of Fire conquer all nations? Fear appeared in Kaneshi's eyes. He lowered his head and opened the scroll. The scroll clearly stated that hydroelectric power plants were important facilities of the Land of Fire. An attack by Iwagakure on a hydroelectric plant would be equivalent to a declaration of war. The Land of Fire would not hesitate to issue a national war commission to Konoha to strike the Land of Earth. It specified striking the Land of Earth, not striking Iwagakure. Seeing the daimyo's signature and seal at the end of the document, Kaneshi knew the Land of Fire was serious, not just scaring him. Slowly putting down the heavy scroll, Kaneshi looked at the Land of Rivers daimyo, then at Utada Hotada, and finally at the fox Anbu who had just killed many Iwanin. He said, "I understand, Lord Utada Hotada. I will return to the Land of Earth now to deliver this state document." "That's more like it," Utada Hotada said. "Your Land of Earth should focus on supporting Iwagakure to deal with Konoha and Kumagakure. Konoha at least has some morals. The ninja of Kumagakure are much more brutal than Konoha's ninja." "Alright, you are dismissed. Next, the Land of Rivers daimyo and I have matters to discuss." Kaneshi picked up the scroll and, along with the Iwanin, bowed his head and hurriedly left. With no outsiders left in the hall, Utada Hotada relaxed further. He said, "Your Highness, I have come to formally talk about cooperation regarding the hydroelectric power plant." The Land of Rivers was a vassal state of the Land of Fire. Talk about cooperation was merely conveying the Land of Fire daimyo's will. "Your Highness, the Land of Fire has obtained the hydroelectric plant blueprints from the Land of Rivers and will send craftsmen to inspect the Land of Rivers plant." In the document just given to Kaneshi, it states that if any hydroelectric plant of the Land of Fire or the Land of Rivers is attacked, the Land of Fire will commission Konoha to launch a national war. Although the Land of Fire took the blueprints, it also protects the Land of Rivers hydroelectric plant. "We will build a hydroelectric plant on the Nakano River. The Nakano River originates in the Land of Rain, passes through the northern part of the Land of Rivers, and is the largest river in the Land of Fire. The proceeds from the Land of Rivers' first hydroelectric plant will all belong to Your Highness. For future hydroelectric plants in the Land of Rivers, the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers will split the proceeds 40 to 60, with the Land of Fire taking 40% and the Land of Rivers 60%. How does that sound?" The Land of Rivers daimyo waited, but Utada Hotada did not mention how the Land of Fire's hydroelectric plants would be shared. It seemed the Land of Rivers would have no share in those. The daimyo nodded and said, "We thank the Land of Fire for its generosity." YK was inwardly taken aback. The Land of Fire nobles were so overbearing in front of the Land of Rivers daimyo. A weak state has no diplomacy, it was the same in any world. Utada Hotada was very pleased that the daimyo agreed without argument. He said, "Next, I will send Land of Fire craftsmen to the hydroelectric plant construction site. Let them study hard and research the blueprints together." Speaking of the blueprints, the person who drew this set of diagrams is a true genius. The drawings are clear and easy to understand, the dimensions are precisely marked, the calculations are complete, clearly the work of a master craftsman. The key is, he also understands power generation, knowing how to turn river water into electricity. YK, in his previous life, was a civil engineering worker who dropped his tools and ran. If you said his other abilities were average, he'd admit it, but if you talked about drawing and reading blueprints, then he was truly skilled. Being praised like this made the all-night concrete pours on his previous life's construction site feel worthwhile. Utada Hotada also hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, with the Land of Rivers daimyo not haggling. He stood up, preparing to take his leave from the Land of Rivers daimyo. The Land of Rivers was at war, he didn't want to stay here long. "Wait! Lord Utada Hotada." Utada Hotada was startled and looked at the daimyo's sister. Did the daimyo's sister find the split unreasonable and have something to say? His expression darkened slightly. Koichi Chisa spoke very quickly. "Lord Utada Hotada, I hope you can have the Konoha Anbu remain here for a period of time. The fox Anbu behind you defeated many Iwanin today. I wonder if I could commission him to protect the hydroelectric plant." You want to hire him to protect the hydroelectric plant? Utada Hatada's expression instantly switched to amiability. As long as it's not about the split, it's fine. No need for you to commission it. This task will naturally be commissioned by me. The mission reward will be paid by the Land of Fire's Ministry of the Treasury. Utada Hatada turned to look at Yellow Dog. Yellow Dog nodded repeatedly, saying, "Everything will be done according to your instructions." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog then said to YK, "The Fox Squadron will guard the hydroelectric plant until the Land of Earth pledges to cease attacks on it. This will count as one A-rank mission." While Konoha and Tsunagakure were fighting tooth and nail, the Fox Squadron remained in the Land of River's capital. The Fox Squadron worked in 3 shifts, standing guard by the hydroelectric plant. As for YK, as the squadron leader, he surely had the privilege of resting, right? What he had to deal with were more troublesome people, such as the daimyo's sister, Koichi Chisa. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Forever Facing Away from Her Lover. Koichi Chisa walked along the bank of the Yoshimizu River, followed by the fox Anbu. She claimed she might be assassinated and demanded the fox Anbu protect her at all times, never straying more than 3 steps away. YK quite liked coming to the construction site. The lead craftsman actually used some simple D-rank jutsu. Digging foundation pits, building walls, filling soil all utilized a bit of chakra, similar to half-finished earth release jutsu, making the construction speed very fast. Every morning, Koichi Chisa ate at the same table as Fox. She ate exquisite dishes, while the fox Anbu merely tossed a military ration pill through the slit in his mask. Ever since learning the water-cutting wave, YK had adjusted his mask, adding a long, thin slit at the mouth. The fox mask was already somewhat sinister, with the added slit, it looked even colder, even somewhat fierce and cruel. When they were in the Ministry of the Treasury, Koichi Chisa worked at her desk, while the fox Anbu leaned against the wall in the corner behind her. She had once taken the fox Anbu into the courtyard where Kage had lived, but Fox remained unmoved. The light in Koichi Chisa's eyes grew dimmer. Had she been mistaken? Finally, on the night of the full moon, she prepared for one last attempt. She came before the fox Anbu and raised her hand. YK was taken aback. If Koichi Chisa directly tried to remove his mask, he would have no choice but to act. However, Koichi Chisa merely tapped his mask twice, while pushing her own glasses up with her other hand. YK was stunned. He understood Koichi Chisa's meaning. This world had ninja temples like the Fire Temple, and also some Buddhist scriptures. There was a Buddhist scripture called the Platform Sutra, which recorded how the 5th Patriarch, the eminent monk Hung Gren, used taps on the head to tell the 6th Patriarch what time to come see him in the middle of the night. This story was later written into Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong, visiting Patriarch Bodhi, also used head taps as a hint. Chisa tapped his mask twice. Was she telling him to come see her at 2 a.m.? The full moon was like a silver plate, tonight was the night of the full moon. At 2 a.m., Koichi Chisa stood by her desk. With the power cut, there were no lights, and she hadn't lit any candles either. Opening the window, she looked at the bright moon in the sky. The room was empty, she had sent her maid away early. Footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. Is it you? Only you know what me pushing my glasses means. You like me wearing glasses all the time, don't you? The person behind her did not answer. My 6th sense tells me it must be you. YK thought to himself, what a troublesome entanglement. Should he deepen his connection with Chisa? Judging from Utada Hatada, the relationship between the Anbu and the nobility was deep. If YK wanted to reach the upper echelons, gaining the support of the nobility was essential. He was determined to become part of Konoha's dark side. He had to be like Danzo, using special means to obtain financial support. Good, that's a decent reason. YK placed a drawing beside Koichi Chisa. This drawing was a revision for a specific part of the dam. There had been a minor issue with the previous one. Koichi Chisa grabbed the drawing and looked at it, her chin trembling with excitement. It really was him. This was a new drawing he had made. But he was a Konoha Anbu, and she couldn't turn around to look. Hearing footsteps, Chisa quickly called out. Wait! Don't go! Stay with me a little longer, please. She carefully moved backward, slowly leaning against Fox. This sense of security, only Kage could give it to her. Whether he was Kage or Fox, he was someone she acknowledged and even admired. An ambiguous, heated atmosphere fermented between them. A few minutes later, pert buttocks, pale as white peaches, were fully exposed before the desk. Their breathing grew increasingly rapid. During the half-hour of rippling spring scenery, Koichi Chisa never looked back, respecting Fox's Anbu identity. When the person behind her disappeared, Koichi Chisa collapsed limply into the chair. How annoying! Couldn't the Anbu clean up a bit? The chair is all wet. Lying softly on the desk, Koichi Chisa thought, the hydroelectric plant is his most precious gift to me. I can't ask for more. Every night at 2 a.m., Koichi Chisa would wait by the window, waiting for Fox. She would not turn around, forever facing away from her lover. Every night at 3 a.m., her lover would leave, leaving behind a damp chair. Until one morning, Fox bid farewell to Chisa while she was eating breakfast. Miss Chisa, the Land of Earth has sent back the state document, pledging not to destroy the hydroelectric plant. Our squadron's guard mission is over. Goodbye. Koichi Chisa nodded mechanically, but felt a large part of her heart was missing. When she looked up again, the Fox Anbu had already disappeared. The Fox squadron left the capital, hurrying southwest to catch up with the Konoha frontline camp. In the month they were away, the frontline camp had advanced and had reached the border of the Land of Rivers. During a rest break on the road, Purple Cat came to YK's side. Finally, we've left that annoying Dami's sister behind. Ah? Why do you dislike her? She was all right. Purple Cat shot YK a glare and quickly got up and left. YK thought to himself, my infiltration skills. Purple Cat shouldn't have noticed, right? The frontline camp was set up at the border of the Land of Rivers. The ground beneath their feet was hard Gobi Desert. There were no rivers here, it was extremely dry, with little vegetation. Entering the camp, YK noticed the number of ninja in the camp had decreased somewhat. Konoha had paid a price for pushing the front lines forward. It was also possible that Tsunagakur had intentionally retreated, luring Konoha into their desert stronghold. YK found the Anbu tents. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, seeing Fox enter, immediately rummaged through a pile of scrolls and found a mission scroll. Fox, you're finally back. Yellow Dog said. The Land of Earth's Dami has conceded, will no longer target the hydroelectric plant, and you should quickly take on other Anbu missions. There's a mission here, quite tricky, for you to lead and complete. YK glanced at the scroll's contents. Tricky? This is somewhat unethical. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. In the rear of the Land of Wind's battle lines, there are several oases. The lake water in these oases is a water source for sand ninja supplies. Ordinary ninja have too strong a moral sense, it's inconvenient for them to poison the water. The things they won't do, we will. In these critical times, Fox, you lead the team to poison and destroy the sand ninja's water sources. YK asked, critical times. Yellow Dog explained. After the death of the third Mizukage, Kirigakure is governed by Elder Genji. The position of Mizukage cannot remain vacant forever. Kirigakure is riddled with internal factions, the the Hazuki clan, the second largest ice release clan, the Kage clan, the Unknown clan, elite Jainin among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 6 tails Jinkraki, etc. Their conflicts are sharp, and the internal strife is severe. Genji declared war on Konoha to divert the intense internal conflicts. Konoha is forced to fight on 3 fronts. The command has decided to end the war by any means necessary, to prevent the Land of Rivers War from turning into a protracted conflict. When internal pressure is too great, war often becomes the only final option. Kirigakure's declaration of war came at a perfectly opportune time. The Land of Fire occupied the best, most fertile central land in the ninja world, naturally placing it in a position vulnerable to war on all sides. If Konoha opened war on 3 fronts, even Konoha's resources might not withstand it. Probably, like in the first Great Ninja War, during the final stages, Konoha would have no choice but to send the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. Yellow Dog continued. Genji also stated that performance in the war will determine the succession of the 4th Mizukage position. The Mist Ninja have already landed in the Land of Whirlpools. After the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, the Land of Whirlpools became a vassal of the Land of Fire and is also an important source of missions for us, Konoha. Therefore, the higher UPS believe the Land of Rivers War should be ended as soon as possible. YK took the scroll, sighing inwardly. Poisoning Oasis Lake water, this is a top-tier crime in the Land of Wind. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Wind Release, Glider. Every oasis in the desert was precious. YK led Canoe Squad into the desert. Canoe Squad had lost 1 member in the Land of Rivers and now only had 3 people left. Each of them carried a large gourd on their back, filled with poison capable of destroying a small oasis. Carrying a large gourd was a relatively common sight in the Land of Wind, as long journeys required fresh water. Keeping a wide berth from the direction of the main battlefield, the group trekked over 20 kilometers through the desert. Squad leader. There are corpses over there. A pair of feet belonging to a corpse appeared behind a sand dune. YK and the others went around to investigate. One corpse after another was revealed. There were actually over 20 desiccated bodies behind the dune. The 20+ mummified corpses seemed to be from about 3 families, old and young alike. The elderly were around 60 or 70 years old, with graying beards. The young were still children, shriveled and wrinkled after being dried out by the sun, as unsightly as they were at birth. Canoe bent down to examine the bodies and reported to YK, squad leader, these people are civilians from the Land of Wind. For some reason, they were migrating with their families but didn't bring enough water and died of thirst in the desert. The dry, hot wind swept up sand, stinging slightly as it hit their faces. It struck the desiccated corpses, making a rustling sound. Hamo found a map on one of the old, dried-up male corpses. The map marked an oasis, labeled home. Let's go, first check out this oasis on the map, YK said. Just as he turned his head, a piece of cloth swept past. YK stopped and walked towards that piece of cloth. The others looked at the squadron leader. It was originally a piece of leather covering a female corpse, and it looked extremely tough. The leather flapped in the strong, dry wind, making slapping sounds. YK touched the leather and found it particularly windproof. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he said to Canoe, Canoe, collect this kind of leather. I want to make something for our escape. Canoe picked up the leather, not understanding how it could help them escape. YK believed the key to this mission wasn't poisoning itself. Poisoning wasn't difficult, risking their lives would always present an opportunity to throw the poison gourd into an oasis. The hard part was how to escape. This was the Sand Ninjas' home ground, they couldn't outrun Sand Ninjas in the desert. After collecting some leather, YK, drawing on memories from his previous life, sewed the leather into the shape of a glider and tested it himself. The wind was very strong, making takeoff easy. He then trained the members of Canoe's squad on how to control the glider. The ninja's physical coordination was excellent. After simple training, Canoe's squad quickly mastered controlling the glider. The ability to fly was a rare skill in the ninja world. If they could fly, the sand ninjas wouldn't be able to catch them. The squad continued onward, searching for the oasis on the map. A few days later, YK was buried in the sand, using a monocular telescopic periscope to observe the crescent moon lake in the distance. A crescent-shaped lake shimmered under the moonlight. It was a very beautiful small lake. In the night, the small lake sparkled like a jewel, originally the fresh water source upon which a dozen or so households depended for survival. But now, the area around the crescent moon lake was filled with sand ninjas. An estimated 50 sand ninjas, many of whom were wounded. It seemed a large number of casualties had been withdrawn from a recent battle at the front lines. The fresh water from this small lake wasn't sufficient, so the sand ninjas had driven out the villagers from the small oasis. Those villagers had fled in panic, without enough fresh water. Perhaps the sand ninjas had given them just enough water to reach the next oasis, but the villagers encountered a sandstorm and were baked into desiccated corpses. YK had been transmigrated for quite some time now. Based on his general feeling, killing all ninjas might wrong some innocent people. But if you picked 2 out of 3 to kill, there would definitely be no unjust or false convictions. The sand ninjas had twice the manpower of Konoha, yet they were fighting so difficultly that they were now driving farmers from their oases. After scouting the information, YK retreated to prepare for the night's operation. In the latter half of the night, YK walked in front, followed by Hamo carrying the gourd. The two disguised themselves as thirsty desert travelers, staggering unsteadily towards the crescent moon lake. The sand ninja on duty quickly spotted them. One sand ninja shouted from a distance, "Don't come any closer. This oasis has been requisitioned by Tsunagakuer." The sand ninja's shout had no effect. He only saw 2 men on the verge of death from thirst desperately running towards the crescent moon lake. As they ran, they even flailed their arms and legs, their eyes fixed only on the water, paying no heed to any warnings. The sand ninja cursed his luck under his breath for encountering 2 people about to die of thirst. He could see their lips were chapped and peeling, but that still didn't mean they could drink the sand ninja's water. The sand ninja drew a kunai and threw it at the ground near the 2 men's feet. The kunai still didn't stop them. The 2 were now only 100 meters away from the crescent moon lake. The sand ninja pulled another kunai from his tool pouch, preparing to kill the 2. These 2 fools must not disturb the battalion commander inside the oasis. He advanced to approach them. When he was about 10 meters away, a kunai suddenly flew, striking the sand ninja in the throat. So fast! How could someone about to die of thirst possess such strength? Before collapsing face forward, the sand ninja saw with horror that the 2 men before him were clearly Anbu. Above their masks was the symbol of Kirigakure's 4 water waves. For poisoning missions, it was slightly shameful, so they should at least put on a bit of an act, not be so brutally direct. Many sand ninjas rushed out from the surrounding tents. YK quickly shouted, "Action!" YK formed a hand seal, first creating a shadow clone. He and his shadow clone simultaneously formed hand seals, using 2 water formation walls. The 2 water formation walls rose like high walls, sandwiching YK and Hamo between them and blocking the sand ninjas' counterattacks. The 2 water formation walls headed straight for the crescent moon lake, constructing a channel in front of Hamo. Hamo grabbed the gourd and threw it forward with all his might. After throwing it, he also formed hand seals and used a ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. A strong wind violently pushed the gourd, rapidly propelling it towards the crescent moon lake. By the time the water formation walls fell, the sand ninjas discovered a gourd had landed beside the crescent moon lake. The gourd cracked open, and black poison flowed out. The sand ninjas shouted, "Not good! Someone is poisoning the oasis!" YK and Hamo turned and fled. YK continuously used water formation walls to cover their retreat. The sand ninjas' kunao, explosive tags, puppets, and other attacks were all blocked by YK's water formation walls. This water style is at least at Jainin level. They are elites from Kirigakure. Hamo craned his neck, constantly scanning the sky. "They're here." 2 black dots descended rapidly, flying towards Hamo and the squadron leader. Squad leader. After releasing one last water formation wall, YK turned and ran towards the top of a sand dune, leaping into the air. Canoe, controlling the glider, clamped her legs around YK's leg. YK hung upside down in the air, releasing water formation walls from mid-air. The sand ninjas' various attacks were still blocked by the water formation walls. Canoe felt relieved. The squadron leader's ninjutsu was powerful, his defense impenetrable. On the ground, the Sand Ninja Battalion commander roared, "Don't use wind release! You fools!" YK had chosen the time to attack precisely to take advantage of the strong desert winds. The Sand Ninja's wind release techniques blew against the gliders, causing them to gain altitude even faster. The Sand Ninjas chased from below, while 2 gliders flew in the sky above. YK and Hamo occasionally used wind release, great breakthrough to accelerate their glide. The Sand Ninjas were powerless to stop them. They chased for a long time, at least 2 hours, until finally, the Sand Ninjas could chase no more, watching helplessly as the gliders disappeared into the darkness of the night. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Dive. After landing, Canoe said excitedly. "Squadron leader. The glider you made is so useful. With the ability to fly in the desert winds, the Sand Ninjas simply can't hit us or catch up." YK enjoyed the admiration and praise. Some knowledge from his previous life had helped him in this strange form. YK said, "Canoe, you and Tano practice controlling the glider well. It's the life-saving tool for this mission." The next day, YK returned to Crescent Moon Lake to check the effect of the poisoning. The specially formulated toxin from the Anbu had contaminated the entire small lake. The Sand Ninja Battalion had withdrawn from the small lake. It was just a pity for this small, beautiful oasis, ruined just like that. The water surface had turned purple, floating with the corpses of insects and small fish. It was unknown how long it would take for groundwater to dilute the toxins, allowing life to return here. Following the map, they found the second oasis. YK used the same tactic, throwing the poison gourd into the oasis's water source and successfully escaping using the glider. At the third oasis, things were no longer smooth sailing. The oasis was larger, surrounded by a large number of sand ninjas. A rough glance showed at least 3 sand ninja battalions guarding this place. During the day, many transport squads entered the oasis, loaded up with fresh water, and sent it to the front lines. After observing for several days, YK discovered this oasis was a rest and rotation point for the sand ninjas. Battalions withdrawn from the front lines rested here, replenished personnel, trained, and then returned to the front. There were always between 3 to 4 sand ninja battalions in the oasis. YK observed for several days but found no opportunity to strike. In the darkness of night, YK lay prone far from the oasis, buried in the sand. It was very troublesome. 3 sand ninja battalions were not something he could assault head-on. Unable to devise a plan, YK turned over and lay on his back on the sand. The sand covering him slid away. In the night sky, moonlight shone on the floating clouds, turning them grey-white. Those clouds, so high, so leisurely, unlike YK, who was being worn down by the mission. A thought suddenly struck YK. He'd risk it. He summoned Canoe's squad and said, "Let's go, we will complete the mission tonight." Canoe's squad didn't know what tactic the squadron leader had, but they followed him. They moved far away from the oasis. YK said, "Hamo, you are a wind-style user. You fly the glider and take me up." Kano couldn't help but ask, "Squadron leader, what about me and Tano? You two will provide support. If things go smoothly, Hamo and I are enough to complete the mission." The glider took off, flying high into the sky. "Hamo, fly as high as you can. We'll take turns using wind release, great breakthrough to provide thrust for the glider." With the help of wind release, the glider flew higher and higher until it was level with the clouds. From over 1,000 meters high, people on the ground saw the glider like a large bird. He remembered a piece of news from his previous life where someone used a glider to reach over 8,000 meters, was spotted by an airplane, and the pilot thought he was hallucinating. The glider adjusted its direction, arriving above the target oasis. YK, with his back to Hamo, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they held the Sharingan. Don't underestimate a single Tomo Sharingan. He used Shadow Clone again, having the clone hold the poison gourd. This Shadow Clone, like YK, also had the Sharingan active. Gripping the Shadow Clone's shoulder firmly, YK threw the clone downward. "Go! Shadow Clone!" The Shadow Clone, holding the poison gourd, plummeted straight down. While in mid-air, the Shadow Clone continuously used weak wind release to adjust its direction. In the oasis, a sand ninja was leaning against a post, slacking off. He gazed at the moon, complaining inwardly, wondering when the war would end and when he could return to his village. The Konoha ninjas were too terrifying. Fire release countered wind release. In the face of powerful fireballs, the air currents churned and heated, making wind release completely unable to maintain its power. As he stared at the moon, lost in thought, he saw a black dot appear in the night sky. The black dot was falling rapidly. At first, he thought it was a peregrine falcon diving with its wings tucked in. How interesting that this falcon seemed to be heading straight for him. A dozen seconds later, he jumped up from the post with a start, shouting sharply, "Enemy attack!" His cry spread through the night. Several duty squads rushed out of the oasis, guarding the perimeter. The squad leaders thought they were reacting quickly, but after rushing outside the oasis, they couldn't see anyone. Up there! The squad leader then realized he had instinctively looked around nearby upon hearing enemy attack, never expecting the enemy to come from above. The 3 battalion commanders emerged from their tents, looking up to see the black shadow rapidly falling from mid-air. "Stop him!" Ninjutsu, kunao, shuriken, puppets all flew into the air. The Shadow Clone, relying on its twice-enhanced reaction speed and the observational power of the Sharingan, constantly twisted and turned in the air, dodging all attacks. The 3 Sand Ninja Battalion commanders below used a combined ninjutsu. 3 tornadoes moved across the oasis lake, anything above would be swept away by them. YK's Shadow Clone opened the lid of the poison gourd, then turned it around and poked a hole in its bottom. He pressed his mouth to the hole in the gourd. Water release, water cutting wave. A high-speed water cutting wave jet, carrying the poison from the gourd, formed a high-speed toxic stream that shot straight towards the oasis. The toxic jet pierced through the turbulent air between the tornadoes. The 3 Sand Ninja Battalion commanders watched helplessly as the poison stream hit the lake. That purple water line, under the moonlight, looked like a deadly dark laser. "Kill him! We must kill him!" The Shadow Clone continued its descent, only being dispersed by the tornadoes once it reached their attack range. High in the sky, YK received the memories returned by the Shadow Clone. For dangerous missions, Shadow Clones were indeed useful. Success! Retreat! Don't lose altitude! Keep flying! The sand ninjas on the ground searched desperately. Hamo found a few cloud layers and successfully used them to block their view, disappearing. YK looked at the glider's canopy, primarily composed of an upper and lower surface with different curvatures, providing lift during flight through differences in airspeed. The glider he had developed through experimentation worked quite well. In the early morning of the next day, YK and Hamo finally landed. They had become separated from Canoe and Tenno. YK said, "The oasis we destroyed last night was extremely important. Heading towards the land of rivers now would likely mean encountering furious search parties. We'll lie low for a few days and wait for Canoe and Tenno." Hamo asked, "Squadron leader, where should we hide?" "The most dangerous place is the safest," YK said. "Let's go to the first destroyed oasis, Crescent Moon Lake. The sand ninjas would never expect us to be near that useless little lake. Leave signals along the way. Perhaps Canoe will see them and catch up to us." Returning to the vicinity of Crescent Moon Lake, YK found that there were actually people by the lake. Looking closer, he relaxed. They weren't sand ninjas, but a few civilians, a young girl leading 3 children. That girl had gradient hair, blue at the roots, fading to yellow at the tips. The next moment made YK tense up. The girl and the 3 children were actually heading towards Crescent Moon Lake with jars and basins. Couldn't they see the water was purple? YK had Hamo stay outside the oasis to scout, while he put on desert traveler's clothing and hurried towards the lake. "Wait! You can't drink that water." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Finest Back in the Shinobi World. That water is undrinkable. The group merely glanced at YK before continuing towards Crescent Moon Lake. YK quickened his pace and stopped them. The leading girl had strange hair color, blue on the top half and yellow at the tips. In the scorching desert, she wore very little, yet her exposed shoulders, arms, and waist weren't suntanned at all, they were very fair. This girl had a special constitution. "This water is undrinkable, it's clearly highly poisonous. If you need water, leave this place and find another oasis." The girl looked at YK's chapped lips and said, "Thank you for the warning, but don't worry, I have a way. I can get water to drink." YK was taken aback. He looked back at the purple Crescent Moon Lake, then at the girl. "If you can get water to drink, wasn't my poisoning effort in vain?" YK became interested and followed them, wanting to see what the girl would do. The girl knelt by the small lake, her hands hovering over the water's surface. Before long, the purple water surface began to steam and then churn. YK was puzzled. Why could this girl heat the water? And this heating method didn't seem like fire release, it was more like some kind of evaporation ability. A child placed a basin over the girl's hands, also covering the steam. Soon, a thin layer of condensed steam droplets formed in the basin. The child took the basin down, collected the condensed steam droplets, and poured them into another basin. The girl and the 3 children labored arduously to evaporate the water vapor. YK went over and asked, "What's your name?" "Pakura." "Pakura? Scorch release Pakura?" Looking at Pakura's hair color, YK was sure this girl would later become Tsunagakure's elite Jainin, Scorch release Pakura. He just didn't know why Pakura hadn't entered Tsunagakure yet and was currently a civilian of the Land of Wind. Tsunagakure didn't seem to have a tradition of the Scorch release Kekii Genkai, perhaps they only acquired this bloodline by chance. It took half an hour for them to produce a small basin of water. Pakura, unsure if the water was drinkable, performed a second evaporation on the half basin of water. After the second evaporation, there was even less water, just a shallow layer at the bottom of the basin. Pakura said, "I'll test it. If the water is drinkable, we won't die of thirst. YK reached out and stopped Pakara, saying, let me test it instead. I'm healthy. He had the Senju clan constitution, even if he ingested a little poison, he could recover from it. Pakara and the children looked frail, and a bit of toxin might kill them on the spot. YK, at 17 years old, already had the height of an adult. As Pakara tried to stop him, YK had already snatched the basin and taken a small sip. Pakara opened her peach-like eyes wide, staring at YK. YK licked his lips, his expression changing dramatically. Pakara was startled. Are you okay? Is there still poison in the water? I'm sorry, I. No. YK raised his hand, saying, there's no poison in the water, but... Pakara relaxed upon hearing there was no poison, but seeing YK's conflicted expression, she felt something was wrong. This basin, it wasn't found under a bed, was it? A child nodded repeatedly, pointing to a tent and saying, it was found under a bed in that tent. YK was at a loss for words. Basins for drinking water definitely shouldn't be under beds. Change the basin, you must change the basin. These hopeless people. This taste. Lucky they didn't find a basin in the latrine, or it would have been even worse. Pakara jumped up excitedly, saying, I really can purify the poisoned water. Thank goodness, we won't die of thirst. Find some clean basins, let's continue collecting water. Seeing them struggle so inefficiently, YK couldn't stand it. It was too slow. 2 rounds of evaporation and distillation, and they couldn't even produce a full basin of water by noon. He found a piece of waterproof cloth, similar to plastic, and used a long pole to set up an inverted cone shape over the water surface, signaling Pakara to use her ability directly beneath the inverted cone. Water vapor rose, and droplets condensed on the underside of the inverted waterproof cloth. As the droplets grew larger, they flowed down the slope to the tip of the cone. Placing a basin under the tip, the basin quickly filled with water. YK had the children bring large jars and set up conical waterproof cloths on them too. Once a large jar was full, Pakara would perform a second distillation on the water inside. With YK's involvement, their water collection speed increased significantly. The youngest child stared eagerly at the water, occasionally glancing at Pakara. Pakara smiled and said, drink. We'll have water to drink from now on. After the children drank, YK also filled 2 canteens. He was almost dying of thirst himself. 1 canteen was for him, the other YK planned to bring to Hamo, who was hiding and scouting on the periphery that night. Hamo was responsible for guarding from the shadows as a backup. After nightfall, YK found an empty tent to rest in. In the latter half of the night, he used earth release to sneak out of the tent and went outside the oasis. Hamo was lying buried in the sand, watching the distance with a telescope. Hamo, have some water. Hamo, who had been unbearably thirsty for a long time, drank half the canteen in large gulps upon hearing there was water. Water created by water release is undrinkable. The nature transformation of the water attribute chakra produces water, but when the chakra dissipates, the water also disappears. This is why large bodies of water created by water release recede quickly. Even if drunk, it only fools oneself, it doesn't become moisture for the body, only turns into unabsorbable chakra, and is harmful if consumed in excess. YK handed him another canteen, saying, tomorrow night, I'll bring you 2 more canteens. Hearing there was another one, Hamo tilted his head back and finished the first canteen. Leader, where did you get the water? Those people in the oasis actually have a method to evaporate and collect water. I got it from them. What? Then our mission failed? Should we kill them? YK said, it's fine. That evaporation ability is extremely rare. It's sufficient to supply a few people, but far from enough to supply a large sand ninja force. YK returned to the oasis and rested in his tent. In the latter half of the night, he suddenly opened his eyes, hearing gusts of wild, howling wind. A massive sandstorm was coming to the desert. YK rushed out of the tent, looking up at the sandstorm. Sand flew like a moving wall, blotting out the moonlight. Sensing carefully, there was no chakra in this sandstorm, it was naturally formed. At that moment, a scream came from the direction of Crescent Moon Lake. YK looked over and saw a tent by the lake being blown away, revealing Pakara, who was bathing inside. Pakara was actually bathing in the middle of the night. Now, with the tent gone, she sat naked on the ground. Her fair, slender back seemed to brighten the night. The finest back in the shinobi world, radiant and dazzling. YK used body flicker to reach her, grabbing a piece of cloth mid-air to wrap around the dripping wet Pakara. Pakara looked up and saw it was Kage, the wandering ninja from the land of wind, who had helped them fetch water during the day. Don't look! Don't look up! YK picked up Pakara, who had curled into a ball, and left the lake, heading back to his own tent. Just then, the tent of the three children swayed precariously, about to be torn away by the sandstorm. Pakara struggled in YK's arms, shouting, "Oh no, put me down, I need to save them." She couldn't even care about her shyness anymore, her upper body wriggling out of YK's embrace. "Don't act recklessly, let me handle it." YK held Pakara's waist with one arm and formed hand seals with the other. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. Several earth spears emerged, securing the children's tent. YK then carried Pakara into his own tent, also reinforcing it with earth spears. After securing the tent, YK turned to look and saw Pakara sitting on the ground with her back to him. Her beautiful back was completely exposed to his view. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Scorch Release. YK looked around, found a clean blanket, and covered Pakara with it. Pakara, her face flushed, stole a glance at YK. YK, who had seen his share of alluring sights, said, "Who told you to insist on bathing tonight? You didn't even check the weather beforehand." Wrapped in the blanket, Pakara buried her blushing face between her knees. "I've crossed almost half the land of wind, this is the first unoccupied oasis I've found. I couldn't resist taking a bath when I finally found one." She looked up again and asked, "Is your earth release sturdy? The three children won't be blown away, will they?" YK patted the nearby earth spear. "Absolutely sturdy." With that, YK walked over and picked Pakara up. You, what are you doing? Sitting on the sandy ground isn't good. I'm putting you on the bed." Pakara worried all night, barely sleeping, somewhat afraid the young man in the tent would get handsy. The next day, Pakara had a headache from exhaustion and looked at Kage with dark circles under her eyes. Kage was sound asleep. She quickly found some ill-fitting clothes in the tent and left. While using her special ability to fetch water all morning, Pakara occasionally cast resentful glances towards Kage's tent. The fact that he had really done nothing also left her feeling a little disappointed. It was nearly noon when YK finally emerged from the tent, yawning. With the mission complete, he could finally relax a bit. He went to the Crescent Moon Lake and watched Pakara distill drinking water. Pakara looked up at Kage, quickly lowered her head, her face flushing crimson. After fetching the water, Pakara mustered her courage and approached the drinking Kage. "Mr. Kage, can you teach me ninjutsu? The kind you used last night during the massive sandstorm, the life-saving one." YK coughed repeatedly and said, "I can, but tonight I'd like to take a bath too." "Deal." For several days in a row, YK enjoyed Pakara's distilled water in the oasis, both for drinking and bathing. The poor Hamo got nothing except 2 canteens of water per day. The relationship between YK and Pakara warmed rapidly. YK first taught Pakara to refine chakra consciously, rather than relying on instinct to use her evaporation ability, and Pakara prepared bath water for YK. One day, another massive sandstorm hit. YK was woken by the sandstorm around midnight. He went out, intending to reinforce Pakara's and the children's tents, and once again saw Pakara bathing by the lake in the middle of the night, her tent blown away by the gale. YK was already an old hand at this. He went over, picked up the naked and blushing Pakara, used earth release to secure the children's tent on the way, and carried Pakara back to his own tent. Back in the tent, YK saw Pakara was wet and covered in sand grains, so he reached out to brush her shoulders, flicking away a lot of sand. Pakara's face turned redder. You can't touch there, not there either, and definitely not there. Half an hour later, Pakara lay panting on the bed. The sand on her back and buttocks had been thoroughly cleaned off through repeated efforts during that half hour. YK finally had a free hand to clean the sand from other parts of Pakara's body. Gently stroking Pakara's beautiful back, YK asked, "Pakara, how did you end up here? It's so close to the battlefront." Pakara adjusted her position, arching her back into an even more alluring curve, and said, "I'm originally from the north of the Land of Wind. A passing sand ninja said I had special ninjutsu talent and wanted to take me away, to enter Tsunagakuer. I didn't want to be a ninja, so when that sand ninja was conscripted by Tsunagakuer, I didn't follow the path he planned to the village. Someone kept looking for me, so I chose a route they wouldn't expect and came to the eastern part of the Land of Wind, behind the front lines. On the way, I met 3 children who were almost dead from thirst, so I brought them along to survive." Pakara turned her shoulders, keeping most of her back facing him, raised a hand to hook around YK's neck, and asked, "Kage, how many more days do I need to practice chakra extraction? When can I learn your earth release pillar technique?" YK smiled and said, "Of course you can, but I have a condition." "What condition?" In the sky-blotting sandstorm, Hamo struggled to look towards the oasis. He wondered how the leader was enduring such terrible conditions. The frightening sandstorm didn't end until noon the next day. Pakara, wearing ill-fitting clothes, emerged from the tent and went straight to check on the 3 children. Their tent was secured by earth release, and the children were fine. After distilling water, Pakara came to find YK, looking at him eagerly, wanting to learn ninjutsu. YK said, "Pakara, although I'm a rogue ninja, I know about the training of village ninja. Most ninjas can't effectively use the ninjutsu they learn in combat before they reach Chunin level. Taijutsu and ninja tools are more efficient. I'm not refusing to teach you ninjutsu. Your biggest task now is to build a solid foundation, learn chakra extraction and circulation, and practice taijutsu. Combining physical energy and mental energy produces chakra." YK had already taught Pakara how to perceive physical energy, how to perceive mental energy, and how to mix the two within her body to create chakra. Next, YK taught Pakara to concentrate chakra in different parts of her body to produce different effects. Concentrating chakra in her feet and calves could increase her movement speed. Concentrating it in her arms and fists could increase punching power. Pakara progressed quickly, excitedly experiencing the changes brought by chakra. That night, Pakara didn't return to the children's tent but entered YK's tent instead. "I've gotten stronger. Tonight, I'll definitely last longer." From 30 minutes to 35 minutes, Pakara did indeed last longer. However, she was still the first to tremble and succumb. The next day, YK placed the intermediate water from the first distillation into a large basin and taught Pakara the water walking exercise. In the afternoon, they went to a tree by the lake that had been killed by the poison, and YK taught Pakara to climb it using her feet. That night, Pakara's fragrant sweat covered YK's legs. She lasted 3 minutes longer. "Don't be discouraged. 3 minutes is a long time. Hearing the teasing, Pakara blushed and her waist went limp again. After 5 days of such high-intensity training, Pakara could skillfully manipulate chakra. Standing by the crescent moon lake, Pakara listened to YK's explanations, memorizing which hand seals corresponded to which chakra pathways. She slowly formed hand seals, exploring the way chakras should flow. A scorching fireball appeared above Pakara's palm. The fireball was the size of a fist, emitting a blazing light. YK nodded repeatedly. Even YK didn't know Pakara's chakra affinity, but learning earth release held no future for her. For Pakara, developing her Kekkei Genkai ability was most crucial. This. Mr. Kage, is this the unique ability you mentioned? Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, White Fang, Your Power is Mine. The Scorch Release Fireball emitted high temperatures and heat waves, distorting the light around it. Scorch Release is a Kekkei Genkai born from the combination of wind and fire nature chakra. Not teaching Pakara Earth Release was the right choice, her chakra natures were wind and fire. Pakara stared excitedly at the fireball, discovering she could freely control it. So, she made the Scorch Release Fireball slowly descend onto the water's surface. Large amounts of water vapor were evaporated and then caught by the conical waterproof cloth. Great! My efficiency at evaporating water is much faster now. YK suddenly asked, Pakara, would you be interested in settling in the land of rain with me? Maybe Pakara could stay with Uzumaki Yuka for now. Pakara's eyes showed a flicker of panic, then she looked at the 3 young girls clumsily preparing dinner on the shore and finally said, No, Mr. Kage. I am from the land of wind. I want to use my ability to help them live better lives. YK felt mixed emotions. First was surprise, he hadn't expected Pakara to harbor such a grand aspiration. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Pakara from the original story had even given her life for Tsunagakure in the end. Second was a slight disappointment that Pakara had refused so quickly. She said she was unwilling to go to Tsunagakure because she was uncomfortable with the drastic change in her life. Perhaps she came near the front lines not to hide, but out of curiosity, to see what ninjas were really like. Deep down, Pakara had already accepted her identity as a ninja. Finally came understanding. Everyone has their own path, he couldn't force his will upon Pakara. Pakara's demise happened at the end of the Third Great Ninja War, which was several years away. The 2 of them studied the Scorch Release Fireball together. YK taught her different hand seals representing different control methods. Guided by the hand seals, the chakra flow sped up, and the fireball's flight speed also increased. Suddenly, a signal flare appeared outside the oasis. YK looked at the flare and recognized it as Hamo's signal. He walked over to Pakara and held her tightly. A bad feeling rose in Pakara's heart. Mr. Kage, what's wrong? On the opposite side of Crescent Moon Lake, 2 people appeared using body flicker, followed by a squadron of sand ninjas dropping down. Pakara recognized the person on the right. He was the Jainin from her hometown who had discovered her and said he would take her to Tsunagakure. YK looked at the person on the left. The future 4th Kage, Raza. YK whispered in Pakara's ear, be careful of Raza. That man will harm you in the future. Raza, seeing a strange man near the land of wind's precious Kekkei Genkai wielder, raised his hand. A wave of gold dust surged from the ground, rushing fiercely towards YK. YK used body flicker to retreat, but the gold dust wave pursued relentlessly. Water release, water cutting wave. After forming seals, a jet of water shot out, slicing through the incoming gold dust wave and heading straight for Raza. A thick wall of gold dust instantly rose before Raza. The water-cutting wave was actually blocked by the thick gold dust wall. The gold dust wall was extremely heavy, the water jet of the water-cutting wave lost its momentum against the gold dust, unable to penetrate further. YK thought, worthy of being the disciple of the third Kage, who is known as the strongest Kage, and the future fourth Kage. His strongest offensive method was ineffective. Raza's gold dust's primary attack methods were capture and crushing, which were the abilities YK feared most at the moment. If they killed him, he could return to the previous full moon. But if the enemy didn't kill him and captured him instead, that would be troublesome. If they imprisoned him for several months, he would have no recourse. The system never said suicide would return him to the previous full moon night. YK decided not to risk it. As Raza pursued relentlessly, YK retreated step by step. After several consecutive water-cutting waves, Raza gauged the strength of YK's water release and made the ensuing gold dust waves increasingly solid. Seeing Kage being chased and attacked, Pakara rushed forward wanting to help him. However, the Sand Jainin stopped Pakara. "Miss Pakara, Lord Raza has come personally to retrieve you. Please return to Sunagakur with us. The village will assign you the best teachers to help you master your Kekii Genkai. That man is just a rogue ninja. Daring to make contact with Sunagakur's Kekii Genkai, he is highly likely to be a spy from another village. Look at his proficient water release. A rogue ninja from the Land of Wind could never master such powerful water release. This water release uses very little water, just a thin jet. Even in the dry climate of the Land of Wind, its power isn't reduced much. Move aside." Just as Pakara was about to use her scorch release fireball, the Sand Jainin grabbed her wrist. Seeing Pakara still struggling, the Sand Jainin had no choice but to raise a hand and chop the side of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Pakara, who had only been extracting chakra for less than a week, was no match for a Sand Jainin. Pakara was a Kekii Genkai ninja valued by Sunagakur. The village would not harm her, on the contrary, they would seriously train her. YK was chased all the way out of the oasis by the gold dust wave. Two black dots appeared in the sky. Kanu and Tano piloted gliders, picking up YK and Hamo from the ground. Raza tried to use his gold dust to pursue them, but the gold dust wave flying far into the distance became less dense and weaker, being sliced apart by the water-cutting wave. Raza did not pursue deeply, his mission was to bring the scorch release Kekii Genkai back to the village. YK looked back at Pakara on the ground, thinking, who says a wanderer can't feel heartache? Even a playboy has a heart. The shinobi world is vast, we'll meet again another day. By the time YK returned to the border of the Land of Rivers, it was close to the next full moon. During the previous full moon, he was in the capital of the Land of Rivers, guarding Koichi Chisa's back every night after 2 a.m. It was already the 12th, the full moon was in 3 days. Perhaps he could plan something, not just die passively, but actively obtain some abilities. Seeing the Konoha camp from afar, YK's eyes gleamed with a bit of excitement. Who should he target? Go for Tsunade to improve his physique, or go for Hitaki Sakumo to acquire his sword skills, or perhaps Nararo-kaku? Forget it, better not target Nararo-kaku. He decided to target whoever he encountered next, see who was unlucky. It was already midnight when he returned to camp. YK went to report his mission to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Before he could speak, he first heard Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's praise. "Fox, the Sand Ninja camp moved south, and we seized the opportunity to raid their headquarters, achieving a great victory." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said excitedly. The reason the Sand Ninja headquarters rashly moved during the stalemate was because their water supply became difficult. Frontline investigations confirmed that you excellently completed your mission. You destroyed their largest water source. Come with me. Commander Rokaku wants you to go to the command tent immediately upon your return. YK's heart leapt with joy. The last large lake he destroyed, the oasis guarded by 3 or 4 sand ninja battalions, was actually a crucial water source for the sand ninja headquarters. Following battalion commander Yellow Dog into the command tent, YK saw the 2 commanders, Commander-in-Chief Nararo Kaku and Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo. Tsunade was probably at the medical station and didn't participate much in the command structure. Glancing at Hitaki Sakumo, YK thought, "It's you." Hitaki Sakumo was awarding a ninja. Hayama, became a Chunin in year 34 of Konoha, has consecutively completed 2 A-rank missions. According to the Frontline Headquarters Ninjutsu Assessment System, you are rewarded with 1 ninjutsu. Here is the ninjutsu catalog, you can choose from it. Looking at the Chunin named Hayama, YK thought he seemed to have appeared in the original story, specializing in wind release. Hayama browsed the ninjutsu catalog and said, "Lord Sakumo, my chakra nature is wind. I wish to learn wind release, vacuum sword." Hitaki Sakumo nodded and said, "Good, that's an excellent ninjutsu. When developed to its peak, it might even evolve into a special nintaijutsu, a mature offensive and defensive system combining taijutsu and sword techniques. I'll have my assistant give you the wind release, vacuum sword ninjutsu scroll now." Hayama's eyes shone with excitement and admiration. The ninjutsu assessment system, strongly promoted by Hitaki Sakumo, was being trialed on the Land of Rivers battlefield. Many ninjas had obtained precious ninjutsu through this system. Many ninjas were grateful to Hitaki Sakumo. YK thought Hitaki Sakumo was on the right path. After Hayama turned around, gave another grateful look at Hitaki Sakumo, and left the tent, Yellow Dog said to Nararo Kaku, "Lord Rokaku, Fox is the ANBU squadron leader who carried out the poisoning mission. He completed the mission excellently, destroying 3 oasis water sources." YK felt somewhat uncomfortable. Wasn't this mission supposed to be a bit morally questionable, something ordinary Konoha ninjas were unwilling to do, which was why ANBU handled it? And he wanted to leave a good impression on Hitaki Sakumo. "Yellow Dog, you little, how could you sell me out like that? What about all those secrecy measures, like wearing Kirinin masks during the mission?" Noticing YK's confused turn of the head and other body language expressing bewilderment, Nararo Kaku said, "Fox, don't worry about your reputation. Don't worry about the headquarters knowing your mission details. You are ANBU. Everyone in this tent understands that doing whatever it takes for victory is the norm." YK thought, "I'm not afraid of your bad opinion of me, I'm worried about Hitaki Sakumo." Seeing Hitaki Sakumo show no particular reaction, YK felt he probably understood. Nararo Kaku continued, "Fox, because you destroyed the Sand Ninja headquarters water source, they were forced to relocate. We seized the opportunity, ambushed them mid-move, and while their formation was unstable, wiped out over 400 Sand Ninjas in one battle, dealing a heavy blow. Among those 400-plus Sand Ninjas were many medical ninjas. The Sand headquarters functions were impaired, gaining us an advantage for the subsequent war. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog will apply for an S-rank mission reward for you. The reward will be issued through the ANBU system and won't be recorded in the Frontline Headquarters mission logs. Now, report the mission process to me in detail." Finally, his second S-rank mission. YK's mission record was slowly filling out. He had been a Takubitsu Jainin for less than half a year, with 2 S-rank missions. This could be considered above average even among Takubitsu Jainin. The first was Kato Dan's death, for which ANBU internally gave an S-rank reward. The second was this poisoning mission. The mission process. While organizing his words, YK glanced at Hitaki Sakumo. He calculated internally that this month's revival lottery target would be Hitaki Sakumo. Konoha's White Fang, renowned far and wide, should yield something good, right? To make a move on Konoha's White Fang, he couldn't do it here. There were too many people here. If he ended up dying at the hands of some guard ninja, that would be utterly humiliating. He needed to find a way to create a one-on-one opportunity with Hitaki Sakumo. After a quick calculation, YK began detailing the mission. He briefly mentioned the poisoning and emphasized one thing. "Commander, Deputy Commander, the reason I succeeded in poisoning was because of a useful invention. I am willing to offer it to the village to help win the war." A useful invention. Both Narorokaku and Hitaki Sakumo looked at Fox, curious about what he would present. YK said, "I saw a tent blown sky high by the wind in the desert and had an inspiration. Why not make a tent that can fly, utilizing the strong winds of the land of wind to attack the enemy from the air? It's hard to explain clearly with words. I wonder if the two commanders and the battalion leader could accompany me to an open area to see. Please trust my judgment, this invention will definitely bring surprising results." Faced with the invitation from his capable subordinate, Yellow Dog nodded repeatedly. "Commander, Deputy Commander, Fox doesn't boast. His invention will surely give us an advantage." Both Narorokaku and Hitaki Sakumo were very interested and stood up, signaling YK to lead the way. After leaving the tent, YK waved for Canoe Squad to follow. The group left the camp and arrived at an open area outside. YK quickly glanced at Hitaki Sakumo and then said to Canoe and Tano, "Show the gentlemen our secret equipment." Canoe and Tano unfolded two gliders. Under the strong wind, the glider canopies rapidly deployed. The two constantly adjusted the angle of the canopies, clearly striving not to be blown away. YK explained, "Gentlemen, this is my invention, the glider. The top part is the wing, composed of an upper surface and a lower surface. The curves are different, providing lift through differing air speeds. Below the wing are several sets of ropes forming the glider's harness and control system. After training, the operator can control the flight direction using the control system." Narorokaku and Hitaki Sakumo stood beside Canoe and Tano, full of interest. Narorokaku praised continuously. In a very short time, he had already conceived several raid strategies based on this equipment. Flight capability was rare in the shinobi world. Using gliders, Konoha forces could bypass tight ground defenses and strike directly at the enemy's rear. Narorokaku asked, "Fox, how high can this glider fly?" YK said, "The ideal setup for a glider is to have two ninjas, one pilots the glider, the other attacks or defends from the air. If there's a wind release user, reaching altitudes over 1,000 meters is possible. As written in my mission report, during the last poisoning, I had the glider fly to 1,000 meters and completed the poisoning with a dive from high altitude." A dive. Narorokaku thought of another new tactic. He couldn't help but take another look at Fox. This ANBU member was very capable and clever, perhaps he could become the next ANBU battalion commander. YK asked, "Commanders, would you be interested in taking a flight tonight to experience the equipment's effects?" Narorokaku smiled and said, "I'll pass. The Nara secret techniques require using shadows on the ground. Sakumo, if you're interested, you can give it a try." Hitaki Sakumo said, "If I'm to lead a team to raid the enemy's rear, it should be me. In that case, I'll try it tonight to fully understand the new equipment's capabilities." YK's eyes lit up. Here it comes. He could have a one-on-one with Hitaki Sakumo in the air. "White Fang, your power is mine. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, White Fang Secret Technique. YK untied the harness ropes from Canoe and personally fastened them onto Hitaki Sakumo. "Lord Sakumo, this way, you won't fall." Hitaki Sakumo moved his shoulders, his arms and legs could move freely. Hitaki Sakumo and Kanu together flew up into the night sky. Even with the weight of 2 people, the glider took off so easily and smoothly. Nararokaku nodded repeatedly. This equipment was incredibly useful in the windy desert. YK and Tano took off next, following them. Once in the air, YK shouted to Kanu, "Kanu! Demonstrate left and right aerial maneuvers for Lord Sakumo." Kanu pulled the control ropes, using the wind currents to turn left, then right, constantly changing direction. Hitaki Sakumo looked at the distance to the ground. They were at least 200 meters high. Having such good maneuverability at this height meant average ninjas would be helpless against the glider. Flying was a very novel experience for a ninja. Hitaki Sakumo's white hair was blown by the night wind, and everything on the ground below looked very small. YK and Tano caught up again. "Kanu, show Lord Sakumo the glider's flight altitude." Hearing this, Kanu manipulated the glider to climb higher, saying to Hitaki Sakumo in front of him, "Lord Sakumo, if paired with a ninja who masters wind release, we can easily fly over 1,000 meters high. Look, Captain Fox masters wind release. He can use wind release to control his flight, so he's higher than us." Kanu gained altitude, reaching over 1,000 meters. Hitaki Sakumo suddenly realized that if reconnaissance ninjas were brought to high altitudes, the reconnaissance effect would be even better. No, you wouldn't even need a reconnaissance ninja. An ordinary ninja with binoculars could see very far from such a height. YK and Tano flew up high, over 1,000 meters, even higher than Kanu and Hitaki Sakumo. Looking down at Kanu's position, YK activated his Sharingan to enhance his insight and choose the moment to strike. Now! Just as Kanu passed beneath him, YK drew a kunai from his tool pouch and cut the ropes under his arm and around his waist. Tano was horrified. "Captain! What are you doing?" Ignoring Tano, YK's body plummeted downward rapidly. The glider blocked the view of Kanu and Hitaki Sakumo below. Kanu noticed nothing. However, Hitaki Sakumo looked up, staring at the glider above. "What's happening? Why is there a sound of something cutting through the air?" The glider was sliced open with a single cut. Fox's figure fell through the gap, his ninjato aimed straight at Hitaki Sakumo. Seeing it was the squadron leader, Kanu, greatly alarmed and thinking the Anbu was assassinating Hitaki Sakumo, let go of the control ropes without a second thought and grabbed Hitaki Sakumo's arms to prevent him from moving. YK thought this subordinate Kanu was reliable, unconditionally supporting him in an unexpected situation. However, YK saw a brilliant white light. Legend said Hitaki Sakumo's chakra was white. Even with Kanu's interference, Hitaki Sakumo still drew his chakra short sword. The chakra short sword flashed, its dazzling white blade arc both deadly and elegant. Kanu was cut in two. YK's ninjato was cut in two. YK's shoulder was slashed open. An intense numbness made YK understand that Hitaki Sakumo's white chakra was lightning release chakra. This chakra felt almost physical, thin and sharp. The blazing white blade glow, several meters long, instantly cleaved YK in two. So fast! Without even a chance to probe, YK died within the white light. But he had forced out Hitaki Sakumo's strongest ability, making it easier to draw something better during the lottery. High above, Tano roared, released his glider harness, and jumped down recklessly. "Squadron leader! I'm coming!" Detected host death. Mochizuki's arc system starting. His vision shifted, and YK found himself back at the previous full moon. It was 2 a.m. Before him was Koichi Chisa, bathed in the moonlight. YK couldn't help but compare Chisa's fair, beautiful back with Pakura's. Had to admit, Pakura was slightly superior, with more beautiful curves. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month, reviving on the night of the previous full moon after death. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1 Jainin level chakra reserve. 2 Taijutsu, White Fang sword technique. 3. Secret technique, chakra crystallization refinement. YK eliminated the first option. During the last system lottery, YK's chakra reserve was 2.3 times the Jainin level. As his physical talent gradually manifested, his chakra reserve had naturally grown to 2.6 times. His chakra reserve growth was satisfactory, no need to choose chakra quantity for now. The second option, Taijutsu, White Fang Sword Technique. This was Hitaki Sakumo's powerful sword technique, far superior to the Kumonin's cloud-style sword technique. With this sword technique, YK's Taijutsu would immediately rise by a large margin. If not for the third option, YK would have chosen the White Fang Sword Technique. The third option was actually a secret technique, chakra crystallization refinement. Crystallization meant condensing chakra, eventually even materializing it. Hitaki Sakumo was very mysterious, enemies who saw him died. The entire shinobi world knew Hitaki Sakumo was powerful, but enemy villages didn't know how powerful, only that encountering him on a mission meant certain death. When sparring with comrades, Hitaki Sakumo never used his full strength. So, Hitaki Sakumo mastered a secret technique. Torn between the Taijutsu and the secret technique, YK hesitated repeatedly, finally choosing the third option. A secret technique sounded very enticing. After obtaining this secret technique, YK was momentarily stunned. Koishi Chisa in front of him immediately sensed something. She turned her head slightly, puzzled, "What's wrong?" After his brief distraction, YK quickly adjusted his state, "It's nothing. I saw the documents on your desk, I didn't expect your handwriting to have such astonishing strength." Chisa glanced at her own writing. It was just neat, delicate characters. Then her ears turned red. Half an hour later, YK left Koishi Chisa's bedchamber and went to a deserted place outside the capital city. He hurriedly examined the White Fang's secret technique in detail. The chakra crystallization refinement's effect was extremely simple: through arduous training, condense large amounts of chakra into materialized crystals. YK recalled his death in the previous timeline. The White Fang's dazzling blade glow was actually lightning release chakra refined to an extreme. The White Fang's blade glow instantly sliced through Kanu, himself, his ninjato, his flesh and bones. Everything was like paper before it. The effect was similar to Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear from the original story. Chidori sharp spear uses lightning release chakra shape transformation to extend the Chidori into a sharp lightning spear to attack mid to long range enemies. The chakra crystallization secret technique, however, refines lightning release chakra into a thin, sharp blade glow several meters long. In terms of chakra shape transformation, the lightning release blade glow is far superior to Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear. YK did not have the lightning chakra nature. After learning this secret technique, he would refine chakra of other natures. His primary nature was earth. Refining earth nature chakra was fastest for him, and the quantity was greatest. He wondered what kind of enhancement crystallizing earth nature chakra would bring him. Support me with power stone. For every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Absolute Defense, Copper Light. Kakashi's self-created Chidori perfectly achieved both the nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra. Unexpectedly, the White Fang's secret technique was even more powerful, pushing chakra shape transformation to its extreme. Lightning release chakra materialized, transforming into a dazzling white blade glow. This was what people called the White Fang's white chakra. YK's innate chakra nature was earth. Extracting and circulating earth nature chakra was smoothest for him, so YK chose to crystallize earth nature chakra. He extracted chakra to his hand and condensed it according to the method described in the secret technique. Layer by layer, the earth nature chakra became increasingly solid, showing a tendency towards materialization. The chakra in his hand turned into a thin layer. This thin layer of chakra was condensed from over a dozen layers. Because the earth nature chakra was condensed into a solid entity, it took on a special color. Lightning release chakra, when condensed to the extreme, appeared white. Whereas earth nature chakra, after refinement, presented a metallic reddish bronze color. Earth release ninjutsu had the strongest defensive capability among the 5 basic nature transformations. Therefore, the defensive capability of the refined chakra was massively enhanced. The White Fang sword technique was extremely fast, and this secret technique allowed chakra condensation without hand seals. Chakra extraction doesn't require seals, it can be done inside the body. Chakra condensation is also completed instantly. The reddish bronze chakra appeared in YK's palm almost instantaneously. He created a shadow clone and had the clone throw a kunao at him. Clang! After a crisp sound, the bronze chakra on his palm easily blocked the kunao. The kunao was deflected, spinning rapidly in the air. If this crystallized bronze earth nature chakra covered his entire body, that meant YK now had a certain degree of absolute defense. He took off his upper garment and created over a dozen shadow clones. The shadow clones attacked him with ninjatos and kunaos from different directions. YK's bare upper body was covered in a dull bronze color. All physical attacks were deflected by the bronze chakra coat, the crisp clang sounds echoing around. YK suddenly remembered that Kakuzu's ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Spear, from the original story had a similar effect. Hardening the skin using Earth Release could block explosive tags. His Earth Nature chakra crystallization required no hand seals and was much faster than Earth Release, Earth Spear. YK took out an explosive tag and threw it to a shadow clone. The shadow clone threw the explosive tag tipped kunao at YK. Boom! After the explosion, YK waved away the thick smoke. This defensive effect was astonishing. The blast shockwave had little effect on YK, he could completely withstand it. However, the explosion's vibrations could penetrate the skin, shaking the internal muscles and bones. Gathering chakra into the muscles could effectively absorb the vibrations, avoiding damage to internal organs. Next was continuous practice to instantly condense the earth nature chakra coat during combat. He named this technique, Absolute Defense, Copper Light. With his current chakra reserve, maintaining full body copper light coverage could last about 3 minutes. During normal combat, he could also partially cover his body to conserve chakra. Approaching a large rock, YK raised his hand, his palm glowing with copper light, and thrust forward. With a simple forward thrust, his hand sank into the stone, leaving several cracks on it. Absolute Defense, Copper Light not only provided extremely high defensive capability but also enhanced taijutsu. What's the difference between being hit by this punch and being struck by a tungsten core armor-piercing round? Although not as flashy as the White Fang's blade glow, Copper Light gave YK a full sense of security. Temporary recklessness isn't true elegance, living long is the real hero. Hitaki Sakumo condensed lightning release chakra, earning him the title White Fang. YK condensed earth nature chakra, what title should he give himself? Bronze P? The indestructible, unboilable, unflattenable, unfriable, clanging Bronze P? Bronze Arhat? It seemed that besides the Fire Temple and the Senju clan, not many others studied the Buddhist scriptures of the shinobi world. Forget it, let the enemies think of one. As long as they were sufficiently desperate, they would come up with a sufficiently cool name. The next day, Koichi Chisa and YK inspected the construction site as if nothing had happened in the latter half of the night. Reliving the month, and familiar with future events, YK was more relaxed. He occasionally reminded Chisa of problems on the site. Issues like material quality, which work teams were slacking off, none escaped YK's notice. In the afternoon, back at the Kura Inn, YK helped Chisa review the project payments. Before a seasoned construction expert like him, things like added costs or substituting inferior materials didn't exist. Koichi Chisa felt a long-lost sense of ease. With Kage's help, everything was different. It was a pity Kage was a Konoha Anbu and wouldn't stay by her side forever. As her thoughts wandered, she heard Kage's voice. Let's make it earlier tonight. No need for 2 am, 11 pm is fine. Koichi Chisa smiled and said, okay, otherwise I'll be very sleepy in the morning. At 11 pm, YK infiltrated Chisa's bedchamber. YK secretly used partial hardening. In terms of being perverted, he finally saw the tail lights of the Inoshika CH clans. Chisa asked, why does it feel a bit different today? Different how? Chisa was too embarrassed to say, but it just felt a bit different. Half an hour later, YK stroked Chisa's shoulder in the darkness and asked, Chisa, have you ever thought about practicing some ninjutsu? Chisa said. The Daimi family of the Land of Rivers hasn't produced many ninjas, our ninjutsu talent is relatively weak, unlike Konoha, which gathers many ninja clans with high ninjutsu talent. The only talent I have is a bit of sword technique. YK said, I know a sword technique that would suit your rapier quite well. Ah? But doesn't Konoha forbid the external transmission of ninjutsu? YK said. This sword technique was obtained from a Kumonin, Konoha doesn't regulate it. Cloud-style sword technique focuses on deception and flexibility. Starting tomorrow, I'll find some time to teach you this sword technique. A few days later, a document arrived from the Land of Earth promising not to damage the hydroelectric power station, and YK also bid farewell to Koichi Chisa. After returning to the camp, YK, as in the previous timeline, received the poisoning mission. The first target was Crescent Moon Lake. YK and Hamo entered the oasis to poison it, while Kanu and Tano provided support from the periphery using gliders. This time, YK planned to use a different tactic. He signaled Hamo to fall back, he would handle the sand ninjas charging forward. Jumping into the midst of the sand ninjas, YK did not form seals for a defensive ninjutsu. Facing a barrage of kunao, explosive tags, and puppets, YK patiently formed the hand seals for water-cutting wave. Hamo was terrified. Was the captain not going to dodge? Enduring so many attacks while forming seals? Wouldn't he be riddled with holes? What should he do now? Why was the squadron leader suddenly so reckless? Kunao struck YK's body, producing a dense series of clang sounds. Explosive tags detonated in front of YK, swallowing him in thick smoke. Hamo thought, it's over. The squadron leader has gone mad, fatally mad. He rushed forward, preparing to rescue the squadron leader. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Shinobi is a Violent Machine. The Sunanin formed a circle, inwardly marveling at what fool this was, to be taken down so easily. With that many kunao and 3 explosive tags, death was certain. However, from within the thick smoke of the explosive tags, a voice rang out. Water release, water cutting wave. A high-speed water jet shot out violently, cutting horizontally through the nearby circle of Sunanin. The water-cutting wave severed several Sunanin at the waist, also cutting through the smoke from the explosive tags. When the thick smoke was blown away by the strong wind, YK had not fallen, he still stood in place. Izuru was greatly shocked. The squadron leader's clothes were torn in many places, and he looked somewhat disheveled, but there wasn't the slightest trace of blood on his body. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and throw the poison gourd. Hearing the squadron leader's vigorous reminder, Izuru quickly threw the poison gourd and followed up with a wind release, great breakthrough. With no Sunanin guarding the lake shore, the poison gourd successfully fell into the lake water and burst open, dispersing the poison. Izuru fled for his life up front, while YK covered the rear. Kanacho, maneuvering the glider in the air, saw the squadron leader's formidable appearance. The sharp, poisoned blade of a Sunanin puppet actually couldn't pierce the squadron leader's skin. The poisoned tip of the blade shattered and flew off. After flying high into the sky with the squadron leader, Kanacho couldn't help but ask, "Squadron leader, what ability was that?" YK said casually, "I recently developed a new jutsu. It seems the effect is pretty good now." As his strength increased, YK had reached the level where he could create his own jutsu. Creating a jutsu that had never appeared in the shinobi world before was something even the Anbu couldn't control. Water attribute chakra appeared in his hand, but the crystallization refinement of the water attribute chakra failed. There was still a significant difference between a shinobi's primary and secondary nature chakra. The refinement speed and control were different. Crystallizing earth attribute chakra was completed instantly with the system's help. Developing the crystallization refinement for water attribute chakra himself, he didn't know how much time it would take. If he could crystallize two natures of chakra, one for attack and one for defense, he didn't dare imagine how strong he would be. The first two oasis lakes were small, and they successfully poisoned them without much effort. The third oasis lake was very large, guarded by 3 Sunanin battalions. YK still chose the tactic of diving with the glider, sending a shadow clone carrying the poison gourd down from the sky. This time, the shadow clone didn't use any other flashy methods, unlike the previous life where it used both the Sharingan and wind release to dodge. The shadow clone carried the poison gourd on its back and used the absolute defense, copper light. All the Sunanin's attacks, whether explosive tags or puppets, could not break the shadow clone's defense. The shadow clone's durability had increased by several levels. Such formidable defensive power caught the Sunanin off guard. One Sunanin battalion commander had seen this kind of technique before and asked doubtfully, "Is that earth release, earth spear?" The penetration happened in an instant. The shadow clone crashed into the lake water and completed the poisoning. High in the sky, YK was in an excellent mood. Having an absolute defense felt really good. The only downside was that his clothes easily became tattered, making him look a bit disheveled. Lightning release countered earth release. As long as he was wary of lightning release users in the future, he could ensure his survival. If he were to die, it would be like when he challenged Hitaki Sakumo, forcing out the enemy's trump card to actively collect special abilities. After the mission, following the strategy from his previous life, YK met the young girl Pakura by the Crescent Moon Lake. "You can't drink this water, it's clearly highly poisonous. If you want water, leave this place and find another oasis." The girl looked at YK's chapped lips and said, "Thank you for the reminder, but don't worry, I have a way. I can get water to drink." It was the same dialogue as in his previous life. YK felt a sense of dizziness. Pakura seeing him, and him seeing Pakura, were completely different feelings. This was his reunion with Pakura, but it was Pakura's first time meeting him. His memories contained Pakura, but she saw him as a stranger. The sense of distance from Pakura made YK feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. If he turned and left in this life, would he never have any intersection with Pakura again? No matter how familiar YK was with Pakura, in this life he had to pretend to be a stranger and slowly get close to her. He helped Pakura set up a device to collect transpired water, and later, in the massive sandstorm in the middle of the night, he retrieved the naked Pakura. After using earth release, earth-style rising spears to reinforce the 3 children's tent, Pakura's impression of him got better and better. YK taught Pakura how to efficiently distill drinking water and how to refine chakra. A few days later, YK admired Pakura's smooth back and said, "Pakura, I'm not worried about your speed in learning ninjutsu, but I am a bit worried about your mindset." "Mindset?" Pakura looked up, puzzled. "What mindset?" YK said. "You wish to change the terrible life in the land of wind, and I respect your ideal. However, after you master ninjutsu, you will come into contact with many shinobi. You must remember, a shinobi is a violent machine that practices killing techniques and carries out killing missions every day. You must be careful of shinobi. Assume the worst and be wary of the shinobi around you. Once you let your guard down, you might be harmed or killed by a shinobi. Pakura, if you encounter a shinobi named Raza, be extremely careful. Pakura grew more and more confused as she listened, but she memorized the name Raza. A few days later, YK saw Izuru's signal flare. He hugged Pakura and bid her farewell. Raza and a Jainin, leading a squadron, landed on the opposite side of the crescent moon lake. YK did not engage in a protracted fight and body flickered away. Pakura was surprised to discover that a Sunanin introduced himself as Raza. The very Raza that Kage had emphasized a few days ago, telling her to be careful of. This Raza was the third Kage student, a rising star of Tsunagakuer who mastered magnet release, gold dust. Pakura suddenly felt very afraid. Entering Tsunagakuer didn't seem like such a good thing. Watching Kage disappear, Pakura put away her usual liveliness, her whole person seemed to have changed. Kage had said that a shinobi is a violent machine that practices killing techniques and carries out killing missions every day. She was no longer a girl wandering the land of wind, she would soon be a shinobi of Tsunagakuer. Raza said to Pakura, "Pakura, we will take you back to the village. The third Hokage sensei will carefully select a Jainin sensei for you to help you master your ability." Pakura asked, "I saved 3 children on my journey. Can they come with me to Tsunagakuer?" Raza looked at the 3 timid children in the distance, thinking that he could use them to control Pakura, and said, "Yes." After finding the separated Kanajo and Tomo in the desert, YK returned to the front-line camp in the land of rivers. The High Command's eyes lit up when they saw Fox. Just like in the previous life, the poisoning was successful, the Suna camp relocated, and Konoha seized the opportunity to strike a heavy blow against the Sunanin. YK presented the glider and took Hitaki Sakumo for a flight high in the sky. Hitaki Sakumo experienced maneuvers like changing direction, climbing, and diving, and praised it profusely after landing. In this life, YK was kind-hearted and did not take action against Hitaki Sakumo, sparing his life he wouldn't let him fall to his death. Later that night, Hitaki Sakumo's assistant entered Yellow Dog's tent. The assistant relayed Hitaki Sakumo's request, regarding the glider. He still had some questions he didn't understand and needed to ask Fox again. Yellow Dog was slightly puzzled, but said verbally, "I'll send Fox over right away." After the assistant left, Yellow Dog had someone summon Fox. "Vice Commander Hitaki Sakumo has summoned you," Yellow Dog said, feigning nonchalance. "Fox, before you joined the Anbu, did you have any dealings with Hitaki Sakumo?" YK was startled. He quickly said, "No, absolutely not. This is only the 3rd time I've met Lord Sakumo." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Pakun. Hearing YK say this was only his 3rd time meeting Hitaki Sakumo, Yellow Dog said. Leaving the Anbu when not on a mission doesn't mean you can't have friends. If you perform Anbu missions every day without any hobbies, you'll quickly develop mental illness. Jiraiya usually goes to peek in the women's bathhouse, and Princess Tsunade has a gambling addiction. These aren't considered major problems among the higher UPS. If a shinobi kills every day and doesn't find some outlet for their strained nerves, very serious psychological problems will arise. Those Anbu who stay at the base for months or years on end are key monitoring targets for the Anbu. They easily go to extremes due to mental distortion. I know you go to the Tsurugetsu Izakaya after leaving the Anbu. As your battalion commander, I strongly encourage you to use this method for recreation and to avoid post-war stress syndrome. However, your private activities must not affect Anbu missions or your stance. I hope you are not influenced by Hatake Sakumo. Beneath his mask, cold sweat appeared on YK's forehead. Yellow Dog was secretly monitoring the entire battalion. He knew all about YK's frequent visits to the Tsuragitsu Izakwa. Battalion Commander, please refuse Hatake Sakumo. I will not go to see him. No. Yellow Dog said. Lord Sakumo is my senior, he was my battalion commander when I entered the Anbu. You must go. I am just reminding you to pay attention to your stance. Understood, Captain. I understand. I will maintain proper boundaries. Leaving Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's tent, YK's expression beneath his mask was gloomy. YK frequently visited the Tsuragitsu Izakaya in private, this matter couldn't be hidden. When he left the Anbu, he needed somewhere to stay, right? If not the Tsuragitsu Izakaya, then it would be another place. No matter how many missions he performed for the Anbu would never fully trust him. Even if YK followed Battalion Commander Yellow Dog every day, pledging loyalty daily, he would not gain absolute trust. It wasn't because of YK's attitude, but because of YK's identity. If YK were a shinobi from the Sarutobi clan or the Inoshika CH trio, it would be easy to gain the trust and cultivation of the higher UPS. A battalion commander's authority was significant, possessing strong control over the Anbu shinobi. He had to find a way to become a battalion commander, to have autonomy and no longer be passive. Entering Hatake Sakumo's tent, he found Sakumo alone inside. Hatake Sakumo immediately began praising him. Fox, many shinobi are possessive of their inventions and rarely dedicate them to the village. If you had held onto the glider tightly, it would have become your unique ability. I never expected you to dedicate it to the village. This surprised me greatly. I will apply for an S-rank mission reward for you. Successfully poisoning the water was the first S-rank task, inventing and dedicating the glider will be the second S-rank reward. YK thought to himself, an unexpected bonus. He said. I hope to end the war quickly. Too many of my subordinates have died. I am already tired of death, tired of the faces beneath the masks changing in waves. For a while, my biggest problem was remembering who the new people were and what abilities they had. Hatake Sakumo also said. The casualty rate in the Anbu has always been higher than among regular shinobi. Like you, I also want to end the war quickly. There's another matter I called you for. Last time, you suggested I focus efforts on promoting the jutsu assessment system. This policy has been extremely successful. Many Chunin have learned B rank, even A rank jutsu suitable for them. Some universal abilities shouldn't be kept secret. Fox, thank you very much for your suggestion, and thank you very much for dedicating the glider. By Konoha's standards, the bond between YK and Hatake Sakumo was growing deeper. Successfully promoting the jutsu assessment system on the battlefield had greatly increased Hatake Sakumo's prestige, earning him support from more and more civilian shinobi who lacked jutsu. YK said, Lord Sakumo, I am an Anbu directly under the Hokage. This is the second time you've summoned me. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for me to see you again in the future. Hatake Sakumo said, that is precisely another purpose for me calling you here. He formed hand signs, and a circle of silent lightning suddenly appeared beneath the tent walls. It was a lightning release barrier, blocking reconnaissance. Hatake Sakumo said, don't worry, no one in this camp can eavesdrop on us. YK breathed a sigh of relief. Hatake Sakumo was still very cautious. Hatake Sakumo's expression turned serious. Fox, do you remember Arita? Arita. YK thought about it. Arita was a civilian Chunin, one of Hatake Sakumo's followers. YK had once carried out a mission to investigate Arita, and even killed a Sarutobi clan special Jainin to save him. I have an impression of him. A very strong Chunin, experienced. Hitaki Sakumo said. Arata said he was once saved by a mysterious Anbu shinobi. You are that mysterious Anbu, aren't you? Arata was my friend. But, he died on a mission. If it was a normal death in battle, I would feel regret for him. But his death was suspicious, he cannot have died for no clear reason. I want to ask you, regarding Arata's death, do you know anything about it? YK said, Lord Sakumo, I don't know anything. Moreover, you are suspected of probing into Anbu missions. Isn't that inappropriate? Hitaki Sakumo shook his head and said. My judgment is never wrong. Last time you warned Arata, later you supported the Jutsu assessment system, and now you've dedicated such a precious invention as the glider. You are different from other Anbu shinobi. If you weren't Anbu, we would definitely be good friends. If you happen to know any clues about Arata's death, I hope you can tell me. Please. Hearing this, YK appeared to be hesitating and calculating, but inwardly he felt somewhat pleased. Hitaki Sakumo had finally acknowledged him. He said, Lord Sakumo, I truly don't know right now, but I can try to inquire. As long as it doesn't violate my Anbu duties, I will tell you whatever I happen to know. However, I can no longer have private contact with you like this. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog just warned me, I cannot frequently associate with a specific Jainin. Hitaki Sakumo took out a scroll and said. This is the summoning contract for the 8 ninja hounds. This will be the last time I summon you. All our future communication will be relayed through the 8 ninja hounds. If you agree, you can form a contract with my 8 ninja hounds. Dedicating the glider invention to the village and supporting the Jutsu assessment system led Hitaki Sakumo to mistakenly believe YK was someone like him, someone willing to dedicate everything to Konoha. YK nodded and said, all right. This was the best outcome. Just like he used the spear egret scroll to communicate with Uzumaki Yuka, he could also use summoning animals to carry messages with Hitaki Sakumo. YK bit his finger and pressed 5 fingerprints onto the scroll. After forming hand signs, YK used the summoning technique. The white smoke cleared, revealing 8 ninja hounds on the ground. Hey? Sakumo, no fight? Why did you call us out? The lead hound was none other than Pakun from the original story, but Pakun's voice wasn't as mature as in the original. At this time Pakun was very young and had a puppy's voice. Hitaki Sakumo said, Pakun, it was the fox behind you who summoned you. You are responsible for passing secret scrolls between me and Fox. It must not be known by anyone else. Pakun turned to look at Fox, thinking, why is it an Anbu? Has the simple-minded Hitaki Sakumo finally had an epiphany and started bribing the Hokage's Anbu? This is significant progress. YK greeted him, hello, Pakun. Hello, Fox. YK took the investigation scroll regarding Arata's death and returned to his own tent. From then on, their communication would be conducted via summoning animals, there would be no more private meetings. Once Hitaki Sakumo identified someone as a friend, he trusted them immensely. YK benefited from this, signing a new summoning contract. Simultaneously, he had to be extremely careful. If his ability to summon the 8 ninja hounds was exposed, the village would certainly label him as Hitaki Sakumo's man. He didn't know what had happened to Arata. He needed to investigate this properly and present his proof of loyalty. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Anbu Observer. After returning to the Anbu tent, YK spent the latter half of the night reading the mission scroll concerning Arata. As a squad leader, Arata had received a mission to scout the maritime supplies at Saba port in the Land of Wind. Saba Port was the only port in the Land of Wind, located in the southeastern corner of the desert, not far from the Land of Rivers. The Land of Wind had relatively little iron ore and needed to import it from the Land of Lightning. Saba Port was a key reconnaissance target for Konoha. Squad after Konoha squad was sent there, leaving no piece of intelligence unchecked. During the mission, Arata and his 2 genin students died, but a genin named Nara survived. On the surface, the scroll seemed fine, precisely because it was written by Nara, the sole survivor. The dead cannot speak. Just like in fatal brawl cases, it's always the dead person who struck first. The person who survives the brawl would certainly never admit they threw the first punch, insisting they were wronged and only fought back after being hit. The mission itself showed no obvious abnormalities. Arata's squad encountered 2 Sunanin squads, including elite puppet masters. The squad was outmatched, and only Nara survived. YK then retrieved the recent mission reports from his own squadron. During the poisoning mission, Kanajo's squad followed him, while the Purple Cat and White Ram squads were assigned other tasks. Those 2 squads' missions were unrelated to Arata, they didn't go to Saba Port. If Arata was killed by the Anbu, it might have been done by one of the other 2 squadrons, the Hippo Squadron or the Yak Squadron. YK did not have the authority to know the missions of the other 2 squadrons. YK looked at the name Nara. Perhaps Hitaki Sakumo was overthinking it. Maybe it wasn't the Anbu, but this Nara who did it. The Anbu was investigating Hitaki Sakumo's followers. Arata was just a genin. He hadn't reached the level where he had to be eliminated yet. The next day, the genin in charge of the equipment division, Naraumka, entered Yellow Dog's tent. Naraumka's first glance was towards Fox behind Yellow Dog. She spoke. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, our clan head requests Fox's presence. Yellow Dog nodded and said, "Good, let him go." YK looked at Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, then at Naraumka, and quickly said, "Battalion Commander, I am an Anbu shinobi. Didn't you instruct me yesterday that the Anbu must focus on Anbu missions and maintain an Anbu stance? I am only loyal to the Hokage-sama. Please believe me, Battalion Commander, I truly don't know why the Commander-in-Chief is summoning me." Yellow Dog was taken aback for a moment, then said, "This is an order. Go see the Commander-in-Chief, then follow his arrangements." YK put on a puzzled expression and followed Naraumka away. Of course, he knew this wasn't a test, it was a case of treating people differently based on their status. Yesterday, when he went to see Hitaki Sakumo, Yellow Dog lectured him, worried he would defect to Sakumo. Today, when he went to see Nararokaku, Yellow Dog couldn't wait for him to go immediately. Only Nararokaku was in the Commander-in-Chief's tent. Nararokaku said, "Fox, I will soon issue you a mission through Yellow Dog. You need to help the equipment division secretly manufacture 200 gliders. Naraumka is the responsible genin for the equipment division. Your job is to cooperate with Umka." YK nodded and said, "Understood. Once Battalion Commander Yellow Dog issues the mission, I will immediately cooperate with genin Naraumka." Nararokaku noticed this Anbu had become rigid. Wasn't he very active last night when reporting the poisoning mission and demonstrating the glider? YK waited outside the Commander-in-Chief's tent. Naraumka wanted Fox to start work as soon as possible, but Fox turned a deaf ear. It wasn't until Yellow Dog's assistant, an Anbu shinobi wearing a butterfly mask, delivered the mission scroll that Fox followed Naraumka away. Naraumka highly doubted whether this wooden Anbu was really the inventor of the glider. Arriving at the equipment division, YK saw a disassembled glider. Both gliders had been dedicated to the village, Naraumka had taken one apart. YK's eyes suddenly changed. Among the several Nara shinobi in the tent was Nara, the survivor from Arata's squad. He hadn't expected to encounter Nara here. YK's spirits lifted instantly, feeling that being assigned to this kind of miscellaneous work wasn't a waste of time after all. Narahumka said, Squadron Leader Fox, although we can make new gliders based on this one, we still hope you can explain the principles to facilitate our improvements. YK thought to himself, your tone is a bit presumptuous. He looked around, found a blackboard, drew some diagrams on it, and said, the key point of the glider is the canopy that provides lift. The canopy consists of an upper surface, a lower surface, and dozens of ribs distributed regularly along the wingspan. The different curves of the upper and lower surfaces result in different airflow velocities and wind pressures, providing lift for the canopy. The more YK spoke, the more surprised he became. Narahumka kept up, taking notes occasionally. Had she already studied and experimented overnight, grasping the key points of the glider? The hereditary brain capacity of the Nara clan was indeed larger than most. After finishing the explanation, YK rested to the side, observing Narahumka. Narahumka had her hair in 2 braids, a delicate face, and intelligent eyes. She sometimes frowned, sometimes had a look of understanding, constantly adding to her notes. After more than 10 minutes, Narahumka looked up and asked some questions about the control lines. YK answered them one by one. Narahumka was extremely surprised inwardly. How did an Anbu shinobi know so much strange knowledge? The Ninja Academy taught some basic physics for calculating things like Konoha drop, but not complex theories. Aerodynamics, flow velocity, pressure, these were somewhat beyond the standard curriculum for shinobi. The equipment division worked quickly, taking only a week to produce 200 gliders. YK looked at the backpacks, estimating that a large-scale mission was imminent. The full moon was like a silver plate. Finally, the new full moon cycle had arrived. YK entered Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's tent and found the Hippo Squadron leader was also inside. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, Fox, you and Hippo will serve as Anbu observers, participating in the headquarters raid mission. With 200 gliders, 400 shinobi will fly over the Suna defense lines, heading straight for Saba port to destroy the seagoing vessels and supplies there. YK asked, puzzled, Anbu observers? Yes, Yellow Dog said. Besides carrying out the Hokage-sama's orders, the Anbu have another duty, to collect intelligence for the Hokage-sama. To be the Hokage-sama's eyes, collecting intelligence on enemy villages, and also intelligence within the village. This mission is crucial. You and Hippo will disguise yourselves as ordinary Konoha shinobi, participate in the raid, and record the results. The performance of the civilian shinobi has been a bit too good, the village has some doubts. Hitaki Sakumo led the previous few large-scale missions, where many outstanding civilian shinobi emerged and many jutsu were distributed. This time, Commander-in-Chief Nararokaku is personally leading the raid mission. The two of you will separate, each joining a squad as an ordinary shinobi, to complete the observation task and record the performance of the civilian shinobi. YK thought to himself, sending 2 Anbu observers was like a double insurance to prevent the higher UPS from being kept in the dark. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Human Puppet. YK received a temporary identity, a genin named Fujikita, sent by the village to the front line in the land of rivers. He would use this new identity to pose as an ordinary Konoha shinobi, observe the raid mission on Saba port, and gather the most accurate front-line intelligence for the Hokage. Fujikita was an unremarkable genin who had been unable to pass the Chunin exams for several years after graduating from the Ninja Academy. While arranging his cover, YK saw that Nara had become a squad leader and was recruiting members. In Arata's final mission, only Nara had survived. When choosing a squad, YK selected Nara's squad. Nara didn't seek teammates from the Inoshika Ch trio clans, but instead accepted 3 civilian teammates. Nara's squad assembled. He held a backpack and said to his 3 squad members, "This backpack contains the newly manufactured, strategically important equipment from the Nara clan, the glider. The glider allows shinobi to gain flight capability, another significant contribution by the Nara clan to the village. I am responsible for operating one glider. Who among you is willing to learn how to use the glider?" YK was taken aback. The glider was clearly something he had dedicated to the village. How had it become an important contribution by the Nara clan in the blink of an eye? Nara said the Nara clan manufactured it, not that they invented it playing word games. To conceal his Anbu identity, YK did not step forward. The kunoichi Tsuchikuri stepped forward. "I am willing to learn the glider." Tsuchikuri was very petite, with a cute, childlike face. Nara didn't ask the others, saying, "You have 5 days to master the use of the glider. After 5 days, we will carry out the raid mission on Saba port. As long as we destroy Saba port, Sunagakure will face a shortage of steel in the near future, and the Land of Wind's foreign trade will also suffer a heavy blow." Ordinary Konoha squads would explain the mission content and emphasize its importance. Unlike the Anbu, where the squad leader would only tell you the time, location, and target, and nothing else. For these 5 days, YK and the other squad members sparred boldly. Nara, meanwhile, trained Tsuchikuri in operating the glider. 5 nights later, Nara's squad gathered outside the main camp. Outside the camp were about 1,000 shinobi. The frontline camp had committed half its forces. 600 shinobi, under the command of Vice Commander Hitaki Sakumo, were engaging the Sunanin head-on to buy time. 400 shinobi, led by Commander-in-Chief Nararokaku, would use gliders to raid the distant Saba port. This was a major operation. As for Tsunade, she was responsible for guarding the main camp. She had been stationed at the frontline medical station the entire time. The hot winds of the Land of Wind blew incessantly as glider after glider took off. Nara's squad balanced their weight. Tsuchikuri carried Fujikita, and Nara carried the other slender member as they took off. Tsuchikuri carefully tied the ropes around Fujikita, then maneuvered the glider into the air. YK could feel Tsuchikuri's tension behind him, her muscles were taut. "Tsuchikuri, I watched your training. You don't need to exert your whole body, right? You only need to control the steering lines." Tsuchikuri knew this, but she just couldn't help it. Her legs, her waist, they kept exerting force pointlessly. "I wasn't this nervous flying alone, but carrying you is different. If we fall, we'll both die." YK glanced down at the ground over 200 meters below, thinking, "I have absolute defense, I might not die." Only after flying above the cloud layer, where the ground was no longer visible, did Tsuchikuri become more proficient and relax slightly. The 200 gliders, above the clouds, resembled a dense flock of wild geese. Cold wind whistled past their ears, the gliders were fast. "Tsuchikuri, I heard you're already a Chunin." "Yes, I just passed the Chunin exams. Promotions are easier during wartime. One of my classmates is already a special Jainin," Tsuchikuri said. "Fujikita, you need to work hard too. I've heard some shinobi build up strength over time, becoming stronger and stronger as they gain experience. Not all shinobi peak at age 20, some are at their strongest around age 30. YK said, 30? I'd be almost dead by then. Many mediocre shinobi could achieve decent strength through long accumulation. Unfortunately, more people didn't get the chance to accumulate, dying early in some mission. They flew for a long time, and the wind around them grew stronger." Tsuchikuri said, "We're almost there." The wind direction changed. "This is a sea breeze." Flying past the last cloud layer, the brightly lit Saba port appeared in the distance. The gliders ahead descended one by one, beginning their dive. "Be careful." Squad leader Nara said the Sunanin will counterattack even during the dive phase. Sachikuri said. Sorry, I'm a Chunin and you're a Genin, yet I'm having you shield me. YK thought to himself that Sachikuri was quite kind, feeling guilty for having him in front. Chaos suddenly erupted within Saba port. Sunanin shouted, jumping onto roofs and watchtowers, throwing kunao and explosive tags into the air. Sachikuri dodged the attacks as much as possible, but some attacks still headed straight for Fujikita. YK used his kunao to knock away the Sunanin's kunao, saying, Sachikuri, don't be nervous. The Sunanin's kunao fly upwards, by this altitude, they've lost their force. That's true. I'm just not used to fighting with the glider. The Nara clan's invention is truly amazing. YK felt displeased inwardly. The Nara clan really knows how to take credit. Nara's squad's mission was to blow up a specific pier at the dock. Sachikuri's landing was unstable, YK and Sachikuri both tumbled on the ground, looking disheveled. A Sunanin saw them in this sorry state, jumped over, and lunged at the two with a kunao. Clang! After the clear ring, the Sunanin looked down in horror. His kunao had failed to pierce the Konoha shinobi's heart. YK reversed his grip on his kunao and slit the Sunanin's throat. He patted his chest and said, Lucky I have an iron chest plate under my flak jacket, or that Sunanin would have succeeded in his sneak attack. Sachikuri didn't suspect anything, merely thinking Fujikita was well prepared, and quickly untied the ropes for both of them. Into the water. Dive under the pier. Nara shouted, ordering his squad members to jump into the sea. The other two squads in the squadron were responsible for pinning down the Sunanin on the pier, while Nara's squad jumped into the seawater to place explosive tags underneath the bridge. After swimming for over 10 seconds in the icy seawater, YK suddenly sensed a dark shadow moving extremely fast. There's a puppet. A fish-shaped puppet. The dark seawater under the bridge was the fish-shaped puppet's home turf. YK suddenly noticed the other squad member rushing recklessly towards the fish-shaped puppet. This was too rash. Wait. YK realized that the squad member's movements were somewhat strange. He wasn't moving proactively, he seemed stiff. Why was that? He was being controlled by the shadow imitation technique. He collided with the fish-shaped puppet. His body was pierced by the puppet's blades, but he also grabbed hold of the puppet. YK sharply turned his head and saw Nara, with only the top half of his head above the water. Nara was using the seawater to conceal the movements of his shadow imitation technique. Was he using the shadow secret technique to use his subordinate as a human puppet? Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Shadow Puppetry Technique. Sachikuri was very close to the fish-shaped puppet. She saw her teammate desperately holding onto the puppet and hurried forward, stabbing continuously with her kunao, almost dissecting it as she dismantled its crucial joints. But when she tried to save her teammate, she saw a face contorted with extreme terror, ferocity, and resentment. She was startled. Why did her teammate have such an expression? She tried again to save him, only to find he was already dead. Why? Just moments ago, Sachikuri thought her teammate's fearless charge was due to bravery, but why would a brave person have that kind of expression before death? It was like the enemy village shinobi executed by the torture and interrogation force. At that moment, a series of splashing sounds echoed. The Sunanin on the pier had discovered the Konoha shinobi underwater and were jumping into the sea. YK attached an explosive tag underneath the pier above his head, dove deeper, and was the first to detonate the tag. No one understood slacking off better than YK. He quickly used the explosion to disengage from the fight and dove to the seabed. At the bottom, YK saw the water surface illuminated by firelight and also saw shadows spreading out like tentacles. The Nara clan's shadow secret technique was spreading across the sea's surface. In the darkness of night, the shadows seemed to extend freely along with the dark. One shadow raced across the water's surface straight towards the back of Tsuchikuri's head. Tsuchikuri's head jolted as she was controlled by the shadow. Nara and Tsuchikuri swam parallel to each other sideways. Nara moved out of the encirclement, while Tsuchikuri remained right in the center of it. Nara raised his hand, and Tsuchikuri also raised her hand. Tsuchikuri attached an explosive tag under the pier, her eyes filled with terror, just like her recently deceased teammate. She could already see 4 or 5 dark shadows swimming towards her from underwater. But she was still placing the explosive tag, her body completely out of her control. An octopus-shaped puppet burrowed beneath Tsuchikuri. Each of its tentacles was made of segmented puppet joints, with sharp spikes at the ends. The tentacles, covered in spikes, wrapped towards Tsuchikuri from several directions. Tsuchikuri, not very tall, was about to be swallowed by the tentacles. At that moment, a violent water release suddenly appeared beside Tsuchikuri. Water release, water formation wall. YK adjusted his chakra, creating a ring-shaped water wall around Tsuchikuri. The water wall blasted the octopus puppet away, and more importantly, it disrupted the water flow and scattered the shadow. Tsuchikuri regained control of her body. After a moment's hesitation, she still prepared to detonate the explosive tag first. The chance to complete the mission was right before her, her instinct was to risk her life for it. It was a good opportunity. Surrounded by the ring-shaped water wall, no Sunanin could interfere with her now. However, a strong force suddenly pulled on her leg, dragging her underwater. Just as she submerged, she saw a violent explosion on the water's surface above. Nara hadn't cared about Tsuchikuri's safety at all, detonating the explosive tag from a distance. Another large crater appeared on the stone pier. Tsuchikuri, in the sea water, felt utterly chilled to the bone. The ruthless squad leader Nara, the bone-chilling sea water, and the person who pulled her underwater friend or foe all filled her with despair. Why had the battle turned out like this? She had long been prepared to sacrifice herself for Konoha. In her imagination, the entire squad should have been united, destroying the pier at all costs together. Seeing Tsuchikuri frozen stiff, YK reached out, pinched her round face, and shook it. Tsuchikuri finally snapped out of it. The person who pulled her underwater probably wasn't a Sunanin, or she would be dead already. Was it Fujikita? It was too dark underwater to see anything. YK dispersed chakra into the sea water, sensing his surroundings. There were 2 Sunanin and 2 puppets nearby. He formed a hand seal in the dark water depths and used the self-cursing body-binding seal. The enemies rushing over were instantly bound by the sealing patterns, unable to move. YK pushed Tsuchikuri towards the surface, while he quickly dealt with the Sunanin and puppets underwater. After Tsuchikuri broke the surface, she stared at Nara. Nara floated on the surface, his face submerged below the nose, revealing only a pair of sanpaku eyes, also staring fixedly at Tsuchikuri. Tsuchikuri felt an even deeper chill. The shadow imitation technique surged towards her again. She was once again controlled by her squad leader. Nara couldn't control Sunanin, but couldn't he control a newly promoted Chunin? During a mission last month, after seeing the Sunanin's puppets, Nara had a brilliant idea. He could totally use the shadow secret technique to control his teammates. His teammates would be his puppets. Nara named this technique the shadow puppetry technique. Teammates were much more useful than puppets. Under the control of the shadow imitation technique, Tsuchikuri turned and charged towards a pier support column. Destroying this single column would definitely render the pier unusable for some time. Tsuchikuri's body moved against her will, attaching an explosive tag to the column. Her heart was filled with desolation. Before the battle started, Nara had given her 10 explosive tags. She had been genuinely grateful for squad leader Nara's generosity, thinking he was considering her well-being. Only now did she realize it was because Nara didn't want to risk himself. His goal was to use her to complete the mission. As she approached the column, 2 dark shadows swam towards her. She didn't know if they were Sunanin or puppets. Suddenly, the pressure behind her vanished. The shadow imitation technique disappeared. Sachikuri looked back and saw that Nara's position was now marked only by fading ripples. He had vanished, seemingly dragged underwater by a Sunanin. Sachikuri hurriedly evaded the surrounding Sunanin. YK had slipped into the half-destroyed fish-shaped puppet, pushing it as he swam swiftly, ramming the sharp fin spike on the puppet's back deep into Nara's abdomen. Distracted by controlling Sachikuri, Nara was pierced through the abdomen and sank into the sea water. Nara felt agony in his heart. The shadow puppetry technique shared the same weakness as a puppet master's techniques. The main body was the greatest vulnerability. He had actually died by the very shadow puppetry technique he developed. YK reached Sachikuri's vicinity and saved her once again. YK surfaced and said, "Sachikuri, you place the explosive tags. I'll handle the Sunanin." Hearing this, Sachikuri continued attaching explosive tags to the pier column. YK, meanwhile, killed the 2 Sunanin underwater. Together, they dove deep. The pier column exploded, and the mission was successful. YK pulled Sachikuri, swimming towards the shore. The pier was already in shambles. 2 large holes made by explosive tags, plus 1 support column destroyed by them. They had completed their mission. The other battles nearby were also intense. By the neighboring pier, several Konoha shinobi used fire release together, setting a 20-meter tall ship ablaze. The fighting was also fierce near the warehouses by the dock. Other Konoha squads were running on water, charging towards other ships anchored in the shallow waters offshore. Konoha's raid had caught the Sunanin off guard, and they held the advantage everywhere. After observing the battlefield, YK said, "Sachikuri, you're a Chunin, I'm a Genin. After squad leader Nara's sacrifice, you automatically become the squad leader. You decide, what should we do next?" Sachikuri's eyes glazed over for a moment. Nara had controlled her multiple times to complete the most dangerous explosive tag placements. Nara had schemed meticulously, only to be killed by a Sunanin himself. Did his death count as a sacrifice? "Let's find the squadron leader and get a new mission." YK nodded repeatedly. Sachikuri, despite her small stature, contained great courage. Having just experienced a perilous battle, she could immediately throw herself into the next one. Sachikuri charged ahead of YK, while YK followed behind, blocking Sunanin attacks while observing the performance of the various Konoha battalions in combat. The battalion commander's leadership, the squadron leader's initiative, the squad leader's choices, the outstanding shinobi's fights all were under YK's observation. This information would form a report, eventually reaching the Hokage, allowing the third Hokage to grasp the combat situation on Konoha's front lines. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, All shinobi have weaknesses. While protecting Sachikuri's rear, YK observed the battle between Konoha and the Sunanin on the sea surface. The ships anchored in the shallow waters were all burned, the wreckage of 12 vessels listing. Some ships still bore the emblem of the Land of Wind's daime. Building a ship takes over half a year, but burning one only takes about half an hour. The daime of the Land of Wind would surely be furious. Tsunagakure was too weak, unable to even protect the daime's important property. At the dock warehouses, Konoha shinobi had already broken in and were destroying the supplies from the inside. The area around the warehouses, however, was somewhat deadlocked. Two Sunanin appeared beside YK. They noticed the Konoha shinobi before them looking around, sometimes even pausing sluggishly. Their kunai repeatedly struck the Konoha shinobi's body, but he actually wore iron armor under his flak jacket, which the kunai couldn't penetrate. Sunanin A panted, saying, "Don't be afraid. All shinobi have weaknesses. This guy is just wearing iron armor, taking a cheap shot. I know his weakness." Sunanin B quickly asked, "Where's the weakness? Tell me." Sunanin A said, "This guy must eat, drink, piss, and shit, right? I don't believe he has armor plates on his ass too. Attack his most vulnerable spot." Sunanin B's expression changed. Why hadn't he thought of such a brilliant method? Sunanin B circled behind YK and, using A's distraction from the front, raised his kunai and fiercely stabbed towards YK's posterior. YK was looking over Sunanin A's shoulder, observing the distant battle, when he suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He turned his head and discovered the Sunanin behind him was so despicable. "Are you a hyena? The director of Tsunagakure's proctology hospital?" YK clenched his buttocks, trapping Sunanin B's kunai between them. Enraged and embarrassed, he turned around and punched Sunanin B in the head. YK's fist gleamed with copper light, incredibly hard. The skull's hardness was no match for the copper light secret technique. How despicable! Fight if you must, you could even kill me, but how could you attack a man's most delicate area? Dirty bastards, would you be responsible if you gave me hemorrhoids? Just as the situation was looking very favorable, a line of golden light appeared behind the dock. As the line of golden light drew closer, it became visible as a wave of golden sand. YK was taken aback. It was an old acquaintance, the third Kage student, Raza. At the rear of the dock battlefield, Nararo saw the young Sunanin standing with arms crossed atop the wave of gold dust. Two people stepped forward beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Nararo. Nararo, Akimichi Yamashiro, Yamanaka Insen. The clan heads of the Inoshika CH trio had serious expressions. "Rokaku, who is that?" Nararo said, "The third Kage student, a rising star of Tsunagakure who masters the magnet release, gold dust secret technique, Raza." This generation's Inoshika CH clan heads walked forward together. Their steps were in sync, their speed increasing. Raza's gold dust wave had already reached the dock warehouses. The Konoha shinobi outside the warehouses were quickly buried by the gold dust. Pools of blood appeared within the gold dust, Konoha shinobi being crushed by it. Akimichi Yamashiro's body suddenly enlarged, and the iron staff in his hand also grew due to the secret technique. The dozens of meters long iron staff swept horizontally, smashing into the gold dust wave. YK threw a kunai, killing a Sunanin beside him, and looked up to watch the Akimichi clan head battle Raza. The dozens of meters tall Akimichi giant was immensely powerful. Swinging his iron staff, he shattered the gold dust wave, instantly halting its advance. Raza himself stood on a mass of gold dust, hovering in mid-air. He stared at Akimichi Yamashiro's feet and formed hand signs. A large amount of gold dust surged from under Akimichi Yamashiro's feet, causing him to lose his footing and fall sideways. A Sunanin near Raza suddenly jumped up and, like a spy, threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached at Raza. Raza frowned slightly. This was the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Inoshika CH always fought in combination. The gold dust churned, blocking the explosive tag-tipped kunai. However, the Sunanin was completely controlled, his attacks incessant. Raza showed no mercy. A stream of gold dust shot out from the sand wave, engulfing the controlled Sunanin. Blood was squeezed and splattered. Raza directly killed the Sunanin controlled by the Yamanaka secret technique. Seeing this, the surrounding Sunanin hurriedly fled. This level of combat was not something they could participate in. Under the moonlight, a shadow on the ground rapidly elongated, stabbing towards Raza's shadow. Raza manipulated the gold dust, swiftly evading the shadow on the ground. As a famous shinobi clan in the shinobi world, Inoshika Ch's intelligence was nearly transparent. Yamanaka Insen and Nararo Kaku bought time for Akimichi Yamashiro. Akimichi Yamashiro climbed up from the ground and again used his iron staff to smash the advancing gold dust wave. However, YK, watching from afar, frowned. The three clan heads seemed evenly matched with Raza, but Inoshika Ch's weakness was too obvious. As long as Akimichi Yamashiro was taken down, the other two would be powerless to stop the massive gold dust wave. While the group was locked in combat, the amount of gold dust on the ground kept increasing, some shattered by the iron staff, some from Raza's missed attacks. The ground kept trembling. It was the gold dust transforming the soil beneath the ground into new gold dust. When the gold dust had accumulated to a certain extent, Raza formed a hand seal and raised his hand. Magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral. Over a dozen streams of gold dust burst violently from the ground, forming a spiral in the air that abruptly constricted. Akimichi Yamashiro's body, dozens of meters tall, was completely enveloped by the gold dust imperial funeral. The gaps between the over a dozen gold dust streams grew smaller. Through a gap, YK saw Akimichi Yamashiro's terrified face. A major function of magnet release was to deal with giant-tailed beasts. The gold dust imperial funeral formed a conical shape. Raza's open hand clenched tightly. Boom! Even from far away, the sound of the gold dust imperial funeral compressing and collapsing could be heard. YK's heart skipped a beat. Was Akimichi Yamashiro going to die here? Then YK breathed a sigh of relief. Akimichi Yamashiro was outside the gold dust imperial funeral. At the last moment, Akimichi Yamashiro shrank his body, and Nararo Kaku's shadow pulled him out. The bad news was, while most of Akimichi Yamashiro's body made it out, his left arm was trapped within the gold dust imperial funeral. Akimichi Yamashiro was decisive. Holding a kunao in his right hand, he enlarged both his hand and the kunao together, and fiercely chopped down on his left shoulder, severing tendons, bones, and flesh. Yamashiro! Nararo Kaku cried out in anguish. Nararo Kaku's shadow continued exerting force, pulling Akimichi Yamashiro away. The shinobi war was so cruel. Even someone as esteemed as the Akimichi clan head could lose an arm on the battlefield. YK would need to note in his report, Raza has the potential to become Kage. The Inoshika Ch trio clan heads are no match for Raza. Raza suddenly lowered his head splitting with pain. Yamanaka Insen had taken the opportunity while Raza used the gold dust imperial funeral to attack him with the Yamanaka secret technique. Orderly retreat. Nararo Kaku pointed towards the dock. Your battalion covers the rear. YK was startled. Nararo Kaku was pointing directly at the battalion he was in. The battalion commander jumped onto a gantry crane structure and shouted. We'll cover the retreat. Follow me. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, is the equipment division taking kickbacks? Konoha had brought 7 battalions this time, managing to destroy Saba port's piers, nearly 20 large ships, and over half of the port warehouses in a short period. Just the supplies sunk to the seabed were immensely valuable. If they could successfully cover the retreat with just 1 battalion, Konoha's raid would be a complete and major victory. Hearing they were to cover the retreat, Tsuchikuri grew increasingly afraid facing the approaching Sunanin, but she stubbornly kept her kunao raised before her. Fujikita, don't be afraid. As your temporary squad leader, I won't let you die in front of me. YK was taken aback. Within Tsuchikuri's petite figure resided such great courage and energy. This world was dirty and tattered, yet there were always people trying to mend it. The village had much darkness, but there were also many pitiful people offering each other warmth. YK deliberated repeatedly. Should he continue lying low this time, or do something? Perhaps, he could use this opportunity to display some strength and accumulate credentials for his promotion within the Anbu. A squadron leader's authority was too low. He must obtain higher authority, greater freedom, and more respect. Only then could he handle more dangers. The small lurker hides in the wilds, the great lurker hides in the court. Wouldn't lurking among the higher UPS be more comfortable? YK looked around for Hippo. Hippo, disguised as a genin, belonged to another battalion. Hippo noticed YK's gaze and stopped midway. YK took out a scroll and swiftly wrote his observation report of this battle on it. The scroll omitted Nara's despicable actions. YK would inform Hitaki Sakumo separately about Nara's deeds, explaining the cause of Arata's death. He only recorded the performance of the various Konoha battalions in this battle. Tsuchikuri, not getting a response from Fujikita behind her, turned her head and saw Fujikita rapidly writing on a scroll. Even she, sluggish as she was, realized now that Fujikita was strange, unlike an ordinary genin. Why write a scroll at a time like this? YK finished the scroll and threw it towards Hippo. Tsuchikuri was surprised to find the scroll flew so fast she could barely see it. Was Fujikita's strength this formidable? After receiving the scroll, Hippo nodded at Fox. He understood Fox's meaning. Completing the observation report was an Anbu mission, but at this moment, YK was also Konoha genin Fujikita, who had to buy escape time for the 6 battalions. Both tasks were Fox's duty. YK took a mask from his tool pouch and put it on. Tsuchikuri discovered that Fujikita's aura underwent a dramatic transformation the moment the mask covered his face. The previously evasive Fujikita was gone, replaced by a murderous presence. Fujikita put on a mask. Was he one of the village's Anbu? YK said to Tsuchikuri. Chnin Tsuchikuri, stand behind me. I am Konoha Anbu Special Jainin Fox. I am now your temporary squad leader. What was that line you just said again? Don't be afraid. As your temporary squad leader, I won't let you die in front of me. YK body flickered to the very front, standing side by side with the battalion commander, and said. Anbu Squadron Leader Fox, who happens to be on a mission within your battalion, reporting for duty. The battalion commander's mouth twitched, and he smiled on this difficult battlefield. An Anbu Squadron Leader? His strength shouldn't be much worse than his own. This way, the rearguard battalion effectively had 2 high-level combatants. Good, the battalion commander said. I'll take 2 squadrons to delay the enemy commander, Raza. You take 1 squadron to protect the gliders during takeoff. Received. YK nodded to Tsuchikuri's squadron leader, signaling him to follow, and charged towards the Sunanin pursuing Konoha's 6 battalions. The squadron leader quickly made hand signals, ordering all squads to follow him, and also to follow the Anbu squadron leader. Outside the dock, Konoha shinobi opened their gliders and began moving forward, using the sea breeze to take off. Many Sunanin chased after them. The Sunanin shouted, wanting to stop the Konoha shinobi before they flew away. YK's figure landed behind the Konoha shinobi, and in front of the Sunanin. Hand seals. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. YK had used water-cutting wave in front of Raza before. To protect Pakura for as long as possible, he decided to only use Earth-style rising spears now. In a fan-shaped area over 200 square meters in front of him, Earth spears bloomed on the battlefield like thorns. Over a dozen Sunanin were pierced and hung on the Earth spears like locusts. Tsuchikuri, at the rear of the squadron, was shocked seeing that fearsome Earth release ninjutsu. Was this the power of an Anbu shinobi? killing over a dozen enemies with a single jutsu. YK continued forming hand seals, preparing a second Earth-style rising spears. Two Sunanin suddenly emerged from the ground beneath his feet, thrusting their kunao at YK's calves. After two sharp ringing sounds, the kunao tips shattered. The two Sunanin stared in disbelief at the broken kunao. What the? Is the equipment division taking fucking kickbacks? The hell is this, kunao or glass? Ignoring the two Sunanin on the ground, YK used the second Earth-style rising spears. Another dozen or so Sunanin were hung in the air. Only after using the jutsu did YK raise his feet, kicking left and right at the Sunanin. The two Sunanin drew new kunao. However, before they died, they cursed the equipment division again. With an equipment division like this, Tsunagakure is doomed sooner or later. Their kunao were kicked and broken again, like dry twigs. As for their chest cavities, they fared about as well as soft cloth bags. Seeing the fox Anbu's ninjutsu was so powerful, more and more Sunanin infiltrated from underground to YK's side. Not just Sunanin, but also many puppets emerged from the ground and charged at YK. YK faced at least 4 Sunanin squadrons, a large number. However, no matter how formidable the puppets were, they were as fragile as paper before YK. YK's palms gleamed with copper light as he used hand chops to smash the puppets. The puppet blades, coated with poison, couldn't cut YK's skin. Seeing that kunao and puppets were ineffective, some Sunanin formed hand seals not far away. Gusts of violent wind assailed, carrying wind blades sharp enough to slice through large trees. However, the wind blades could only tear YK's clothes, shattering into chaotic whines upon meeting his skin. YK looked disheveled, his clothes full of holes and tatters, but he was actually completely unharmed. More and more of his reddish copper skin was exposed. YK saw several Sunanin circling towards his rear and suddenly clenched his buttocks. Surely they didn't think the weakness of his absolute defense was his posterior again? How did they arrive at that conclusion? Are they sick? The sudden inspiration of foolish people was truly a headache. The Sunanin behind him took advantage of the chaos and launched their attacks. The attacks hit his back, only shredding his clothes. YK endured the kunao and wind release ninjutsu, forming hand seals again to use earth-style rising spears. The earth spears not only killed Sunanin but also altered the terrain, obstructing the Sunanin's pursuit. In this brief engagement, YK had already crippled half a battalion. The other Sunanin no longer dared to surround the fox Anbu. Unwilling to abandon their mission, they bypassed the fox Anbu and continued charging towards the Konoha shinobi. As for their backs, they paid them no mind. Too terrifying. This Anbu shinobi can ignore all physical attacks? How are we supposed to fight that? No physical attacks worked. The Sunanin's specialties, wind release and puppets, were useless. Wanting to bypass YK was impossible. YK used wave after wave of Earth-style rising spears, creating Earth-style thorns. YK shouted to the following squadron leader, "Buy me time, hold them back." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Red Copper Metallic Luster. In the midst of the battle, YK deliberately looked out for Kurumi, eliminating several dangers for her. After completely crushing the Sunanin blocking the glider's takeoff, the area in front of them cleared. Only then did YK have time to observe the distant battle. Before Raza's great wave of gold dust, the battalion commander, leading 2 squadrons, had already been completely wiped out. That battalion commander was completely outmatched by Raza. The squadron at his own side was also mostly dead. YK looked up at the departing glider group. The rearguard mission was over. He body flickered to appear in front of the fallen Kurumi, catching a kunao that was thrust towards her eyes. Kurumi had just been hit by a wind release technique and smashed against a rock. She was barely breathing, nearly unconscious, her eyes only able to open a slit. The kunao was only a few centimeters from Kurumi's eye, making it appear especially large in her narrow field of vision. Snap! The kunao was crushed by Fujikita, no, by the fox Anbu. Kurumi knew she was saved. Her last breath of relief escaped her, and she fell completely unconscious. YK hoisted Kurumi onto his shoulder and body flickered away from the shore, appearing on the surface of the water. Raza arrived at the shoreline. He looked up at the fleeing glider group and knew it was too late to intercept them. He stood on the shore, while YK stood on the water, the two confronting each other. To buy time, YK did not leave immediately. Carrying the unconscious Kurumi on his shoulder, he stood on the water, facing off against hundreds of Sunanin alone. Raza took one last look at the ascending glider group. After assessing the situation, he concluded that even if he flew up after them, he could at most stop a few dozen Konoha shinobi. Compared to a few dozen Konoha shinobi, he was far more interested in Konoha's fox Anbu. Raza raised his hand. A whirlwind of gold dust formed in front of his finger, shaping into a gold dust kunao. The gold dust kunao shot forth. YK neither dodged nor avoided it, allowing the gold dust kunao to strike his chest. Following a clear, sharp sound, the gold dust kunao shattered. Raza furrowed his brow tightly. The fox Anbu's clothing was torn where the kunao had struck. The moment it hit him, his skin instantly turned into a thick red copper color. Raza muttered to himself. Some kind of hardening defensive jutsu similar to Earth Release, Earth Spear. Instantaneous activation. Hardness is much higher than Earth Release, Earth Spear. The skin takes on a red copper metallic luster. Raza formed hand signs. The ground churned with waves of sand, and gold dust gushed out, surging towards the fox like a tsunami over 10 meters high. Failing to inflict harm, Raza prepared to capture him using the great wave of gold dust. YK stood on the seawater, where water release jutsu consumed very little chakra. Water release, water formation wall. A massive wall of water collided with the great wave of gold dust. The gold dust was soaked by the seawater, becoming heavy. By the time the gold dust and the water formation wall dissipated, and Raza prepared to use an even larger wave of gold dust, he found the water's surface empty. Raza pressed a finger from his right hand against his eye. A third eye appeared in the air and swiftly flew high up. The third eye looked around but couldn't find any trace of anyone. What level of body flicker technique was this? In a place far from Saba port, YK, carrying Kurumi on his shoulder, ended his water body flicker and appeared on the water's surface. The ocean was the home ground for the water body flicker. Without this technique, YK wouldn't have dared to provoke Raza like that. He had a chance to revive, but he had chosen to escape. Raza's abilities were special, his gold dust waves were adept at capturing and crushing. If he hadn't left, being killed by Raza would have been one thing, but if he were captured by Raza, that would have been troublesome. He quickly found a cave in the seaside cliffs and hid inside with Kurumi. YK's top and trousers were torn to shreds. He took off the tattered clothes and hurriedly checked the seat of his trousers. Fortunately, despite the attacks from the many perverted Sunanin, the backside area was intact, preserving his honor. He spread his own torn clothes on the ground and let Kurumi lie curled up on them. He went to the cave entrance and looked out at the sea. Seabirds flew about leisurely, the intense battle at distant Saba port had nothing to do with them. YK planned to wait for the commotion to die down before slowly returning to the main camp. As a mature shinobi, one must learn to slack off. Returning too early would just mean being assigned a new mission. When would there ever be an end to missions? Joining the rearguard battalion, successfully covering the retreat, but being pursued himself, thus getting delayed on the way back, that sounded perfectly reasonable, right? It was like getting paid to use the bathroom at the company, a double win. Seeing that Kurumi was still unconscious, YK formed a hand seal and used the summoning technique. Pakun appeared in a puff of white smoke. He glanced at Fox, then at the petite girl in the cave, and said, "You keep yourself busy." YK said speechlessly, "Pakun, I didn't expect you to be such a dog." Pakun said, "Ha, what did you call me for?" YK said, "I've investigated the cause of Arata's death." Arata's teammate at the time, Naruto, actually used his shadow secret technique to control his teammates, using them as shadow puppets. Naruto was the only one who survived and completed the mission. It's highly likely he used shadow puppetry on Arata. During this mission, he used the same shadow puppetry technique and killed a Konoha shinobi. Shadow puppetry. Pakun said, "I understand. I'll inform Sakumo." Pakun released the summoning technique himself, disappearing in a puff of white smoke. 2 hours later, Kurumi slowly woke up. First, she saw some strips of cloth. This color? Wasn't this Fujikita's clothes? Where was Fujikita? Why were his clothes torn to pieces like this? "You're awake." Kurumi followed the voice and looked towards the cave entrance, seeing Fujikita sitting there. Her face immediately flushed red with embarrassment. She lowered her head but couldn't help looking up again. Fujikita wore his fox mask, his upper body bare revealing well-developed pectoral muscles. Below, he wore only underwear, his long legs tight with solid muscle. YK stood up and walked towards Kurumi. Kurumi saw Fujikita crouch in front of her, pressing and rubbing her head, checking her injury from the knockout. "Good, recovery is good." "Fujikita." "No, what should I call you?" "Fujikita isn't your real name, is it?" YK said, "I have no name, only a code name. You can call me Fox." "Oh, Fox, did we succeed in the rearguard action?" "We succeeded. Under the leadership of you, our acting squad leader, we successfully covered the retreat. The other 6 battalions got away safely." Kurumi pursed her small, cherry-like mouth and said, "You're so strong, how could it have been under my leadership?" "I didn't do anything." YK smiled slightly. If it weren't for the courage Kurumi showed at the last moment, even trying to protect her teammate Fujikita, he wouldn't have resolved to fight the Sunanin so fiercely. Because of that, he had exposed some of his trump cards. From his observations within the Anbu, it seemed Danzo might be driven out of the Anbu by Hiruzen Sarutobi to lead route independently. This process wouldn't be as simple as Hiruzen saying a word and Danzo obediently leaving, there was bound to be some turmoil. Amidst this turmoil, YK needed to secure more benefits for himself. If Danzo moved positions, vacating the seat of Anbu commander, wouldn't all the brothers below get to move up a rank? YK also wanted to become a battalion commander. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, as the Hokage's representative, was stationed at the front lines, monitoring the entire battlefield for the Hokage, wielding immense power. If he became a battalion commander, he could also independently direct Anbu missions in one area of the battlefield. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, the title Copper Fox. The Sunanin frontline camp. Raza entered the command tent and met the commander-in-chief, Ebis. Ebis's expression was pained. The losses were severe after the raid on Saba port, correct? Raza nodded and said. Approximately 7 battalions of Konoha shinobi, under the command of Commander-in-Chief Nararo, raided Saba port using flight tools. I rushed there and clashed with the leaders of Konoha's Inoshika CH trio, only managing to cripple one of the Akimichi clan head's arms. At the critical moment of pursuit, a single Konoha Anbu ninja blocked the chase. A single Anbu ninja? Ebis said, did Konoha send an Anbu battalion commander? Raza shook his head and said. It wasn't battalion commander Yellow Dog. He wore a fox mask and mastered a powerful defensive ninjutsu. His skin turns a red copper color. Kunao and ninja swords cannot penetrate it, and wind release is ineffective. It's fundamentally different from ninjutsu like earth release, earth spear. His ability is instantaneous, requires no hand seals, making it difficult to find an opening. I tried to capture him using magnet release, gold dust, but he also possesses formidable water release ninjutsu. The sea surface was disadvantageous for me, I couldn't pursue deeply. Ordinary Sunanin facing him would absolutely find no suitable countermeasure. I believe headquarters should issue a specific order regarding him to prevent unnecessary casualties among our Sunanin. I call that Anbu, who wears a fox mask, possesses immunity to physical attacks, and whose skin turns coppery. Copper Fox? Copper Fox? Ebis turned to a staff ninja beside him and said. Act according to Raza Jonin's suggestion. Remind all Sunanin that if they encounter Konoha Anbu's Copper Fox, they should not attack futilely, tools and wind release have no effect on him. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. While YK and Kurumi were hiding in the seaside cliff cave, a piece of news related to YK rapidly spread on both sides of the land of river's border. Konoha Anbu Copper Fox possesses the ability to immunity physical attacks. Sunanin encountering Copper Fox should not make futile attacks, focus on binding and capturing. This news soon reached the Konoha frontline camp as well. Inside the command tent, Nararo summoned Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and handed him a scroll. Yellow Dog looked at the scroll, he had already known about the intelligence inside for a while. Yellow Dog said, Anbu Squadron Leader Fox secretly joined the raid battalion due to a special mission. That was the task I assigned him. My apologies, Commander-in-Chief, I cannot disclose the mission details. Nararo nodded and said. I understand. The Anbu has its own duties. After encountering the Kage's disciple, Raza, I originally assigned one battalion for rearguard duty. I didn't expect that battalion's rearguard action to be extremely successful. It was all due to Copper Fox's participation. Because of this, Tsunagakuer specifically publicized Copper Fox as a special enemy to all their ninja. Tell me, what is Copper Fox's actual strength, so I can make accurate judgments? Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. This is the first time I've heard of Fox having an absolute defense type secret technique. The village's scroll of seals doesn't contain such a technique either. Judging from the description in the intelligence, it's even stronger than Iwagakure's Earth Release, Earth Spear. Fox has strong ninjutsu talent, possessing powerful earth and water release. Perhaps this is a secret technique Copper Fox developed himself. For shinobi, reaching a certain level of strength and developing one's own secret technique is quite common. Yellow Dog added. The raid mission ended several days ago. Judging from Suna's reaction, Fox should have escaped. I haven't received any intelligence from Fox, I wonder if he encountered any problems on his escape route. Hitaki Sakumo, standing nearby, thought to himself that Fox was alive and well, and had even sent back intelligence via Pakun. He glanced at Nararo, then at the other Nara clansmen in the command tent. There were some scum within the Nara clan who actually used their shadow secret technique to turn teammates into shadow puppets during battle. This was absolutely intolerable to Hitaki Sakumo. He had already arranged a secret investigation targeting the Nara clan, he must root out those scum and execute them. In one corner of the tent, Akimichi Yamashiro looked at his empty left arm, feeling some regret. If he also mastered an absolute defense secret technique, would he have not lost his arm? His father, Akimichi Torifu, was originally a high-ranking advisor on the same level as Danzo and others, but his father was severely injured on the battlefield early on and had to retire. As the Hammer and Shield, the strongest among the Inoshika CH trio, the Akimichi clan's casualty and disability rate was too high. If they didn't charge fiercely, the Nara and Yamanaka wouldn't have the chance to use their secret techniques. Nararokaka finally gave his assessment. We should also help promote the name Copper Fox to boost the morale of the frontline Konoha shinobi. This Anbu ninja did not hesitate to step forward in the rearguard mission. He deserves praise. In the seaside cliff cave, YK was waiting for the Sunanin to withdraw. After Saba Port was struck, several Sunanin battalions were redeploying outposts and defensive traps in the surrounding area. YK went out to scout from time to time, recording all this intelligence. Another merit to claim upon return. YK also bartered some large fish he caught from a nearby village for a set of clothes, and also got some needle and thread, letting Kurumi mend the glider damaged by Kunao. While Kurumi was mending the glider, YK chatted with her. Kurumi, how many years has it been since you graduated from the Ninja Academy? Kurumi said, I'm 15 this year. It's been 4 years since I graduated from the Ninja Academy. 15 years old. Seeing Fox scrutinize her height, Kurumi said, I grew up in an orphanage in Konoha. The director said there was a time when the orphanage was very poor, and everyone didn't have enough to eat, so I was malnourished and grew short, only 1.5 meters. YK asked, didn't the orphanage receive subsidies from the village? No, the orphanage was started and maintained with difficulty solely by the director out of her kindness. I now send half of my mission earnings back to the orphanage, hoping the children there can eat better now. YK found Kurumi both pitiable and strong. Let me teach you some ninjutsu. Your strength is a bit weak. If you don't get stronger, how will you earn mission rewards? It wouldn't be good if everyone from your orphanage ended up malnourished. Kurumi's chakra affinity happened to be earth. YK taught her earth release, fish in earth reflection technique and earth release, earth-style rising spears. These two jutsu, one for escape and one for attack, were enough for Kurumi to handle Chunin-level missions. Kurumi had good ninjutsu talent and quickly learned these two techniques. These two techniques were among YK's core jutsu, and he had many insights into them. Having learned his techniques, Kurumi's earth release prowess would also become stronger in the future. After gathering enough intelligence on the new defenses set up around Saba Port, YK prepared to return to the main camp. Choosing a night, Kurumi controlled the glider, with YK in front of her, secured by a rope. The two soared into the air, flying towards the border of the land of rivers. After arriving near the camp, Kurumi landed the glider early. The moment he landed, an Anbu ninja appeared. Squadron Leader Copper Fox. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog requests that you see him immediately upon your return. Copper Fox? Why were they calling him Copper Fox? Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Bone-Crushing Copper Light. Seeing Fox enter the tent, Yellow Dog said with a pleased tone, Copper Fox, you're back. Copper Fox? Aren't I Fox? Are you changing my mask? Yellow Dog actually laughed from behind his mask. Haha, Fox, the Sunanin frontline headquarters specifically issued an order about you, warning Sunanin to be extremely careful when encountering a Konoha Anbu wearing a fox mask. That order refers to you as Copper Fox, the Anbu ninja with the absolute defense secret technique. YK said, Battalion Commander, my understanding of ninjutsu has deepened, and I developed a secret technique on my own. I didn't expect it to leave such a deep impression on the Sunanin. Yellow Dog nodded and said, many shinobi create their own ninjutsu. Often, self-created techniques become a shinobi's most suitable and powerful trump card. Your kind of secret technique has never appeared in the shinobi world before, it's the first time the Anbu has recorded it. Well done, Fox. YK's strength was growing steadily. Many abilities granted by the system could be explained as self-created or imitated. The Anbu would review its members' strength, analyzing through ninjutsu and other intelligence whether they had connections to enemy villages or hostile forces. In the future, this rule would constrain YK less and less. Rules bind the weak, because rules are made by the strong. Yellow Dog said. Fox, congratulations on completing your 4th S-rank mission. You performed excellently in the Saba port raid mission. First, you contributed the glider flight tool, providing the technical possibility for the raid. Second, in the rearguard mission, you performed outstandingly, almost single-handedly holding back an entire Sunanin battalion. Finally, the Sunanin headquarters issued an order concerning you, requiring all Sunanin to be cautious of your formidable physical defense ability when encountering you. Headquarters comprehensively evaluated this and considers you the second most meritorious contributor to the raid mission. YK asked, second? Then who is the first? Of course, it's Lord Naruto, who devised the plan and commanded the raid force deep on the front lines. YK thought to himself, how could he be so foolish? Of course, the credit goes to the leadership, that goes without saying. Yellow Dog continued. However, clan head Akimichi Yamashiro was severely injured for the mission, losing an arm. Lord Naruto ceded the top merit to clan head Akimichi Yamashiro. By the way, let me remind you of a precaution. Your absolute defense secret technique has become your signature ability. During assassination missions, similar to assassinating disobedient Fire Country nobles, you absolutely must not use it. Even if you die during the mission, you cannot use your secret technique. Otherwise, the daimyo would know the Hokage sent someone to assassinate the noble. I understand. The daimyo is the nominal highest leader of the Land of Fire. Konoha, nominally, highly respects the daimyo and the nobles. However, the Anbu doesn't necessarily respect the daimyo. YK could feel that after he gained a title, regardless of how it sounded, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's attitude towards him had noticeably improved. In the shinobi world, strength comes first. Afterwards, he returned to the squadron's tent area. The 3 squad leaders, Purple Cat, White Goat, and Flower Deer, gathered around him. Purple Cat asked excitedly, Captain. The Sunanin are calling you Copper Fox, why? YK said, in future battles, you don't need to worry about me. I created a secret technique that can ignore physical attacks. Having said that, YK formed the hand seals for Shadow Clone. Flower Deer, give the Shadow Clone 3 kunao. After taking the kunao, the Shadow Clone jumped back and threw the 3 kunao at YK with all its might. The 3 kunao were extremely fast, showing no mercy, and struck YK's neck. The skin on his neck instantly turned a dull red copper color. Clang! 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 After 3 clear, sharp sounds, the kunao bounced away. Flower Deer picked up the kunao nearest to her and was astonished to find the blade tip of the kunao had actually chipped off. With this level of defensive ability, wouldn't he be invincible in close quarters taijutsu combat? No wonder the Sunanin call Captain Fox Copper Fox, it really is like the copper in hard as copper and iron. YK said to his 3 squad leaders. We destroyed the Sunanin's maritime supplies. Without iron ore, the Sunanin can only fight using their stockpiled weapons. The Sunanin will probably organize a counterattack. During breaks between missions, every squad must focus on training. After assigning training tasks to the 3 squads, YK himself began organizing new taijutsu suitable for himself. Absolute defense, Copper Light, besides providing physical defense, also made his fists exceptionally hard. If someone blocked his fist with their forearm, it would be like using a dead branch to block a ninja sword. If the force was sufficient, a single punch could shatter an enemy's bones. Besides his fists, YK's knife hand strikes were also very powerful. A chop with the side of his palm was something ordinary shinobi simply couldn't withstand. Outside the camp, YK found a place with many large boulders and began training his taijutsu. Wherever his fists and feet landed, the large boulders shattered one after another. After spending a week roughly familiarizing himself with the force application patterns and summarizing efficient taijutsu moves, he named this taijutsu style bone-crushing copper light. As the name implies, it's taijutsu aimed at shattering the enemy's bones. Besides establishing the taijutsu system, there was also ninjutsu resistance testing. YK found several members of his squadron with different chakra natures. Wind release ninjutsu posed the least threat to absolute defense, copper light. Whether wind blades, tornadoes, or pressure-based wind techniques, none could harm YK. Earth release ninjutsu, piercing types were completely ineffective. For impact types, he needed to carefully dissipate the shock force. The impact force of rocks would transmit through the skin, affecting internal organs and bones. He would need to find ways to increase the strength of his internal organs and bones in the future. Fire release ninjutsu, flames couldn't burn the skin, but the high temperature made YK very uncomfortable. When encountering fire release, it's better to focus on evasion. After all, fire release rarely kills anyone outright. Water release ninjutsu, water release techniques are mostly impact-based. What needed caution was the impact force, and the inability to move if trapped by a water release technique. Lightning release ninjutsu, YK didn't spar with squad members for this. He wouldn't expose his weakness to his squad members. Just like how Kakashi's lightning cutter could pierce through Kakuzu's earth release, earth spear, lightning release could also disrupt the integrity of copper light, causing a drop in defense. He needed to be extra careful when facing lightning release users. Among the sparring partners, there were two YK didn't recognize. During his absence, the three squads had also been continuously carrying out missions. Each squad could suffer casualties during missions, leading to personnel changes. Purple Cat was not only a squad leader but also acted as YK's half-assistant, helping YK assign and record missions, and collect mission reports. For Anbu Ninja, dedicated training time was a luxury. After only a week of training, YK received a new mission. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. Fox, the Sunanin collected the bodies and tools of the rearguard battalion at Saba Port, which included gliders. Intelligence Ninja report that the Sunanin are reverse engineering the gliders. The Jonin in charge of the equipment division, Naruto, went to investigate the Sunanin's replication progress. A frontline squad received Naruto's distress signal. Naruto is very important, you are responsible for rescuing her. All right, I understand. YK asked. Captain, sending us Anbu on this kind of rescue mission, does it come with an attached execution task? Is there something wrong with that Naruto? Do I need to find a remote spot halfway and kill her? Yellow Dog coughed repeatedly and hurriedly said, don't be presumptuous. It's not an execution, it's a real rescue, a mandatory rescue. Naruto is very important to the Nara clan, which is why we're dispatching Anbu elites to rescue her. YK felt somewhat disappointed inwardly. So it's not an execution. It seems it's just using public resources for private ends, sending Anbu Ninja to work for the Nara clan. Fox, go see Commander-in-Chief Naruto. He will brief you on the mission details. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, You're just an employee. In the Commander-in-Chief's tent, YK met Naruto. Naruto was staring down at a map, his brow tightly furrowed, the war situation was still unclear. When he saw Fox, he immediately smiled. Copper Fox, after your successful rearguard action at Saba Port last time, I wanted to praise you in person, but unfortunately, I've been too busy and never found the time. The Commander-in-Chief has worked hard. YK said, time is urgent. Regarding the rescue of Jonin Narahumka, does the Commander-in-Chief have any instructions? Nararokako said, I'll give you a scroll. This scroll contains the Nara clan's unique cipher system. You can only look at this cipher in my presence, you cannot take it away. YK took the scroll and glanced at it, finding the cipher extremely complex. Unlike ordinary ciphers based on the three elements of direction, distance, and time, the Nara clan's cipher had 6 elements. These 6 elements were further paired into groups, scattered within a certain range. Truly worthy of the high-intelligence Nara clan. The cipher conveyed sufficient information, but it caused quite a bit of trouble for the rescuer. Nararokako said, Umka is very smart and won't die easily. She must have found a perfect hiding place. What's needed now is a powerful shinobi to bring her away from danger and back to the camp. YK said, please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief. As long as Jonin Narahumka is alive, I will definitely bring her back. After memorizing the cipher, YK left the command tent. For the reconnaissance and rescue mission, YK brought the White Goat Squad. According to the preliminary intelligence in the mission scroll, Narahumka took people to investigate the Sunanin's replication of the gliders, was discovered by the Sunanin, pursued by them, and unable to return to the main camp. Narahumka had no choice but to turn deeper into the land of wind, hiding deep within the country. YK's mission was very arduous. Finding the hidden Narahumka deep in the land of wind, behind the Sunanin front lines, and then bringing her back to camp, was difficult. The full moon was still 10 days away. YK didn't want to die in the land of wind. Dying last time at the hands of Hitaki Sakumo brought a significant boost, even earning him a title. Whether within the Anbu, inside Konoha, or among the higher UPS, he now had some capital. Choosing the death reward voluntarily yielded much greater benefits than being killed during a mission. The problem was, too often, one had no choice. Leaving the camp, YK led the White Goat Squad on a detour north, avoiding the front-line combat zones. They continued until nightfall, when the 3 members of the White Goat Squad opened their gliders. 2 of them carried YK and White Goat up into the night sky. The strong desert winds carried the gliders up into the night sky. After applying wind release propulsion, the gliders flew above the low clouds, using the cloud layer as cover as they headed towards the land of wind. YK had contributed the glider early on, trading it for an S-rank mission reward. Otherwise, knowing it was being replicated would surely be heartbreaking. After flying for several hours, YK saw a few black dots appearing vaguely in the distance. Most likely they were Konoha reconnaissance ninja, with a small chance of being Sunanin reconnaissance ninja, as the Sunanin had also replicated some gliders. Don't panic. Maintain course. The distant gliders also spotted YK's group and moved closer. YK tilted his head and activated his single Tomo Sharingan. With his perception enhanced, YK could see the details of the other party. They're Sunanin. Prepare for battle. Be careful of your gliders. The Sunanin held Kunao, each eager to attack the Konoha side's gliders. Falling from such a height, even the strongest shinobi would be smashed to pulp. Observing the flight posture of the Sunanin gliders, YK concluded they had only learned the superficial aspects, replicating them completely without understanding the principles, and were not very proficient with the control lines. Before the Sunanin could act, YK struck first. Water release, water cutting wave. A stream of water dozens of meters long shot forth. The water stream cut from top to bottom, slicing through one glider, also cutting through the 2 Sunanin beneath it, and finally slicing through a cloud. Another glider hurriedly turned, trying to escape the area. It was terrifying. The Konoha ninja actually mastered such a powerful long-range water release ninjutsu. Oases in the desert were precious, and water release users were very rare. These ninja probably didn't even know water release could cut. However, turning a glider was very slow, giving YK enough time to use a second water release, water cutting wave. The second glider was also sliced apart. YK didn't look at his results, his gaze drawn to the sliced cloud. Kakashi used Chidori to split lightning, creating the S-rank technique lightning cutter. So, since YK used water cutting wave to split a cloud, could he call it cloud cutter? Or water cloud cutter? What a pity, he already had a title and didn't need another famous technique to gild the lily. White Goat sighed inwardly. Squadron leader Fox was getting stronger and stronger. He still remembered when he first joined Fox's squadron, carrying out missions in the Land of Rain, the squadron leader acted cautiously. Now the squadron leader was accustomed to killing enemies from a distance with ninjutsu. After passing through the Sunanin defense line from the air, the White Goat squad carefully scouted the surrounding airspace. Once sure no Sunanin were pursuing, the squad landed in an uninhabited area of the desert. Emerging from the uninhabited area, they could pose as travelers from the Land of Wind who got lost in a sandstorm and were lucky to survive. Such travelers were common in the Land of Wind. People often lost their way in sandstorms, wandering aimlessly for days and nights, eventually appearing dozens of kilometers away from their homeland. The White Goat squad changed into Land of Wind attire, headscarves and robes. Entering the first town, the White Goat squad searched for signs, while YK headed straight for the inn. YK had dealt with Naruto before, back when the equipment division was rushing to produce 200 gliders. She was a Nara clan jonin, a refined woman. After entering a town, it was unlikely she would hide in a trash can for days like male ninja might. She would probably go to an inn first, rest and recuperate, and then look for a hiding opportunity. The inn clerk stood facing the wall in terror. He didn't know why, but after turning around to fetch something, his body suddenly stiffened, unable to move. YK used the self-cursing body-binding seal to control the clerk, opened the inn's ledger, and searched for special guests from the past week. Naruto had gone missing about 4 days ago, meaning any woman who checked in alone within the last 4 days was a target for investigation. YK squeezed the clerk's shoulder. The clerk heard the fragile creaking groan of his own bones. But his jaw was locked, he could only make faint, muffled sounds. YK held the ledger in front of the clerk, pointing at 2 women's names, and asked, "Do you remember these 2 women? If yes, roll your eyes." Seeing that the clerk remembered, YK released the seal on his head. "Young man, don't scream. You're just an employee, earning a few hundred ryo a month. Why risk your life? Tell me and I won't kill you." The clerk thought about it, it was true. The inn belonged to the boss, the wages were often delayed, why should he take risks for the inn? The clerk said, this woman had 2 braided pigtails. The other woman was very fat. Hearing this, YK's eyes lit up, his luck was unexpectedly good. Checking the check-in record, it was highly possible Naruto had rested here 3 days ago. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Puppet Master Movements. YK went up to the guest room on the 2nd floor and found the room where Naruto had stayed. Using Earth Release, Fish in Earth Reflection technique to pass through the wall, YK smelled the scent of cheap perfume. A man and a woman lay on the bed, their clothes disheveled. YK ignored them and searched the room for signs. He felt under the surface of the table and indeed found some indentations. Bending down to look, he confirmed they were the Nara clan's cipher. Later, he found the 2nd and 3rd sets of cipher marks in other places. What a hassle, he still had to rearrange the 3 sets of cipher marks. Just then, the woman on the bed woke up. "What, another man? What do you take me for? You didn't mention there was another person before." The woman scratched the man's neck with her nails, drawing bloody marks. The man woke up groggily and said, "What other man? There's only me." "You still deny it? He's already in the room." "If I hadn't noticed, would he have climbed into bed too?" "What are you talking about? More money? Stop sleeping. Pay me more first." The two looked around the room, it was empty. "Are you so desperate for extra money you're seeing things? There's no one in this room." The woman snorted sheepishly. She must have been seeing things, imagining another person in the room. After leaving the inn, YK first found the White Goat Squad and told them to follow him to the location indicated by the cipher. The location indicated by the cipher was the town's only lumber yard. Around the lumber yard, White Goat found new cipher marks. The cipher indicated that Narayomka had already gone to the next town. YK was puzzled. Narayomka was being pursued deep behind enemy lines. Why was she running around instead of hiding securely in one place? They went to another town, but only found cipher marks near the lumber yard, not the person. Following the cipher information, they arrived at a third town. Again, around the town's lumber yard, White Goat found cipher marks. This time, the cipher finally didn't point to another town. Inside the lumber yard, Narayomka's current identity was that of a timber merchant. Her acting was excellent. The lumber yard owner didn't suspect her identity at all. She was in the lumber yard, waiting for her goods to be loaded onto a cart. However, her eyes occasionally glanced at a batch of goods nearby. "Boss, that's high-quality yellow hardwood, right? Such a large quantity of yellow hardwood, who has such substantial resources?" Yellow hardwood was a premium material for puppet shells, being hard and highly malleable. The lumber yard owner said. "Yellow hardwood is known as the bane of nails, even thin nails can't be driven into it. All the yellow hardwood near this town has been bought up by a major merchant. I heard that merchant has connections to Tsunagakur." Narayomka had obtained the intelligence she wanted. Crucial intelligence was often hidden in the details. Back when Narayomka first became a staff officer in the Hokage building, she analyzed an interesting piece of intelligence herself. Whenever Morinagiri were sent to the Forest of Death, it indicated the Konoha Anbu was planning a major operation. Anbu ninja, when at their base, wouldn't eat military ration pills. Thus, a nigiri wrapped with meat bits or fish flakes became the best supplemental food. The Anbu's nigiri coefficient, the more a nigiri, the more difficult the mission. She had even told clan head Rokaku about this observation, and he praised her, cautioning her that since it involved the Konoha Anbu, she must not speak of it. Forced away from the front lines and hiding deep in the land of wind, while escaping, Narayomka saw 2 carts of yellow hardwood and judged that Tsunagakur might be planning a major operation. Someone was buying yellow hardwood in large quantities. For the Sunanin, yellow hardwood had one important use: making puppets. Puppets from Tsunagakur typically had steel frames, with shells made from yellow hardwood and other hardwoods. Judging from the abnormal sales of yellow hardwood, Tsunagakur might be organizing a military adventure, one primarily involving puppet masters. Narayomka thought of many things internally, but showed nothing on her face. She said, "Yellow hardwood is so expensive. I wonder when I'll have the capital to participate in the yellow hardwood trade." As soon as she finished speaking, the sandy ground suddenly burst open. Flying sand obscured Narayomka's vision as a kunai with a purple glinting tip stabbed towards her abdomen. Narayomka quickly jumped backward, barely dodging the poisoned kunai's thrust. After landing, she immediately formed hand seals, preparing to use her shadow secret technique to control the pursuing Sunanin and seize an opportunity to escape. However, a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind her. 2 snake-shaped puppets emerged from the woodpile behind her. Poisoned kunai extended from the mouths of the long snakes, heading straight for Narayomka's back. Narayomka turned her head, intending to have her shadow stab backward to control the shadows of the snake puppets. But she was still too slow. She only managed to control one snake puppet. The other snake puppet was extremely fast, unavoidable. She watched helplessly as the kunai stabbed towards her shoulder. Clang! After a clear, sharp sound, Narayomka saw a large hand pressed against her shoulder. The poisoned kunai from the snake puppet had struck the back of that hand. Against the red copper-colored back of the hand, the kunai's tip shattered. Copper Fox! She hadn't expected clan head Rokaku to send Copper Fox to rescue her. Copper Fox was a rising star on the Land of Rivers battlefield, his reputation growing. Pushing Narayomka's back, YK said, "Follow me." White Goat found the puppet master hiding in the shadows and created an escape opportunity for the others by fiercely attacking the puppet master. The Konoha personnel quickly fled. Narayomka followed behind Copper Fox, thinking she was safe now. After escaping the town, YK said, "Let's go, Umka Jonan. We should return to the main camp as soon as possible." But Narayomka shook her head and said, "No. Right now, there's something more important than our lives." The abnormal yellow hardwood market relates to the movements of Tsunagakure's elite puppet masters. I suspect Tsunagakure might be sending a large number of elite puppet masters to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha frontline forces. We must investigate the flow of yellow hardwood to determine the intelligence regarding Tsunagakure's elite puppet masters, such as their assembly point and route direction. Most Konoha shinobi possessed a strong spirit of self-sacrifice. Faced with danger, their first thought wasn't to escape, but to die for Konoha. Narayomka's choice surprised YK somewhat, greatly changing his impression of her. He had previously thought Narayomka was a pampered elite from a great clan, but he hadn't expected her to have such courage now. Where did she get this courage from? Wait, could it be from him? After a moment's hesitation, YK said, "All right, you devise the investigation plan. We are responsible for protecting you." He couldn't go against Konoha's political correctness. Narayomka was very certain the Anbu would follow her opinion and didn't find it surprising. The group hid outside the town, waited for a long time, and eventually encountered a camel train. Over 20 camels left the town, each carrying 5 heavy logs of yellow hardwood tied to its sides. After following the camel train from a distance for several days, Narayomka said, "The merchants in the camel train have astonishing stamina, completely unlike ordinary civilians. They are likely shinobi in disguise." YK, meanwhile, was calculating the time. They were in the middle of nowhere. He couldn't waste this month's lottery draw. Who should he draw it from? Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, I'll Die With You. Following Narayomka was quite easy, she arranged everything. Tracking the camel train went very smoothly, the camel train didn't notice YK and the others. Narayomka kept looking down, her expression growing increasingly grave. "This direction, it's towards Saba Port." YK asked, "Saba Port? Wasn't Saba Port destroyed? What are they sending puppet materials to Saba Port for?" After thinking, Narayomka said, "We just scored a major victory at Saba Port. I heard the Land of Wind's Daime was furious that the Sunanin failed to protect his over 20 large ships. With Saba Port destroyed, the Konoha side will inevitably lower their guard in that direction. If the Sunanin set sail from the direction of Saba Port and go upstream through the rivers of the Land of Rivers, this is a route with an extremely high chance of success for a surprise attack. If the Sunanin delay on the front while elite forces attack from behind, Konoha could very well suffer a devastating defeat. Right now, it's all speculation. We need to follow for at least one more day, we must see concrete intelligence." One night later, YK saw a long procession in the distance through his telescope. The line was long and messy. Most people carried long objects wrapped in white cloth. Inside the mummy-like white cloth were puppets. Some puppet masters had 3 or 5 walking puppets beside them. Those puppets had special joints, human-like but not human, giving off an uncanny valley effect similar to corpse procession. Somehow, she managed to count. After observing several hundred dark figures, Narayomka said, "Approximately 200 puppet masters are advancing towards Saba port. Leading them at the front is the son of Tsunagakure's elder Cho, elite Jonin Toshi. Chiyo's son, Sasori's parents." YK thought to himself, it seems Sasori's parents are about to die. YK considered, the full moon was almost here. Should he die at the hands of Sasori's parents? He had absolutely no need for puppet techniques. YK said, "Retreat. The intelligence is sufficient." The group quickly left. After putting distance between themselves and the Sunanin puppet masters, YK looked up at the moon. The moon was already very bright, the full moon was just a day or 2 away. Walking on the sand, YK asked, "Dumka Jonin, it seems you are very knowledgeable about puppet techniques. Before entering the Land of Rivers battlefield, I deliberately paid attention to intelligence about puppet techniques. Then, Dumka Jonin, have you heard of shadow puppetry technique?" Hitaki Sakumo wouldn't let Arata's victimization go easily. YK asked as if casually, carefully watching Narayomka's expression. Narayomka didn't stop walking. Her eyes flickered slightly, then she said, "I haven't heard of it. Perhaps it's new intelligence the Anbu has gathered about Sunanin puppet techniques." Narayomka wanted to turn her head but suddenly found she couldn't move. The cursed seals had already silently crept up from the ground, covering her entire body. YK stood still, signaled to White Goat to have him and the squad stay on guard at a distance and not approach him and Narayomka. White Goat and the other's body flickered backward, retreating to a distance. White Goat thought to himself, so the Anbu really did have a mission to execute Narayomka. The Anbu is an assassination special forces unit, coming to rescue someone didn't seem right. White Goat felt that coming to execute Narayomka made more sense. But what was that secret technique the captain used? He had never seen it before. YK planned to die once for the lottery draw, so he didn't care about exposing the self-cursing body-binding seal. He held a kunao and walked up to Narayomka. Recently, there have been some unexpected shinobi deaths on the front lines. In the end, only one person from the squad escaped, and very coincidentally, the ones who escaped were always the Nara shinobi in the squad. Dumka Jonin, as an elite of the Nara clan, and being so skilled at gathering and analyzing intelligence, I think you must know more than I do. I sent my squad members away. It's just the 2 of us here. I hope you can speak openly and honestly with me." He observed Narayomka. There was no cold sweat on her forehead, her eyes were calm, and she wasn't even exerting force to resist YK's self-cursing body-binding seal. Her eyes moved slightly, and instead she asked, "Is the Anbu investigating certain abnormal death incidents involving Nara shinobi? But why do you master such an exquisite sealing technique? If I'm not mistaken, this is the annihilated Uzumaki clan's secret technique, the self-cursing body-binding seal. In the entire Konoha, only elites of the Senju clan and Princess Uzumaki Kushina can use this technique. How do you explain this? Who exactly are you working for?" YK knew Narayomka was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect her to directly hit his weak spot. He said, "You needn't worry about my affairs. Let's talk about you first. You were forced into the Land of Wind, yet chose to stay in a decent inn. If I use some interrogation methods next, it won't be so decent anymore." Narayomka's gaze turned unfriendly. "You wouldn't hesitate to use interrogation methods on a fellow village jonin. This level of intensity is absolutely not appropriate for merely investigating the unexpected deaths of a few Konoha shinobi. What is your real purpose?" YK scratched his head. Dealing with a smart woman was really troublesome. Who was interrogating whom here? Narahumka, my patience is limited. You are smart, you should be able to tell I'm not joking with you. YK said. The shadow manipulation secret technique is your Nara clan's signature ability. The stronger the ability, the easier it is to lose control. The Anbu discovered that a small number of people within the Nara clan actually take advantage of their teammates' inattention, using their shadows to treat their teammates as human puppets, controlling them to fight enemies. Every shinobi wants to maximize the use of their abilities, but they must not go to extremes. Where is the conscience? Where is the morality? Where is the will of fire? Since I've found you, it proves I already have sufficient evidence in hand. Narahumka, I'll give you 5 more seconds to think. Will you join me in cutting out the rotten flesh within the Nara clan, becoming an example of the Nara clan admitting and correcting its mistakes, or will you resist to the end? Narahumka's expression grew increasingly downcast. She said. If you Anbu have found out, how could our Nara clan not know? I was already in charge of this matter, but it hasn't been announced yet, fearing a scandal. If the Anbu investigation has reached me, it means your investigation is already very deep. I am willing to hand over some intelligence to the Anbu. Come closer, I'll tell you quietly. Don't let too many people know. YK walked over and stood beside her. Narahumka said. According to my investigation, there is a small group within the Nara clan, about 5 people. These 5 people believe that for the sake of success, whether mission success or personal success, one should stop at nothing. They delved into the shadow's secret technique and developed the vicious application of using the secret technique to manipulate teammates. YK asked, who are those 5 people? Narahumka gave 5 names. YK heard Narakaya's name and knew Narahumka wasn't hiding anything. Narahumka said, I have an investigation scroll. I can show it to you. YK thought to himself, no wonder Nararokaku asked the Anbu to rescue Narahumka, he knew there was already a preliminary investigation report scroll and feared the scandal would be exposed. Where is the scroll? I'll find it myself. I can't release the seal on you for now. The scroll isn't in the tool pouch. It's on the inner side of the left thigh, under the skirt. YK suddenly remembered Uzumaki Yuka. She also hid the adamantine sealing chain scroll on her inner thigh. Do women all like to hide things there? Do they think it's very secretive? YK lifted Narahumka's skirt and reached his hand under it, indeed feeling a scroll. However, his hand couldn't pull out. The shadow under the skirt had restrained YK's hand. Finally, it bound YK's entire body. Narahumka hid the scroll under her skirt because there were shadows under the skirt, with a special secret technique trap. YK, like Narahumka, couldn't move a muscle. Narahumka's eyes were full of apology. I cannot betray my family, nor am I willing to betray the village. I'll die with you. No one will know the Nara clan's scandal, and I will use my life to atone for my actions. The shadow climbed up YK's throat and pierced through it. YK thought to himself, he had gotten quite a bit of intelligence out of her, it was worth it. Just then, 2 puppets suddenly emerged from the ground. The Sunanin puppet masters had caught up. The puppets also pierced through Narahumka's chest. Both of them fell. Detected host death. Mochizuki's arc system starting up. Support me with power stone. For every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Scandal. YK returned to the previous full moon. He had just left Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's tent, having received the Anbu Observer mission and was about to join the Saba Port Raid mission under the identity of Fujikita. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month, reviving on the night of the previous full moon after death. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1 secret technique, Shadow Trap Technique. 2 Jonin level Chakra Reserve, stackable. 3 secret technique, Shadow Imitation Technique, beginner level. The first option, Shadow Trap Technique, was likely the trap Naruto hid under her skirt. The smarter the woman, the more dangerous she truly was. This technique was rather useless, and YK didn't wear skirts. The second option, Jonin level Chakra Reserve. Last month, his Chakra Reserve was 2.6 times the Jonin level. After a month of natural growth, it was now 2.9 times the Jonin level. With his physique bonus, his Chakra Reserve was slowly increasing. He chose the third option, Secret Technique, Shadow Imitation Technique, beginner level. Oh no! Now he had another method for doing bad deeds, another way to frame a shinobi clan. What was he to do? How was someone as pure, innocent, and kind-hearted as a little white flower like himself becoming more and more of a scoundrel? YK instantly mastered the shadow imitation technique. So this technique was actually a yin-release secret technique. A secret technique that infused yin-release chakra into the shadow at one's feet, granting the shadow special abilities. This technique's function somewhat overlapped with the self-cursing body-binding seal. Unless he was framing the Nara clan, it was better not to use it. However, the application method of yin-release chakra could be used for reference. As in the previous timeline, YK was assigned to Narakaya's squad. His teammate was the petite but lively Kurumi. Hello, I'm Kurumi. I just passed the Chunin exams and became a Chunin. Hello, I'm Fujikita, dreaming of becoming a Chunin by passing the Chunin exams. Haha, you'll have to work hard then. Narakaya still shamelessly claimed the glider was another major contribution of the Nara clan to the village. Kurumi learned to use the glider, while YK continued to secretly research his bone-crushing copper light taijutsu. Soon, the raid mission began. Narakaya's squad received the mission to dive and destroy the pier. YK maintained a position not too far but not too close to Narakaya, making it difficult for Narakaya to use the shadow imitation technique on him. The first time Narakaya tried to control Kurumi, YK swiftly acted, using the newly mastered shadow imitation technique to instantly control Narakaya. Narakaya was utterly terrified. Why was there another Nara shinobi nearby, and why was he controlling him? Had the clan head discovered the shadow puppetry technique he developed? So he sent someone to YK discreetly executed Narakaya underwater. This way, he also saved the other teammate. Kurumi, as a Chunin, automatically became the squad leader. YK didn't alter the overall flow of the battle. He created a shadow clone to follow Kurumi, preventing anything from happening to her, while his main body hid under the collapsing pier, taking out a scroll to record the battlefield situation. He meticulously recorded Raza's abilities and the performances of the 3 Inoshika CH clan heads on the scroll as they fiercely battled. Finally, when Nararokaku and the other Inoshika CH clan heads were defeated, Nararokaku designated YK's battalion for rearguard duty. The battalion commander led 2 squadrons to block Raza, while YK led 1 squadron to protect the taking off glider forces. YK jumped out of the seawater, threw the observation record scroll to squadron leader Hippo, and put on his fox mask. Facing the approaching Sunanin, Kurumi grew increasingly frightened but persistently held her kunao in front of her. Fujikita, don't be afraid. As your acting squad leader, I won't let you die in front of me. As in the previous timeline, awe-inspiring courage was born within Kurumi's petite frame. Chunin Kurumi, stand behind me. I am Konoha Anbu Special Jonin Fox. Now I am your acting squad leader. What was it you just said? Don't be afraid. As your acting squad leader, I won't let you die in front of me. This time, YK didn't start with Earth-style rising spears, instead deliberately trained his bone-crushing copper light taijutsu. The first Sunanin, charging forward, suddenly took a punch to the chest. His chest abruptly caved in, as if hit by a high-speed, solid iron ball. His ribs broke and pierced his back. The second Sunanin, seeing his comrade's gruesome state, thrust his kunao at YK. YK caught the kunao with one hand. The Sunanin, horrified, discovered his kunao seemed unsharpened, no blood seeped from between the Konoha Anbu's fingers. YK's other hand straightened, transforming into a knife hand strike aimed at the Sunanin's throat. The Sunanin's esophagus and windpipe instantly collapsed, his cervical spine broken. A puppet abruptly appeared. YK's fist easily shattered the puppet's shell and bent its internal steel frame. The puppet's limbs detached from its body, flying towards YK with sharp blades, but only cut his clothes, easily blocked by the red copper skin. Punch after punch, YK was surrounded by Sunanin, seemingly taking repeated hits but actually remaining completely unharmed. Both Sunanin and puppets were like withered branches and dead leaves before YK. Through repeated actual combat, YK's bone-crushing copper light taijutsu became increasingly proficient. After gathering the Sunanin together, enduring kunao and puppet blades, YK then formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style rising spears. A dense forest of thorny pillars burst from the ground, impaling over 20 nearby Sunanin. Someone who looked like a captain shouted from a distance, "Be careful! He's not just a taijutsu user, his ninjutsu is strong too." YK glanced at the captain and body flickered towards him. One punch landed, sinking into the captain's chest. "I hate captains who hide in the back the most. How dare you not fight me head-on, damn it!" The Konoha battalion commander briefly delayed Raza, while YK wreaked havoc in the rear, blocking Sunanin attempting to pursue the taking-off gliders. In the previous timeline, after YK had crippled half a battalion, Raza arrived nearby. This time, YK acted faster, his taijutsu more skilled and efficient, he crippled an entire battalion before Raza came forward. Apart from YK and Kurumi, whom YK deliberately protected, the other Konoha shinobi all died fighting on the docks. To avoid exposing his water body flicker secret, YK knocked out Kurumi, carried her on his shoulder, and stood on the sea surface. Looking at the numerous Sunanin corpses fallen on the dock, YK felt satisfied. After blocking Raza's gold dust wave with a water formation wall, YK submerged into the seawater and disappeared using water body flicker deep underwater. Finding the seaside cliff cave he had hidden in during the previous timeline, he summoned Pakun and told him the names of the 5 Nara shinobi. These names came from Narahumka. In the previous timeline, Narahumka already had a death wish. She used the true intelligence about the 5-person Nara group to lure YK closer. With the list obtained, Hitaki Sakumo would naturally investigate the heinous acts of using teammates as human puppets. As in the previous timeline, YK seriously taught Kurumi 2 earth release techniques, fish in earth reflection technique and earth-style rising spears, to help improve her strength. When he returned to the main camp, he heard his own title Copper Fox and also received a task that surprised him. He had given Hitaki Sakumo a list of 5 Nara shinobi, and the world line had changed. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, "Fox, here is a list. Follow this list and eliminate the people on it." YK saw 4 Nara shinobi names in the scroll. He had given Pakun a list of 5 names. Narakaya was dead, leaving 4 remaining. YK asked, "The Nara clan? Battalion Commander, are these 4 nominally executed but secretly released? The Nara clan is not simple. Fox, don't complicate Anbu missions. This time, it's a real execution." Yellow Dog said. Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo discovered some mission anomalies. These Nara shinobi were all the sole survivors of their squads. After investigation, it was found that these individuals all had heinous records of harming their teammates. Commander-in-Chief Nara Rokaku is deeply remorseful and heartbroken. He ordered the Anbu to treat them as rogue ninja and execute them. His actions after rebirth had altered the plot, leading to new developments. He didn't know how the confrontation between Nararo and Hatake Sakumo unfolded. After this scandal, the limited camaraderie between Nararo and Hatake Sakumo was probably exhausted. Having already died once in this full moon cycle, he needed to be extra careful in the upcoming missions, even if it was just assassinating a fusionin or special jonin. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Control Me Quickly. Inside the command tent, the three commanders Nararo, Hatake Sakumo, and Tsunade were all present. Hatake Sakumo asked everyone else to leave, leaving only the three commanders. Nararo gaze was lowered. After reading the report, Tsunade tossed it in front of Nararo. She thought it was something major, but it turned out to be just a scandal within the Nara clan. Clan head Rokaku, while the affairs of the Jonin commander and headquarters are important, one must not neglect the guidance of the younger generation within the shinobi clans. To think there are Nara shinobi using their shadow secret technique to treat teammates as puppets. Your clan's technique development is certainly imaginative. Nararo voice was heavy as he said, I have already requested the Anbu to execute these few bad apples. Please rest assured, Princess Tsunade, I will never condone such actions. Tsunade turned and left, not wanting to be involved in these sordid affairs. Nararo looked at Hatake Sakumo and said, Thank you for your report, Deputy Commander Sakumo. If not for you, these bad apples would have continued to harm other Konoha compatriots. Hatake Sakumo said. At least 15 Konoha shinobi have died at the hands of these individuals. This is no small matter. Every Konoha shinobi is prepared to give their life for the village. Their lives are precious and should not be lost without a clear reason. I am glad Commander Rokaku could place righteousness above family loyalty. Otherwise, more Konoha shinobi would have died by their hands. After Hatake Sakumo also left the tent, Naraomka entered and came to Nararokaku's side. Clan head. She said, I apologize for letting Hatake Sakumo get ahead of us. My internal clan investigation was also about to yield results. Nararokaku said. It's not your fault, Hatake Sakumo acted too quickly. Unnoticed, Hatake Sakumo's followers have grown increasingly numerous, capable of silently investigating our Nara clan scandal. Today, he came with ironclad evidence, I had no choice but to concede. I will report this matter exactly as it is to the Hokage-sama and request that he be wary of the forces gathering around Hatake Sakumo. Naraomka said, Clan head, then I will go complete the other investigation mission. The Sunanin have replicated the gliders, I will investigate their replication level. Go ahead. After everyone left, Nararokaku stared at Hatake Sakumo's report, his eyes cold and dangerous. There was a vast difference between the Nara clan investigating and handling the matter themselves and having Hatake Sakumo uncover the evidence and throw it in their faces. YK gathered his 3 squads and assigned one assassination target to each squad, he would take one target himself. The mission scroll contains intelligence on the assassination targets. Ensure the assassinations are completed within 2 days. YK said. Pay close attention, the targets have special status. You must not expose your special abilities. You can only use taijutsu tools and explosive tags for the assassination. When taking action, disguise yourselves as Sunanin or Rain-nin. YK specifically kept Purple Cat behind and said to her separately. Purple Cat, you've already seen the scroll. The assassination target is a Nara clan shinobi. Within the village, Inoshika are one entity. But in the Anbu, there is no Inoshika there are only successful or failed missions. Purple Cat said, "Captain, I made my resolution when I entered the Anbu. You needn't worry. Whether it's a Nara shinobi or a Yamanaka shinobi, if it's an Anbu mission, I will definitely complete it." "Good, go ahead." After the three squads left, YK glanced at the information about his target on the scroll and also left the camp. The target was named Naruto, a special jonin. He was currently leading a squad operating on the front lines. Most of the time, the conflict between Konoha and Suna occurred along the lengthy front line, with different squads interweaving, ambushing, and depleting the enemy's strength. When Kage-level shinobi were involved, gathering shinobi together for extended periods was foolish, as a single large-scale ninjutsu could cause massive casualties. Making full use of the front lines with ambushes and counter-ambushes, assassinations and counter-assassinations, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, was the norm of shinobi village warfare. Northern border of the Land of Rivers. On a Gobi desert area, Naruto's squad was resting sheltered from the wind between two large rocks only 2 meters apart. Genin Hakimar said, "Captain, we don't need to rest. Don't worry about us. The Sunanin we're chasing have 6 wounded but only 2 escorts. If we kill those wounded, we might even get an A-rank mission reward." Naruto seemed uninterested and perfunctorily said, "Don't rush. The closer we are to the prey, the more careful we must be. Those wounded can't run fast." Naruto thought to himself that among the wounded were 2 puppet masters. As long as a puppet master's fingers could move, they still had combat ability, he couldn't be careless. He looked at the Genin Hakimar who had just spoken with a complex gaze. Hakimar was very eager and lively, but unfortunately, his strength was relatively weak. During the upcoming battle, he would make him braver than he imagined. After resting, Naruto's squad continued deeper into the Gobi desert. Hakimar discovered dried brownish-red bloodstains on the ground. Following the direction of the bloodstains, Naruto's squad continued the pursuit. Soon, they spotted the Sunanin near a few rocks. 2 Sunanin were standing, 6 were lying on the ground. Naruto gestured, ordering all his subordinates to attack. The Genin excitedly charged towards the Sunanin, holding their kunai. With so many wounded, the Genin believed this would be their easiest fight yet. However, one of the wounded, semi-reclining against a rock, raised a hand. 2 puppets suddenly burst from the ground behind the 3 Konoha Genin. The Sunanin wounded had actually set a trap. With puppets behind and Sunanin ahead, the 3 Genin found themselves in a bitter fight. Naruto appeared nearby and shouted to Hakimar, "Don't resist. Your taijutsu is too poor, let me control you." "Yes, Captain." Hakimar relaxed his body, allowing Naruto's shadow imitation technique to control him. Subsequently, he and Naruto together dodged the puppet's attacks. He found his movements faster and more concise, praising, as expected of the captain. "So impressive." Naruto controlled Hakimar, and after dodging the puppets, they charged towards the wounded. The distance between them was over 30 meters, charging forward parallel to each other. Hakimar was facing the Sunanin wounded directly, while Naruto was positioned to the side. Hakimar felt something was wrong. He watched in horror as more and more wounded shakily got to their feet. Rushing close to the wounded, one wounded raised a kunai and thrust it. Hakimar found he wasn't making any evasive movement. "Captain! Control me quickly." Not only was he not dodging, but his hands were also reaching for the throat of a Sunanin who had just stood up. Hakimar's gaze swept to the side and discovered squad leader Naruto had no intention of dodging either, he seemed willing to risk injury to grapple with the newly risen Sunanin wounded. Wasn't this trading his own life for a chance to lock down the enemy? Just then, a black figure suddenly shot out from the ground beneath Naruto. Naruto instinctively jumped backward. As he jumped, Hakimar, under the control of the shadow imitation technique, also jumped backward, dodging the Sunanin's kunai. The kunai glinted with a bluish-purple hue of poison, making Hakamaru break out in a cold sweat. The genin suddenly found he could move again. He quickly turned his head and saw squad leader Naruto with a kunai stabbed into his abdomen. Blood gushed from Naruto's abdomen as he stared in shock at the rain nin wearing a gas mask. Why was a rain nin here? The rain nin moved with extreme speed, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Naruto flying towards the Sunanin wounded. The kick was powerful and heavy, Naruto's body flew out like a cannonball. While killing Naruto, his corpse also crushed 2 Sunanin wounded to death. YK glanced at the rigid Konoha genin Hakamaru, thinking to himself, this is all I can do for you. Helping you further wouldn't look like a rain nin assassinating Naruto. Good luck, rookie. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Sister. YK wasn't worried about the White Goat Squad and the Flower Deer Squad, they had no psychological burden when it came to killing Nara clansmen. But YK was still worried about Purple Cat. Purple Cat was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. When it came to taking action against the Nara clan, she might hesitate at a critical moment. Hesitation leads to defeat. If this covert execution mission failed, Purple Cat's future would be over. YK swiftly moved across the border's Gobi Desert and soon found Purple Cat's squad. Purple Cat's squad's battle was indeed not going smoothly. Amidst the scattered rocks, a rain ninja squad was confronting 3 Konoha ninja. The 3 Konoha ninja were a Konoha Inoshika CH formation. The Akimichi ninja and the Yamanaka ninja were shielding the Nara ninja behind them. YK's gaze flickered. It was actually her? That Yamanaka clan ninja was named Yamanaka Ruri, the biological younger sister of Purple Cat, Yamanaka Ruri. When Dans went to the Yamanaka clan to select talent for the Anbu, Yamanaka Ruri, as the big sister among her peers, volunteered to join, solving a major problem for the clan head, Yamanaka Insan. YK had thought Purple Cat might go soft because of the Nara ninja, but it seemed now it was because of her younger sister. Yamanaka Ruri shouted. Narashiku, we've just formed our Inoshika CH team. We won't be defeated on our first mission. We'll protect you. The Rain Ninja Squad was specifically targeting Narashiku, and Yamanaka Ruri had stepped forward. The little chubby guy, Akimichi-kin, added, we'll protect you. Narashiku's eyelids lowered slightly. What wonderful teammates! Unlike those previous civilian ninja, each one as stupid as maggots, forcing me to use the shadow imitation technique to control them just to complete the mission. It's a pity I never managed to find a suitable Inoshika CH combination after graduating. Now, meeting these 2 genin who are 2 years my junior has finally solved my biggest problem. Narashiku said, I don't need your protection. I'm a few years older than you, of course I should deal with the Rain Ninja. He brushed aside Yamanaka Ruri's shoulder, putting her behind him. This time, I absolutely won't let my comrades die. This time, I will be the most reliable Shika in the Inoshika CH. Purple Cat hadn't noticed YK's arrival. Holding a kunai, she glanced once more at Yamanaka Ruri before continuing her charge towards the Inoshika CH trio. Akimichi-kin let out a yell, transforming into a human bullet tank and charging towards the 4 Rain Ninja. Purple Cat adjusted her direction slightly, maintaining her speed as she dashed forward and to the side. The human bullet tank was slow to turn, brushing past Purple Cat as it charged by. Narashiku was taken aback. Dodging the human bullet tank wasn't surprising, but dodging it so precisely and effortlessly, only someone extremely familiar with it could do that. Narashiku crouched low and used his shadow secret technique. His shadow elongated, rapidly stretching across the ground towards Purple Cat. Purple Cat changed direction again, avoiding all the rocks, arriving at the most open area to the side. Without the shadows of rocks to use as relays, the threat from Narashiku's shadow diminished. He was shocked again. Why is this mist ninja so familiar with the shadow imitation technique? How does she know how to avoid the shadow's sudden extension? As Purple Cat was dodging, Yamanaka Ruri completed the Yamanaka clan secret technique. Mind-body switch technique. Yamanaka Ruri raised her hands, framing a rectangle in front of her eyes with her thumbs and index fingers, aiming at the Mist Ninja squad leader. Purple Cat, with perfect timing, threw a kunai in advance, aimed directly at the rectangular hand seal Yamanaka Ruri was forming. Barring any mishap, this kunai would pass through the rectangular hand seal and pierce Yamanaka Ruri's forehead. Narashiko raised his hand, using his kunai to deflect the Mist Ninja's kunai. Too slow. The speed of the kunai's flight clearly didn't match the Mist squad leader's skill level. Narashiko's mind raced, trying to analyze enough intelligence. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that the Mist Ninja before him are Konoha ninja in disguise? Or even ninja from the Inoshika CH clans disguised? Only then could they be so familiar with their secret techniques. If they are Konoha ninja in disguise, then... Narashiko's heart jolted. Had his actions during those previous missions been exposed? Was it the village that wanted him dead? Or was it the Nara clan, wanting to cleanse their household? The Mist Ninja squad was clearly targeting him, but didn't seem to have the same level of killing intent towards Yamanaka Ruri and Akimichi-kan. Narashiko's mind had never been clearer. He looked at Yamanaka Ruri. The Mist squad leader had the least killing intent towards Yamanaka Ruri. He could find a way to use Yamanaka Ruri, first kill the Mist squad leader, and obtain information about her. As several Mist Ninja charged at him, he dodged and spun twice, maneuvering behind Yamanaka Ruri. Purple Cat almost threw her kunai at Yamanaka Ruri. In that instant, Purple Cat finally understood why the Anbu had issued a mission to kill Narashiku. This person is too clever, an absolute refined egoist. Yamanaka Ruri and Akimichi-kan once again shielded Narashika behind them. Narashika was older and a head taller than the two in front of him, making it look like he was being protected by two children. Just then, an umbrella-shaped tool shot over swiftly, embedding itself between the Inoshika CH trio. The large umbrella opened with a bang, its surface striking Yamanaka Ruri and Akimichi-kan, pushing them forward. Narashiku, however, was struck by the umbrella surface and sent flying backward. Purple Cat glanced back and saw another rain ninja. It's the battalion commander. Purple Cat felt terrible. She had seen her sister, but her hesitation due to soft-heartedness had caused her to fail several times. Before setting out, the battalion commander had specifically warned her not to go soft because of her Yamanaka heritage, yet she had still been restrained during the mission. Gritting her teeth, she charged fiercely at Narashiku, throwing all her projectile weapons at him. The three Mist Ninja squad members, seeing such a good opportunity, also attacked Narashiku. The little chubby Akimichi-kan was rolling on the ground, trying to get up, when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Excruciating pain shot through him. Akimichi-kan felt that if he struggled any more, his shoulder blade would be crushed. However, Akimichi-kan steeled his heart and stood up despite the large hand on his shoulder. Even if his bones break, he absolutely cannot watch his comrade die before his eyes. Seeing the little chubby guy so resolute, YK had no choice but to deliver a karate chop, knocking him unconscious. Then, YK looked towards Yamanaka Ruri, who was already raising her hands, and used the body flicker technique to appear in front of her. Yamanaka Ruri's rectangular secret technique hand seal was pressed right against YK's chest. She looked up in terror, meeting the terrifying eyes behind the gas mask. Raising his hand, YK delivered a karate chop to Yamanaka Ruri's neck, knocking her unconscious as well. When YK turned around, he saw Narashiku, who had already been turned into a pincushion. Purple Cat, gripping her ninjato with both hands for the final blow, brutally stabbed the blade into Narashiku's neck. 2/3 of the blade protruded from the back of Narashiku's head. In the distance, a Konoha squad happened to arrive. Purple Cat quickly signaled for everyone to retreat. After withdrawing to a distance, Purple Cat said to YK, "I'm sorry, Captain, I pay more attention next time," YK said. "I was also at fault for not obtaining the latest intelligence. I didn't know Narashiko had formed an Inoshika CH team with your sister. Having someone like Narashiko near your sister was too dangerous." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Admiration. After completing the mission to execute several Nara clansmen, just like in his previous life, YK received the mission to rescue Narabika. YK set out with the White Goat squad, pretending to wander aimlessly but actually heading straight for the lumber mill he had visited in his previous life. Outside the lumber mill, several timber merchants were queuing up, waiting to enter and haul lumber. Narabika had created an identity for herself as a timber merchant. She sat in a covered carriage, with a caravan of 10 camels behind her. She frowned, pondering what she had seen and heard over the past few days, worried both about whether the Nara clan scandal would be exposed and about her own safety. Originally, she had gone to investigate the Sand Ninja's imitation of the gliders, was discovered by the Sand Ninja, pursued all the way, her comrades sacrificed, and she was forced deep into the land of wind. Here, she again discovered anomalies in the yellow hardwood market. For the sake of Konoha, she had to embark on a new investigation. Just as she was lost in thought, the side of her carriage suddenly darkened. The carriage curtain was blocked by someone. Narabika swiftly drew a kunai and stabbed at the person beside her. Clang! After a clear, crisp sound, Narabika saw the blade tip of her kunai fly away, shattered. The base of her thumb also throbbed painfully from the impact. Looking again, the person beside her had taken the kunai strike directly with his throat, then immediately raised his hand and caught the shattered kunai tip. The skin on his throat had a dull, reddish copper hue. This ability, Narabika thought, isn't this the Anbu's rising star, the recently famous copper fox? Don't be agitated, relax a bit. We're on the same side. Narabika let out a long sigh of relief. Copper fox is so strong, and he found me so quickly. With the advantage of knowing the plot from his previous life, YK found Narabika 3 days earlier than last time, much more efficiently. After briefly listening to the intelligence Narabika had gathered so far, YK began to fabricate. The price of yellow hardwood is based on the demand from Tsunagakure's puppet masters. You mentioned someone is buying large quantities of yellow hardwood, it's likely Tsunagakure is preparing for a major operation. No need to waste time here. Come with me. Narabika got out of the carriage, abandoning the camel team. The effort she had put into creating this caravan was wasted. YK led the White Goat squad and Narabika straight to the necessary route from Tsunagakure to Saba port. Soon, they saw a massive procession. Like corpse drivers, the puppet masters advanced through the yellow sand alongside puppets of various shapes. YK put down his binoculars and said, "On the border of the land of rivers, our Konoha side has the advantage. Commander Nararokaku's deployment is watertight. If they want to make a move, they will inevitably take risks, and they have to take risks. Saba port was just destroyed by Konoha, so our defensive focus in that direction has decreased. If Tsunagakure wants to counterattack, they might utilize Saba port." After hearing Copper Fox's analysis, Narabika looked at him in astonishment. Not only is Copper Fox powerful, but his thinking is also so clear, much faster than mine. YK turned to look at Narabika, hoping she would quickly accept his judgment and return as soon as possible. It was too dangerous deep within the land of wind. Instead, he first saw a pair of elegant, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. YK was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood. The smarter the woman, the more she admires strength. Finding Narabika 3 days earlier in this life had given her a great sense of security. More importantly, YK had discovered Tsunagakure's movements ahead of time. As an elite of the Nara clan, Narabika had never been so astonished by a man like she was today. Within her clan, aside from elders like the clan head, she looked at everyone with a degree of scrutiny. No man had ever made her genuinely admire them until now. Only now did she understand that the truly outstanding men were all dedicated to the village. If she hadn't encountered Copper Fox on this mission, she wouldn't have known there was someone this strong in the village. Both his strength and his analytical ability were admirable. YK said, "Let's go back to the main camp as soon as possible. Notify the command early, prepare early." In his previous life, they were also caught up by Tsunagakure's censor ninja. This time, after persuading Narabika, YK immediately fled far away. Deep into the night, 3 gliders took off, flying above the lower cloud layer towards the direction of the land of rivers. On the return journey, they encountered sand ninja gliders again. Narabika felt anxious. She noticed the sand ninja's gliders were becoming more and more standardized. She looked down at the lower cloud layer, carefully checking for any shadows. If there were shadows, she could use her shadow secret technique to join the fight. However, her anxiety was unnecessary. From the front side, Copper Fox used a ninjutsu. A high-speed water line shot out, cutting from top to bottom, slicing through one of the sand ninja gliders, cutting through the 2 sand ninja beneath it, and also cleaving the cloud below. Narabika was stunned. She had thought Copper Fox specialized mainly in absolute defense secret techniques. She hadn't expected his offensive ninjutsu to be so powerful. Especially the way the cloud was split apart, it was extremely visually impactful. Is the Konoha Anbu already this strong? She knew a Nara Jonin served as a battalion commander in the Anbu. No wonder the clan head wanted the clan's second strongest fighter to join the Anbu. The Anbu has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their intelligence must never be ignored. After dealing with the gliders, YK's group continued flying towards the land of rivers. Narabika estimated the distance. They couldn't possibly reach the land of rivers that night. Before dawn, the Anbu members landed in the desert. While the squad members were packing up the gliders, YK said, "Jonin Bika, you ventured too deep into the land of wind. We can't fly back in one night. Let's find a nearby oasis town to rest. After nightfall, we'll take off again and fly back to the land of rivers in one go." Apologies. The original passive escape turned into active reconnaissance after I discovered the abnormal movements of yellow hardwood, which is why we went so deep into the land of wind. They found an inn and entered in batches to check in. Narabika and Copper Fox entered the inn last. She glanced at Copper Fox's room and memorized his room number. At noon, Narabika knocked on Copper Fox's door. "Captain Copper Fox, regarding the movements of Tsunagakure's puppet master troops, I still have some questions I don't understand. I was hoping to ask for your advice." Narabika had brought a map. The two quickly identified the possible sneak attack routes the Sand Ninja might take on the map. Setting out from Saba Port, then moving upstream along a river, most likely the Shirano River, to attack Konoha's rear. Narabika grew more and more impressed with YK. In terms of strategic thinking, Copper Fox was also exceptional. They say capable men don't lack women. Seeing the admiring look in Narabika's eyes, YK chose to keep his distance. If those foolish women took the initiative, he might reluctantly lower his standards, but Narabika was very smart, and YK didn't want to have any overly deep entanglement with her. After nightfall, YK's group left the small town and took off from the desert outside. They flew all night before YK and the others crossed the combat zone. After entering the main camp, YK brought Narabika into the Anbu tent area. Battalion Commander, mission accomplished. Successfully rescued Jonin Narabika. Yellow Dog glanced behind the fox. Not only had Narabika returned, but the squad fox had taken out was also safe and sound. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Rumors. Yellow Dog believed that Fox was becoming increasingly reliable. Recently, Fox Squad had the lowest attrition rate among the 3 squads under Yellow Dog's command. A low attrition rate meant these Anbu ninja were all growing stronger. Age was also a part of strength. If a ninja could live to 30, experience alone could make them an exceptionally skilled squad leader. YK continued, Battalion Commander, I saw a large gathering of puppet masters in the Land of Wind. Their movements are suspicious. I suspect they might set sail from Saba port, take the sea route to bypass and attack the rear of our Konoha lines. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog glanced at the map hanging to the side and said. If they take the sea route, it's highly likely they would go upstream from the Shirano River in the western part of the Land of Rivers. Fox, first write a detailed mission report, then go to the command tent. When YK entered the command tent, he found that both Nararokaku and Hitaki Sakumo looked very grim, one could say their faces were ashen. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, Fox, report. We were in the Land of Wind. YK had just started speaking when Battalion Commander Yellow Dog interrupted him. Yellow Dog said, hold the report on the Land of Wind intelligence for now. Report on another matter first. YK was somewhat confused. What matter could be more important than an elite Tsunagakuer puppet master force attempting a flanking sneak attack? Nararokaku waved his hand, signaling everyone else in the command tent to leave. Soon, only 5 people remained in the command tent, Nararokaku, Hitaki Sakumo, Yellow Dog, YK, and Narabika. Yellow Dog said, Fox, report on the mission to eliminate the Nara clan rogue ninja. YK, not understanding the reason, honestly recounted the mission. He was responsible for 1 person, and the 3 squads were each responsible for 1, making 4 total. They disguised themselves as Mist Ninja to carry out the elimination. Nararokaku asked, Captain Copper Fox, after your squad eliminated the rogue ninja, did any other situations arise? YK said. No, none whatsoever. After my squad eliminated the rogue ninja, we immediately received the order to rescue Jonin Narabika. I didn't delay, turned in the rogue ninja elimination mission, accepted the rescue mission, and left the main camp right away. Nararokaku nodded, but his expression didn't relax at all, saying, some unpleasant rumors have appeared in the main camp, saying that every Konoha ninja must be wary of Nara ninja. That Nara ninja use their shadow secret techniques to manipulate their comrades into dying. These rumors, were they not spread by your squad? Absolutely not me. It definitely wasn't my squad. Although YK's tone was urgent, he wasn't panicked internally. This turmoil wasn't aimed at attacking YK, an obscure Anbu squad leader like him in the main camp wasn't worth targeting with rumors. The codename Copper Fox was somewhat famous, but ordinary ninja didn't even know which Anbu member Copper Fox was. YK glanced at Hitaki Sakumo's grim expression. This rumor was less aimed at the Nara clan and more aimed at Hitaki Sakumo himself. Hitaki Sakumo's extremely high moral standards did not permit Konoha ninja to kill each other. He had led the initial investigation into the Nara clan rogue ninja, he was the one who exposed the matter, forcing the Nara clan to clean house. Originally, after the cleanup, the matter should have been concluded. But now rumors had emerged, putting the Nara clan in a very awkward position. Which ninja clan didn't have rogue ninja? The Uchiha clan's rogue ninja, Uchiha Madara, caused immense damage to the village. The Senju clan also had rogue ninja, albeit fewer in number. When ninja encounter injustice, they tend to solve problems with a kunao. If it leads to major disaster, they have no choice but to become rogue ninja. Among the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru became a rogue ninja, yet no one held the third Hokage accountable. The Nara clan produced some scum. Nara Rokaku, as the clan head, accepted the blame, entrusted the Anbu with a swift cleanup. There was absolutely no problem with that. However, spreading rumors to continue attacking the Nara clan felt like excessive pursuit. Which ninja clan doesn't produce a few bad apples? YK's gaze shifted between Hotaki Sakumo and Nara Rokaku, unsure how the two would ultimately resolve this. Hotaki Sakumo spoke, "Lord Rokaku, your handling was very timely. The several rogue ninja have been dealt with. I am very surprised by the rumors within the main camp." Nara Rokaku's eyes moved slightly, then he said, "Deputy Commander Sakumo, with a major battle imminent, a few rumors are insignificant. Let's hear the intelligence that Copper Fox brought back from the Land of Wind." Yellow Dog said to Fox, "Then, Fox, you tell us." YK thought, "This is bad. Hotaki Sakumo wants to become Hokage, but the Nara clan, the Inoshika CH trio, won't support him now, at least not in the short term." YK quickly changed the subject, saying, "Commander, Deputy Commander, Battalion Commander, within the Land of Wind, we discovered abnormal market movements regarding yellow hardwood. Large quantities of yellow hardwood were being purchased and sent in the direction of Sunagakur. On the road from Sunagakur to Saba Port, we saw a transferring elite force of puppet masters. At least 200 puppet masters, accompanied by numerous puppets, were heading towards Saba Port. Judging from the soaring price of yellow hardwood, the 200 puppet masters we saw might only be one batch of the assembled forces. The final number of sand ninja gathering at Saba Port will certainly be more than 200. Nara Rokaku looked at the map on the table and said, "Konoha is fighting on 3 fronts. Whether it's genin reinforcements or material supplies, everything is stretched taut like a bowstring at its limit. But Sunagakur's situation is even worse. The Sand Ninja have suffered frequent setbacks on the front lines, and were severely hit at Saba Port, losing large amounts of logistical supplies. They can't wait any longer. They are making their final, desperate gamble like a cornered beast." Nara Rokaku pondered for a few seconds, then said, "Let's use one decisive battle to completely resolve the Sunagakur threat. Deputy Commander Sakumo, I will command the frontal battlefield. You command the response to Sunagakur's elite assault force. This might be the final battle of the war in the Land of Rivers. Deputy Commander Sakumo, with you and I coordinating, and the Konoha ninja united as one, we can certainly secure victory in this war for Konoha." For a moment, Hotaki Sakumo's killing intent overflowed. YK's scalp went numb, and he almost activated his absolute defense, Copper Light. The rumors targeting the Nara clan weren't spread by Hotaki Sakumo, but in the end, they were attributed to him. A simple rumor had pushed Nara Rokaku and Hotaki Sakumo into opposition. Hotaki Sakumo was holding his breath in frustration. The Sand Ninja were about to become Hotaki Sakumo's punching bag. After Hotaki Sakumo and the Anbu had left, Narabika stepped forward and said, "Clan head, the rumors definitely weren't spread by Copper Fox's squad, but it's also unlikely they were spread by Hotaki Sakumo. Should I organize an investigation to find the source of the rumors?" Nara Rokaku's eyes were clear and sharp, completely unlike his earlier appearance of being angered by the rumors. He said, "I know. The source of the rumors isn't Copper Fox's squad, nor is it Hotaki Sakumo. However, someone hopes for us to oppose Hotaki Sakumo, so we'll just follow the script and perform. We'll oppose Hotaki Sakumo a few times next, so others can't say we are making trouble without reason." Narabika was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood the intricacies involved. dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, The Decisive Battle of the Land of Rivers War. Anbu Tent Area. Yellow Dog stood at the front, facing all the Anbu. The war in the Land of Rivers has lasted for half a year. Tsunagakure is the weakest of the 5 great hidden villages. In 6 months, Tsunagakure has suffered over 1,000 ninja casualties. After Kirigakure declared war on us, Konoha has been fighting on 3 fronts. Both sides have reached their limit. The brutal war has lasted half a year, both sides want a conclusion as soon as possible. Tsunagakure has decided to end the war with one gambit-like decisive battle. In this final battle, there are no behind enemy lines missions, no assassinations, no diversions. Both sides will commit all their forces. Hippo Squad, Yak Squad, come with me to the frontal battlefield to assist the main force. Fox Squad, proceed to the Shirano River battlefield to assist Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo's flanking force. The Anbu has 2 tasks in the decisive battle. The first task is to faithfully record the battlefield situation for the Hokage, not missing a single detail. The second task is to enter the fray and fight on behalf of the Hokage at the most critical moment. The Anbu is the Hokage's direct subordinate force. We are not only the Hokage's sharpest blade, not only the Hokage's eyes, but also the embodiment of the Hokage's influence. Squad leaders, go collect sufficient explosive tags. Distribute all kunao and explosive tags from the inventory. YK noticed that Yellow Dog kept emphasizing the Hokage, deliberately omitting the Anbu director, Dan's. This Yellow Dog has some ambition. Purple Cat's squad collected a large quantity of ninja tools and explosive tags. YK led his squad away from the Anbu tent area, hurrying towards the flank assembly point. The camp area was full of assembling troops, appearing exceptionally chaotic. YK saw some ninja whispering and asked Purple Cat, have there been any changes in the main camp recently? Why are some people distracted before the battle? Purple Cat said quietly, Captain, Commander Rokaku abolished the ninjutsu assessment system last night. Some civilian-born ninjas' morale has been affected, they are worried they won't be able to obtain ninjutsu suitable for them. YK felt something was off. Right before the decisive battle, Rokaku openly broke with Hitaki Sakumo, abolishing Hitaki Sakumo's most important policy, the ninjutsu assessment system. After the Land of Rivers War, Rokaku not only didn't become an ally but had developed a significant conflict with him. Was it because of the rumors in the main camp about being wary of the Nara clan's shadow techniques controlling their own people? Rokaku wasn't afraid that Hitaki Sakumo might do something, probably not afraid. Hitaki Sakumo wasn't that kind of person. Hitaki Sakumo would definitely prioritize the overall situation. Outside the main camp, the main force completed their pre-battle mobilization. The troops split into 2 groups, one was the frontal force commanded by Rokaku and Tsunade, the other was the flanking force commanded by Hitaki Sakumo. Even Tsunade had changed into a flak jacket. Her gaze was weary as she adjusted her shoulders, seeming uncomfortable in the metal-reinforced vest. She looked towards several Senju ninja. Most Senju ninja were in the medical corps, a few remained in combat units, shedding blood and exerting strength for Konoha. She hoped these few could survive. Tsunade would recommend them for promotion to Jonin. YK bypassed the frontal force and saw the flanking force. Hitaki Sakumo stood at the very front, his expression resolute, seemingly unaffected by the abolition of the ninjutsu assessment system. He waved his hand, and the flanking force left the main camp, heading for the predetermined battlefield. YK quickly followed. He wasn't under Hitaki Sakumo's command, Fox Squad made independent judgments and acted independently. Below the Shirano River, the water rushed torrentially. On both banks of the Shirano River, large numbers of sand ninja ran northward, attempting to flank the rear of the Konoha forces. The two sides collided violently in the middle section of the Shirano River. YK found a high point west of the Shirano River, stood on a rock, and watched the battlefield through binoculars. The Sand Ninja commanders were the son and daughter-in-law of Tsunagakure Elder Cho, the elite Jonin Toshi and his wife. Toshi was a puppet technique genius from Tsunagakure. He finished learning all puppet theory by age 5, created a puppet praised by the second Kage at age 6, graduated early from the Ninja Academy at age 7, and became a Tsunagakure Jonin at age 11. Hitaki Sakumo was also a genius praised by the second Hokage. When two geniuses meet on the battlefield, it's the time to test their true quality. Only the genius of the highest quality survives. A dead genius, no matter how dazzling or glorious they were before, becomes a joke, a stepping stone for the surviving genius. Toshi and his wife joined forces, charging towards Hitaki Sakumo. Toshi swung his arms forcefully, and 10 puppets flew out from behind him, soaring towards Hitaki Sakumo like kites. Toshi had long mastered the top-tier puppet technique of controlling one puppet per finger. Around him, the 10 puppets varied in form, some for defense, some wielding giant hammers, some small, agile speed-type puppets. Toshi's wife also possessed highly skilled puppet techniques, controlling 6 puppets with her 2 hands. YK looked carefully. Toshi's puppets weren't the Chikamatsu's 10 puppets from the comics, but those 10 puppets looked imposing. A white light flashed on the banks of the Shirano River. Here it comes. Hitaki Sakumo's secret technique, chakra crystallization refinement. Vast amounts of lightning release chakra were compressed and refined by Hitaki Sakumo until the lightning release chakra crystallized, reaching a materialized state. Swinging his chakra short sword, the refined lightning release chakra appeared as a dazzling white light, carrying a blade aura several meters long, instantly slicing through 2 puppets. Amidst a clattering sound as they hit the ground, the yellow hardwood shells of the puppets broke, and the internal steel frames were severed cleanly. The cross-sections of the steel even showed a bright red, molten iron color. It's too one-sided. Hitaki Sakumo's blade aura was too brilliant. The puppet's strength had an upper limit. Before the White Fang, they were like toys. Toshi had some estimation of Hitaki Sakumo's strength, but seeing the state of his puppets, his eyelids still trembled. However, he didn't panic. 2 chakra control threads shot from one finger, the puppets split in half could still be controlled, and controlled separately. Even if a puppet were dismembered into pieces, Toshi could make the weapons on the fragments attack at the opportune moment. Hitaki Sakumo, fighting alone against Toshi and his wife, was momentarily caught in the encirclement of the puppets. The puppets were being shattered more and more, but severed legs and arms could still launch attacks. Mechanisms inside the shattered chest cavities of the puppets activated unexpectedly, forcing Hitaki Sakumo to remain constantly vigilant and handle them carefully. YK shifted his gaze to other parts of the battlefield. Beside the Shirano River, Konoha had committed around 600 people, 10 battalions. Around 500 Sand Ninja had arrived, including as many as 300 puppet masters. The combat power of one puppet master was equivalent to 3 ordinary Sand Ninja. The puppet masters hid in the gorge of the Shirano River, while the puppets leaped onto the riverbank, fiercely battling the Konoha ninja. Purple Cat was nearby, holding a scroll, recording the performance of the Konoha side by battalion. This record would be cross-referenced with the post-battle reports submitted by each battalion to determine mission rewards. There would also be special records for certain standout performers within the battalions. The battle reached a stalemate, and casualties quickly appeared on both sides. YK thought, can't let Hitaki Sakumo suffer a major setback here. The ninjutsu assessment system has already been abolished. If this turns into a Pyrrhic victory here, even if he kills Toshi and his wife, Hitaki Sakumo's prestige will be severely damaged. He put down his binoculars and said, "White goat, flower deer, you stay here and protect Purple Cat while she records the battlefield situation. I'm going to do something to break the deadlock." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, White Fang's Blade Aura. Upstream of the Shirano River, a special Konoha battalion was trying to break through the Sand Ninja defenses to charge into the Shirano River. This special battalion had gathered many water release ninja. As long as they could charge into the gorge of the Shirano River and use water release to create a large flood, they could force the puppet masters hiding in the gorge out into the open. The puppet masters' true bodies were relatively weak. Puppets didn't feel pain or bleed, so attacking the puppet masters themselves was the best choice. The Sand Ninja also knew that the puppet masters hiding in the river gorge were their weak point, so they had deployed substantial defensive forces here to protect the upstream section of the Shirano River. The Konoha Water Release Ninja Battalion encountered strong resistance and couldn't break through the defensive line composed of over 100 puppets in a short time. There were too many puppets, they didn't dare engage in close quarters taijutsu. A row of Sand Ninjas stood on the riverbank, using wind release and earth release to block the Konoha ninjas' ninjutsu, preventing too much damage to the puppets. Earth-style walls rose one after another. These walls could both block the assault of the Konoha water release ninja and provide shelter for the puppets to hide from water release attacks. The battle was deadlocked. On battalion leader Koi's chin hung droplets of sweat formed from cold perspiration. "Damn it, I'm holding everyone back. It's been half an hour, and we still can't break into the Shirano River. Try flanking further upstream? The Sand Ninja would just follow. I really don't have a good plan." Just then, battalion leader Koi suddenly saw a line of water. The Sand Ninja stood in a row on the bank, originally using ninjutsu to block the Konoha water release battalion. That water line actually shot out diagonally upwards from below the gorge. Sweeping across, it cut most of the Sand Ninja on the gorge bank in half. That's water release. Water cutting wave? Battalion leader Koi thought, wasn't that one of the second Mizukage's signature water release techniques? Even I, a jonin specialized in water release, haven't had the chance to learn that jutsu. Koi quickly shouted, "Now's our chance. Use water release to clear all obstacles." The Konoha ninja unleashed water release, washing away the unmanned earth-style walls and flushing the puppets back into the Shirano River. The water release battalion finally reached the bank of the Shirano River and saw the Sand Ninja at the bottom of the gorge. The Sand Ninja didn't give up, the exposed puppet masters desperately manipulated their puppets to fly upwards. Another water line swept across, cutting more than 20 puppets in mid-air in half. Battalion leader Koi followed the trajectory of the water line and saw an Anbu member wearing a fox mask, standing on a rock below the gorge. Surrounded by puppets attacking him, he remained motionless. The puppets' poison needles, kunao, and various mechanisms could only tear the fox Anbu's clothes. So it's Copper Fox. Koi had heard of Copper Fox's name but didn't know his strength. No wonder the Sand Ninja Command values him so highly. Copper Fox is practically the natural counter to puppet masters. Puppets win by not fearing damage, but their strength ceiling and attack power are too low. They can't break his defense. Copper Fox doesn't even bother dodging. The Konoha water release ninja jumped down into the gorge and performed a combined ninjutsu within it. Water release, water shockwave. The water shockwaves released by over 30 water release ninja instantly created a flood peak over 30 meters high within the Shirano River. Wave after wave rushed downstream. The roar of the flood peak echoed, causing the Sand Ninja downstream to freeze for a moment. Afterwards, some Sand Ninja jumped upwards, while others were directly swallowed by the flood. All the puppet masters hiding in the gorge would lose their hiding places. With the mission successful, Koi turned to look for Copper Fox, but found the rock now empty. After providing crucial assistance, Copper Fox had probably headed to a second battlefield. Truly worthy of being the Hokage's elite. YK's flak jacket had turned into strips of cloth again, almost revealing too much. After returning to the Fox squad, YK changed into a new flak jacket. The only downside of my absolute defense is that it can't protect my clothes. The upstream section of the Shirano River was captured by Konoha. Wave after wave of flood peaks rushed downstream. The sand ninja were forced out of the gorge, exposing the puppet masters to the Konoha ninja. The situation was greatly advantageous for Konoha. YK looked towards the most critical battle, Hitaki Sakumo versus Toshi and his wife. Hitaki Sakumo moved extremely fast, his chakra short sword swinging streaks of white blade aura hovering around him like ribbons. The white blade auras were continuous, the aura from 5 slashes ago hadn't yet dissipated when new blade auras were already being unleashed. Hitaki Sakumo seemed to be in the midst of a whirlwind composed of numerous curved blade auras. Before the blade aura of the chakra short sword, the puppets cracked upon grazing and broke upon impact. Toshi's initial 10 puppets had long been destroyed, he was now using puppets YK hadn't seen before. The ground around Hitaki Sakumo and Toshi was littered with puppet fragments, discarded poison needles, and mechanisms. Toshi's own taijutsu level was unexpectedly high, Hitaki Sakumo still hadn't managed to land a hit on him yet. Konoha's advantage grew larger and larger. Konoha assault teams continuously broke through the defenses, reaching the puppet masters and cutting them down. Purple Cat kept recording, how many assault teams from each battalion succeeded were noted on the scroll. After surveying the overall battlefield, YK said, "You stay here and record. I'm going again, to completely crush the sand ninja's last-ditch struggle." He disappeared with the body flicker technique, heading straight for the most important battlefield, the fight between Hitaki Sakumo and Toshi and his wife. Hitaki Sakumo's aide, seeing a Konoha ninja approaching, shouted, "Don't act recklessly. Your strength isn't enough. You'll only hinder Lord Sakumo's fight." In a battle between elite jonin, ordinary ninja would only become a burden, forcing Hitaki Sakumo to split his focus to protect them. The aide was about to intervene to stop the person, but upon seeing the fox mask, he immediately stopped his hand seals. The Anbu's Copper Fox? If it's Copper Fox, better not stop him. The aide was aware of all frontline intelligence. The Anbu's Copper Fox, who had recently appeared repeatedly in battle summaries, was powerful. The High Command believed Copper Fox could be treated as a special jonin. Although not at the elite jonin level, when facing certain enemies specializing in sword techniques, taijutsu, or puppet techniques, his deterrent power was comparable to an elite jonin. Puppet Master's abilities were exactly countered by Copper Fox. YK entered the battlefield, heading straight for Toshi's wife. Toshi's wife was panting heavily. Originally controlling 6 puppets with both hands, she now only had the strength to control 4. She manipulated one puppet to fly behind Hitaki Sakumo. However, the sharp blade in the puppet's hand was caught by a single hand. The puppet immediately struggled, the sharp blade twisting in the person's palm, but it produced a teeth-grating sound of metal grinding. Seeing a fox mask, Toshi's wife suddenly remembered a command once issued by headquarters: "Be extremely careful if you encounter Copper Fox." Copper Fox? As soon as the words left her mouth, Toshi's wife saw Copper Fox charging towards her. She quickly manipulated a scorpion-shaped puppet to open the mechanism on its back, densely packed kunao aimed at Copper Fox. The kunao shot out. Copper Fox didn't dodge or avoid, letting the kunao strike his body. Seeing that ninja tools were indeed useless against Copper Fox, Toshi's wife performed a one-handed seal. Explode. Some of the kunao were mixed with explosive tag kunao. After 4 or 5 consecutive explosions, Toshi's wife saw a figure rush out from the thick smoke. Not even explosive tags work? Everything has its nemesis. YK's absolute defense was too much of a counter for puppet masters. His internal organs felt somewhat sore from the concussive force, but it wasn't a hindrance. Tosi's wife immediately retreated while pulling out a new scroll. Releasing the seal, 3 snake-shaped puppets burst out from the ceiling white smoke. YK was momentarily stunned. Tosi's wife is clever. Physical attacks are useless. My absolute defense is relatively weaker against grappling/binding. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Reinforcing the Main Battlefield. The reason YK hadn't sought a confrontation with Raza before was precisely because Raza could use magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral to capture him. He was afraid of being caught. The snake-shaped puppets specializing in capture posed some threat. After dodging several times in succession, the snake-shaped puppets kept circling around him. He chopped one snake puppet in half with a karate chop, but to his surprise, the severed puppet could still move under the control of the chakra strings. 3 snake-shaped puppets entangled YK from different angles. Chopping them was less effective. Ignoring the puppets, YK quickly formed hand seals. Before he could be completely restrained, YK had already completed the ninjutsu. Water release, water cutting wave. A line of water shot fiercely from his mouth, first cutting through the snake puppet on his chest, then slicing towards Tosi's wife not far away. Tosi's wife had been too drained by Hitaki Sakumo, her energy was low, her strength insufficient, and she couldn't dodge in time. Before dying, she began to doubt 20 years of effort. It's too much of a counter. I've never felt so powerless before. Half of her body was severed, falling in 2 different directions. Ah! Catching sight of his wife's death in his peripheral vision, Tosi fell into a frenzy. YK quickly retreated to a distance. Tosi took out his final scroll, unsealing his last 20 puppets. Together with the remaining original puppets, all puppets attacked Hitaki Sakumo. Facing Tosi's desperate bluff, Hitaki Sakumo showed no fear, charging directly into the puppet swarm. The white blade auras were like terrifying fangs, shredding puppet after puppet. YK thought, my absolute defense, copper light counters puppets, but Hitaki Sakumo's white fang counters them even more. The strength ceiling of puppets is too low, they are easily shattered by the white fang. Even a few all-iron puppets were equally unable to resist the white fang's crystallized lightning release blade aura. After holding on for 1 minute, Tosi himself was also struck by the blade aura, his body similarly split in 2. Hitaki Sakumo waved to his aide. Seeing this, the aide shouted. Fire the signal flare. The Sand Ninja Commander is dead. Charge. The Sand Ninja Deputy Commander, Tosi, died on the banks of the Shirano River. He was the highest-ranking ninja to die in this war. The puppet technique genius certified by the second Kage, the son of Tsunagakuer Elder Cho, the nephew of Elder Ebas, regarded as the village's present and future Tosi was dead. Tosi's death was a massive blow to Tsunagakuer, so massive that, converted to Konoha terms, it was almost equivalent to Tsunade dying in this war. Similarly noble status, similarly powerful strength, similarly young and promising. Imagine if Tsunade had died at the hands of the Sand Ninja, imagine how furious many in Konoha would be. YK returned to his squad and said. Let's go, follow the charging troops to record the battle situation. Fox squad arrived at the bank of the Shirano River. YK saw Hitaki Sakumo standing beside a corpse, his expression pained. It was one of his friends. After grieving for 2 seconds, he gripped the white fang and charged towards areas dense with Sand Ninja. Within the white blade auras, lightning release chakra condensed into dazzling white arcs. Both people and puppets were shattered. Watching this, YK felt a pang of envy. Why is my primary chakra nature earth? If it were lightning, would I have such fearsome killing power? The key is its cool. Compared to the white fang and the copper turtle, 10 out of 10 people would choose the white fang, right? But if I were to develop the white fang blade aura, it would be hard to explain. I can't very well force Hitaki Sakumo to admit he has an illegitimate child, can I? In his less responsible youth, did Hitaki Sakumo also make the mistake all Konoha men make? Hitaki Sakumo seems like a decent guy. It would be more believable to say he's the late-life illegitimate son of Hitaki Sakumo's father. YK pulled his thoughts back and continued observing the battle. Hitaki Sakumo's elite subordinates were responsible for pursuing and gathering the Sand Ninja, while he himself harvested Sand Ninja lives with the White Fang short sword. With each swing, at least 5 Sand Ninja were cut in half at the waist. The Konoha forces pursued relentlessly. The surface of the Shirano River was covered with floating corpses and puppet fragments. The banks of the Shirano River were littered with corpses and puppet fragments. They pursued all the way to the estuary of the Shirano River. The last few dozen Sand Ninja escaped onto a small boat. They looked back at the shore, where the Konoha ninja stood in 2 long rows, left and right, extending from the Shirano River estuary in both directions. The number of Konoha ninja was so vast. Over 500 elite Sand Ninja were nearly all dead or wounded. Over 600 Konoha ninja had started, and more than 400 remained. A crushing defeat. Tsunagakure's flanking assault was a one-sided, disastrous defeat. Just as the 20-plus Sand Ninja thought their situation couldn't get worse. A white blade aura flashed and vanished. The boat was split in 2. Some unfortunate Sand Ninja were split in 2 along with the boat. The 2 halves of the corpses fell, their eyes staring at each other, pupils reflecting their other eye. Watching Hitaki Sakumo's brilliant blade aura eliminate the final Sand Ninja, YK shook his head repeatedly. Purple Cat quickly asked, "Captain, is there a problem?" "No problem," YK said. "If it were me, I would let those 20-plus people go back. If you kill them all, who will testify to your strength? It's like wearing fine clothes but walking at night, no one gets to see it. Better to let them go back, let them live in fear for the rest of their lives, telling everyone they meet about Hitaki Sakumo's power." Purple Cat lowered her head and wrote, "Anbu Fox Squad leader suggests not killing all, leave a few to spread terror." "Right, add that sentence. Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo is very strong, but he doesn't understand people's hearts." Hitaki Sakumo sheathed his short sword on his back, scanned the 2 rows of Konoha ninja on the shore, found Copper Fox, and appeared beside him with the body flicker technique. "Copper Fox, I believe I should gather our elites to reinforce the main battlefield. The enemy can no longer threaten our rear." YK said, "Deputy Commander, the decision is yours to make." "I support your decision." "Good." The aide had reported to Hitaki Sakumo on the way. In this battle, the Anbu's Copper Fox had intervened twice. The first time, he helped the Water Release Battalion seize the upstream section of the Shirano River, making the flood peak tactic to flush out the puppet masters effective. The second time, he killed Toshi's wife, helping to relieve pressure on Hitaki Sakumo. Both interventions came at the most critical moments, establishing advantages for Konoha. Copper Fox's strength had earned Hitaki Sakumo's recognition. Of the 400-plus Konoha ninja, Hitaki Sakumo selected 100. The remainder were to clean the battlefield, treat, and transport poisoned Konoha ninja. The 100 soldiers, along with the Anbu Fox squad, headed straight for the main battlefield. The journey took 2 hours. YK saw the distant main battlefield. The most eye-catching sight on the battlefield was the rampaging forms of the 4 commanders from both sides. The Sand Ninja commander, Ebis, possessed Tsunagakure's strongest wind release. On his left and right sides, 100-meter-high tornadoes swirled each. Within dozens of meters around him, no one could approach. The Sand Ninja Deputy Commander, Raza, stood atop a mass of gold sand, floating in mid-air. Beneath him were waves of gold sand dozens of meters high. Beside the Konoha commander Nararo was Akimichi Yamashiro, enlarged by the multi-size technique. Akimichi Yamashiro had lost one arm. Wielding a several dozen meter-long iron staff single-handedly, each swing shook the earth. The Konoha deputy commander, Tsunade, stood atop a slug. The slug spewed acid, countering Raza's gold sand waves. After scanning the battlefield, Hitaki Sakumo said, "The left, center, and right flanks are all deadlocked, evenly matched. Follow me, we'll start penetrating from the left flank." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The End of the Land of Rivers War, 2-in-1. The battle lines of both sides were long and interwoven, stretching nearly 2 kilometers. No ordinary ninja dared to intervene in the fight between the overall commanders. Around the battles between jonin, there were fewer ordinary ninja. The fights between ordinary ninja were crowded and brutal. On the battlefield, ninja automatically avoided powerful enemies, seeking matched opponents under their squad leader's command. This tested a ninja's judgment and experience. If a genin mistakenly entered a jonin's battle zone, they could be killed by ninjutsu aftershocks, dying without value. Stretching the battle lines also prevented the enemy's jonin from charging into one's own genin ranks to slaughter freely. Hitaki Sakumo drew the White Fang short sword and led the charge towards Konoha's left flank, which was the Sand Ninja's right flank. A several meter-long white blade aura appeared on the battlefield. 2 Sand Ninja squads instantly died within the blade aura. Setting aside Hitaki Sakumo's idealistic personality, his fighting style was full of aesthetic beauty. Swift body flicker technique, super-fast reactions, dazzling blade auras, and an unstoppable momentum filled the surrounding ninja with a sense of security. Many ninjas' titles were earned by crushing weaker opponents. The original work's Yellow Flash killed 50 rock ninja in one go. The rock ninja's strength was unknown, but they were all killed with one kunao stab each, yet the number was terrifying. The demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza, killed all his classmates from the same graduating year. Watching Hitaki Sakumo crush the weaker foes made YK's heart itch. YK said, "Purple Cat Squad is responsible for recording. White Goat Squad is responsible for protecting Purple Cat Squad. Flower Deer Squad, follow me." Flower Deer's entire aura changed. He drew his ninjato and excitedly followed the Fox Squad leader. YK followed on Hitaki Sakumo's flank, widening the gap he tore open. While Hitaki Sakumo charged ahead, YK intercepted Sand Ninja trying to fill the breach in the battle line. Streaks of water release, water-cutting waves shot out, each sweep bisected at least one squad of Sand Ninja. The White Fang blade aura excelled at bisecting enemies, the water-cutting wave also excelled at bisecting enemies. One white, one blue, filled with violent aesthetics. Hitaki Sakumo felt the pressure on his left side suddenly lessen. Seeing it was Copper Fox, he thought, so that's how it is. Copper Fox's absolute defense and his powerful offensive water release left the Sand Ninja unable to cope. Some fairly skilled Sand Ninja used substitution techniques before the water-cutting wave hit, but fell into the hands of Flower Deer's squad. Flower Deer accurately identified the targets and executed them. YK suddenly noticed a Sand Jonin, the very one who had taken Pakura away. YK thought, "I can't beat Raza, but can't I beat you?" After enduring a wave of wind blades and kunao, YK charged in front of this Jonin. The Sand Jonin thought, "Who is this killing god? Did I offend him before? Why is the momentum directed at me so furious?" A dodge, a strike, one punch exploded the Sand Jonin's head. In just over 10 minutes, the reinforcements led by Hitaki Sakumo had broken through the Sand Ninja's right flank. The Sand Ninja's right flank collapsed, unable to maintain a stable battle line. Large numbers of Konoha ninja penetrated to the Sand Ninja's rear. The Sand Ninja had to face Konoha ninja who could appear from all directions. In the center of the battlefield, Raza saw his right flank broken and that dazzling white blade aura, and inwardly thought, "This is bad. It's over. Tsunagakure is finished in this war." He exchanged a glance with Ebis, knowing that preserving their fighting strength was the wisest course. Raza shouted, "Elder! I'll cover the retreat. Please, Elder, organize an orderly withdrawal." Ebis thought Raza was worth cooperating with, he was the most outstanding young man in the village. A pity. He and my sister were destined to put Tosi on the Kage seat. Even if Raza deliberately curries favor with me, he won't get my support. Ebis glanced in the White Fang's direction. The White Fang is here. I wonder how Tosi is doing? He felt somewhat worried. Raza formed hand seals. A wave of gold sand stretching over 100 meters surged towards Akimichi Yamashiro and the slug. Akimichi Yamashiro and the slug were forced back temporarily. YK looked towards the main battlefield. Gigantification wasn't highly efficient in one-on-one combat, but on the battlefield, gigantification methods were major weapons. Raza's desperate move killed many Konoha ninja, especially several Konoha staff officers. YK saw a disheveled Narabika. With her strength, participating in a battle of that level was too much for her. The Sand Ninja collapsed, leaving wave after wave of rearguard battalions or fire squads, retreating deep into the desert. Hitaki Sakumo led the elites in another reverse charge, breaking through the Sand Ninja's right flank once more. The Sand Ninja's left flank and central force might escape, but the right flank had to stay here. The battle lasted half an hour before YK finally retracted his fist. The blood on his fist was unusually thick and sticky. YK panted heavily. After prolonged fighting, his chakra was nearly depleted. The battle stretched from the Gobi Desert at the Land of Rivers border deep into the Land of Winds Desert. Countless Sand Ninja corpses lay along the route. Only Wincho brought reinforcements, and the Konoha army, unaccustomed to the desert environment and lacking sufficient fresh water, did they cease their deep pursuit. Only peace talks remained to end the war. The Konoha commanders gathered beside an oasis. Nararokaku remained silent, not looking at anyone, lost in thought as he stared at the water's surface. The abolition of Hitaki Sakumo's ninjutsu assessment system had caused a complete break with Nararokaku. As for Tsunade, even if she noticed something, she didn't want to get involved. YK approached Yellow Dog and said quietly, "Battalion Commander, should we spread the news about the deaths of Tsunagakure Elder Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law to the Sand Ninja?" Hearing this, Yellow Dog showed no intention of keeping it secret and said directly in front of the several commanders, "Fox, you go spread it. Spread the word that Deputy Commander Sakumo killed Chiyo's son, and you killed Chiyo's daughter-in-law. The Shirano River battlefield is quite far. Perhaps the Sand Ninja still hold out some hope for that front." YK couldn't help but glance at Hitaki Sakumo. Yellow Dog is trying to steal credit. The Anbu killing Chiyo's daughter-in-law makes Hitaki Sakumo's battle achievements seem less grand. Fortunately, Hitaki Sakumo is a good man. If it were another high-ranking official, YK would be deeply resented. YK quickly left to arrange for the news to be spread. Tsunade took a longer look at Hitaki Sakumo and Copper Fox. Tosi and his wife actually died in this war. Konoha has won a complete and overwhelming victory. Hitaki Sakumo showed no trace of joy, not because Copper Fox shared his credit, he didn't care about that. Nararokaku's attitude made him very uncomfortable. The rumor about the Nara clan manipulating comrades really didn't come from me. Only he, Nararokaku, Tsunade, and the Anbu knew about this matter. Even the aides didn't know. Nararokaku had the Anbu ruthlessly assassinate the problematic Nara ninja, and now Hatake Sakumo became the one who broke the rules. The news of Toshi and his wife's deaths quickly reached the Sand Ninja troops through Sand Ninja prisoners who had luckily escaped. Cho, leading the support team, listened to the Sand Ninja's report in disbelief. Evidence. I need evidence. Soon, Konoha sent a message offering to exchange the bodies of Toshi and his wife for the bodies of several Konoha jonin. Cho looked at Ebis in horror. Ebis lowered his head. Raza nearby looked grief-stricken, but a flicker of relief passed deep in his eyes. Within Tsunagakuer, the puppet masters and the secret technique ninja factions had always been locked in covert struggle. With Toshi dead, Raza, from the secret technique ninja side, had lost his biggest competitor. After several days of confirmation and fermentation, the Sand Ninja finally agreed to peace talks. The Konoha forces withdrew orderly, leaving the desert. Upon returning from the desert, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog summoned Fox. He carefully looked at the battlefield record scroll and asked, "Are all the details of Hatake Sakumo's abilities in the scroll?" A momentary confusion appeared in Yellow Dog's eyes. It wasn't that he doubted Hatake Sakumo's strength, but he was imagining how he would go about killing Toshi. The imagined result was almost impossible. YK said, "Battalion Commander, Hatake Sakumo is too strong. His chakra short sword technique shredded all the puppets. No matter how exquisite a puppet is, it's useless once reduced to parts." Yellow Dog nodded. Hatake Sakumo was indeed formidable. On the flank battlefield, Hatake Sakumo killed Tsunagakuer elite Jonin Toshi. On the main battlefield, Hatake Sakumo played the decisive role. He deserves the primary credit for the Land of Rivers War. Before Hatake Sakumo brought the reinforcements, Konoha and the Sand Ninja were trading casualties, suffering extremely heavy losses. On the main battlefield alone, Konoha lost at least 500 ninja. If not for Hatake Sakumo, that number would have been even more tragic. Fortunately, you killed Toshi's wife, otherwise, all the credit would belong to Hatake Sakumo alone. After the troops returned to the main camp, the command headquarters was very busy, but Fox Squad found itself idle. YK summoned the 3 squad leaders. The Land of Rivers War is about to end. I will apply for a short rotation leave for you. Don't slack off during this break. Purple Cat, White Goat, Flower Deer, after you return, each devise a squad strength improvement plan. Last time I applied for a few ninjutsu for you, but it's far from enough. Taking advantage of this great victory and our squad's excellent performance, I will apply for another round of ninjutsu for you. Each person, based on their abilities, should acquire 1 offensive and 1 defensive ninjutsu. Or you can teach each other ninjutsu internally. After acquiring 1 offensive and 1 defensive ninjutsu, you can apply for some powerful B rank or even A rank ninjutsu. Purple Cat, White Goat, you both have your own clan's secret techniques. Think about how to enhance your secret techniques. As long as you propose it, I will apply to the Anbu for it. The 3 squad leaders left. YK thought, I've earned a code name now, I'm somewhat of a figure in the Anbu. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog shouldn't refuse my request for some ninjutsu for my subordinates, right? The main camp felt somewhat deserted. Around 2,000 Konoha ninja had entered the Land of Rivers battlefield. After nearly half a year of fierce fighting, over 900 had died. In this war, while Tsunagakuer suffered heavy losses, Konoha didn't have it easy either. That night, a figure entered YK's tent. YK was behind a desk, reading the recent mission reports for Fox Squad. Purple Cat, have you already figured out your squad's improvement plan so quickly? Well. Seeing Purple Cat's hesitant manner, YK asked, what's wrong? I just took a bath. Hey. YK glanced at the tent flap, Purple Cat had let it down. With the war victory, everyone had relaxed. Then I should go take a bath quickly too. Purple Cat said, can't wait. I don't mind you. Wearing nothing underneath? Seems you really can't wait. Half an hour later, Purple Cat, panting heavily, pressed against YK's chest. She said, "By the way, Captain, I have some ideas for improving my strength. Can you give me your opinion? Then I'll have to explore you deeply before I can give an opinion, don't you think?" Another half hour passed, with Purple Cat both pleading for mercy and looking dazed. "Purple Cat, now tell me your ideas for improving your strength. I'll really give you my opinion this time." "Captain, I'm from the Yamanaka clan, originally specializing in Yamanaka secret techniques. A large part of the Yamanaka technique's power comes from the Inoshika CH cooperation. I joined the Anbu alone, without an Inoshika CH team, without suitable comrades. I need to make some changes. The foundation of Yamanaka techniques is strong mental power, that's my strong point. Captain, do you think if I learn some genjutsu, it could make up for the lack of Inoshika CH teammates? Genjutsu type ninja are also very strong and suit the Anbu's combat style well." YK nodded repeatedly. The original Yi Kurane was a genjutsu type ninja, relatively rare in Konoha. He said, "That's a good idea. With strong mental power, try learning genjutsu, and see how it works. Maybe you're a genjutsu genius. Genjutsu ninja are relatively rare. Genjutsu often has surprising effects in ninja combat. I will apply a genjutsu for you, to fully explore your potential." YK teased Purple Cat for a while, then got up to continue reading the scrolls. The next day, all three squads submitted their improvement plans. YK went to find Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog glanced at the ninjutsu reward application and quickly signed it. He said, "Some techniques are at the Anbu base, we don't have them at the front lines. Especially genjutsu, they are quite precious. I'll give these ninjutsu to your squad after we return to the village. Fox, come with me first to execute a mission. Tsunagakure is about to negotiate with us. The negotiation team will be small, otherwise, it might trigger a major conflict. You and I will go together, as the Hokage's eyes, to witness the negotiation process and its outcome." "All right." YK had effectively become Yellow Dog's primary subordinate. The 7 ninjutsu he applied for, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog didn't hesitate and granted them all. I should have applied for more, since Yellow Dog signed without looking closely. Yellow Dog trusted YK greatly, and YK carefully maintained that trust. For the time being, he wouldn't break this trust, it could bring him a steady stream of resources. YK could also learn these 7 ninjutsu himself, that was a squad leader's benefit. If he could become a battalion commander, the benefits would be even greater. As for Yellow Dog, previously using Kai from the izakaya to warn him, he buried that deep in his heart. As long as Yellow Dog took no concrete action, he wouldn't do anything out of line either. At the main camp entrance, YK saw the negotiation team. Commander Nararokaku, 2 aides, Yellow Dog, and YK. Tsunade was busy in the medical tent. Except for the final decisive battle, Tsunade generally didn't take to the battlefield. Negotiations required basic sincerity. The small number suggested they likely wouldn't encounter combat. Even if they did, these 5 individuals, whether attacking or escaping, would be difficult for Tsunagakure to handle. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Diplomatic Cost. After the Konoha negotiation team of 5 left the main camp, they headed towards a certain oasis to the north. Entering the oasis, the Sand Ninja had already cleared the Land of Wind residents from the surrounding area. Under the harsh sunlight, 3 large parasols were set up. Beneath them sat the 3 parties for the negotiations. Under the central parasol was the Land of Wind Daimi's special envoy, acting as a witness for these talks. Under the western parasol, the Tsunagakuer representatives were already in place. YK looked over. It was Ebiz, Raza, Matsu, 2 aides, and 1 Tsunagakuer Anbu member. Ebiz stared intently at Copper Fox, watching him take his seat. Within Tsunagakuer, they referred to Hitaki Sakumo as the White Fang. They didn't know why the White Fang hadn't come. The title White Fang would slowly spread, just like Copper Fox, remembered by every sand ninja. The muscles on Ebiz's face twitched as he suppressed his rage. For these talks, his sister Cho had originally intended to come. Ebiz had gone to great lengths to calm her down and prevent her from attending. He was precisely afraid that if they encountered the White Fang or Copper Fox here, his sister would turn the meeting into a revenge mission. His nephew was actually dead. His nephew's puppet skills were so exquisite, even his sister couldn't claim certain victory against him. The Land of Wind Daimi's special envoy seated in the main position, the left minister of the Taisen, Ashikaga Sadakaze, put down his fan and said to the Konoha side. Clan head Rokaku, you've had a long journey. It must have been arduous. Please, Clan head Rokaku, Konoha's commander, negotiate properly with Tsunagakuer. I will first state the Daimi's position on his behalf. The Daimi believes the war should end. After speaking, Left Minister Ashikaga Sadakaze said no more. From his subtle praise of the Konoha side, it was clear the Land of Wind Daimi was extremely dissatisfied with Tsunagakuer's war performance. Training puppet masters consumed far more resources than training ordinary ninja. The Land of Wind sent steel and expensive yellow hardwood to Tsunagakuer, only for the trained puppet masters to be utterly vulnerable before Konoha's powerful ninja. Tsunagakuer's widely praised genius puppet master Tosi got himself killed, leading to the White Fang bringing reinforcements to the main battlefield. How could the Land of Wind Daimi not be furious? I gave you Tsunagakuer all the support you asked for. What have you given me in return? The destruction of Saba Port? A crushing defeat on the battlefield? No wonder the Land of Wind Daimi was disappointed. In a war between hidden villages, being weak is the original sin. Nararokaku spoke. Lord Ashikaga Sadakaze, Special Envoy of the Land of Wind Daimi, Elder Ebiz. I represent Konoha today for the post-war negotiations. Our demands are as follows. First, end the war and return to the pre-war situation. The Land of Rivers is under the Land of Fire's protection. Sand ninja entering the Land of Rivers to perform missions must obtain Konoha's permission, complete procedures, and pay taxes and fees. Ebiz slightly lowered his head, looking at the table surface. During the over half-year duration of the war, Tsunagakuer lost nearly 2,000 ninja, and in the end gained nothing. He had no choice but to agree to Konoha's first demand. Nararokaku continued. Second, do not interfere with the Yoshimizu River. The Yoshimizu River is a major river flowing through the capital of the Land of Rivers. Sand ninja must not divert water from the limestone caves into the northern Land of Wind, nor damage the Yoshimizu River section within the Land of Rain. A hydroelectric power station has been built on the Yoshimizu River now, making it even more important. Any action by Tsunagakuer to damage the Yoshimizu River will directly trigger a declaration of war from the Land of Fire and Konoha. Ashikaga Sadakaze suddenly spoke. Clan head Rokaku, there's no need to be so absolute on this matter. His Highness the Land of Wind Daimi has already dispatched envoys to visit the Land of Fire Daimi and the Land of Rivers Daimi. The Yoshimizu River has abundant water flow. Planned, small-scale diversions of some water from beneath the Yoshioka mountain range shouldn't significantly impact the Land of Rivers capital. The Land of Wind hopes for another oasis in the north. Since this demand cannot be met through war, my Land of Wind does not mind paying some resources, paying the diplomatic cost to resolve this through negotiations with the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. Raza then spoke. Lord Ashikaga Sadakaze, the Land of Wind's total resources are fixed. We must absolutely not cede too much in the negotiations. Otherwise, from where does His Highness the Daime plan to compensate for the losses? Ashikaga Sadakaze looked at Raza more closely. This Jonin has a good head on his shoulders, asking the key question. Ashikaga Sadakaze said. Jonin Raza, I am merely a pot-bellied noble. It wouldn't take you 3 seconds to kill me. However, I hope you will also face the interests of the Land of Wind squarely. There is hope for a large oasis to appear in the north of the Land of Wind. His Highness the Daime and all the nobles in the capital were so excited upon hearing this news that they discussed it all night. Once the large oasis beneath the Yoshioka mountain range is completed, it will bring substantial food, population, and wealth. At that time, we can support Tsunagakure even better. However, before that oasis is fully developed, Tsunagakure will unfortunately have to endure some hardship and tighten its belt along with us. Only then did Ebis understand. To pay the compensation to the Land of Fire and Land of Rivers for the oasis beneath the Yoshioka mountain range, the Daime intended to reduce funding allocated to Tsunagakure. Noting Ebis's unfriendly gaze, Ashikaga Sadakaze continued. Elder Ebis, in this war, my Land of Wind could not be said to have lacked full support. The steel you requested the Daime even decided to supply 20% more. The yellow hardwood you requested we supplied it all as well, and the price of yellow hardwood was 6 times the pre-war price. The extra above-budget procurement costs were all borne by the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind's desire to establish an oasis in the north, we have done everything possible. Even the destruction of Saba port, the sinking of His Highness the Daime's 20 ships, the Land of Wind is prepared to silently absorb those losses. We have a clear conscience. Our support for Tsunagakure has been exhaustive. The war was lost. Now we have no choice but to change the terrible situation in the northern desert through other means. For this reason, I formally inform you, Elder Ebis, that we will have to cut all funding. The main hall of the Daime's Tensha Castle, construction in the capital, the paving of the Land of Wind's main roads, including the funding for Tsunagakure, all will be reduced. I will subsequently proceed formally to Tsunagakure to explain the Daime's decision to the Kage-sama. We are also forced into this situation. What do you say, Elder Ebis? Since transmigrating, YK had met 2 major nobles, the Land of Fire's Kuraky, Minister of the Treasury, Itada Hatada, and the one before him now, Ashikaga Sadakaze. Both these nobles were quite capable. Ashikaga Sadakaze was pot-bellied, but his thinking was clear, his exposition logically connected. YK thought carefully but couldn't come up with a good counter-strategy that would allow Tsunagakure to righteously refuse the Land of Wind Daime's decision. Tsunagakure could just kill both the Daime and Ashikaga Sadakaze. But if they did that, the Land of Wind would collapse first. The one country, one village system is a partnership. The collapse of one side is not good for the other. Ebis closed his eyes, frowning slightly. After some mental storming, he had to accept it. Raza beside him was the same. He certainly could easily kill Ashikaga Sadakaze. He had killed many nobles who defied Tsunagakure. But in this matter, Tsunagakure truly had no moral high ground. Who told them they lost the war? If they had defeated Konoha and captured the Land of Rivers, then the Yoshimizu River issue wouldn't be a problem at all. If the Land of Rivers Daime dared say one word too many, Rain Ninja would use puppets to slaughter that Daime. Killing nobles can solve some problems, but not all problems. When the Land of Wind Daime's attitude is firm and his reasons justified, even Tsunagakure has to concede. The funding cuts weren't targeting Tsunagakure specifically. The entire Land of Wind, from top to bottom, was sharing the hardship. Ebis sighed and said, Lord Ashikaga Sadakaze, I understand. I will apologize to the Kage-sama and seek forgiveness from the Daime. Ashikaga Sadakaze turned and said, Clan Head Rokaku, please continue. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 160, Chapter 160 Victory. Nararo had enjoyed a good show. The daimyo of the Land of Wind seemed deeply dissatisfied with Tsunagakuer, so much so that he was unwilling to discuss matters privately and had opened fire directly in front of outsiders. The Land of Wind was already barren. The sinking of over 20 ships at Saba port, coupled with unconditional support for the war yielding no gains, had left the Wind daimyo utterly disappointed. Nararo continued listing the terms for the ceasefire. Third, Tsunagakuer will pay Konoha 200 million ryo in reparations, and the Land of Wind will pay the Land of Rivers 180 million ryo. In this war, our Konoha has suffered numerous sacrifices. As the defeated party, Tsunagakuer must pay war reparations for the death benefits of our Konoha shinobi. The western region of the Land of Rivers has been nearly devastated by the war and also requires compensation. Ebis naturally could not accept this astronomical figure, and the two sides engaged in a fierce argument over the reparations. Nararo remained very calm, not yielding an inch. After a stalemate of over 20 minutes, Nararo conceded a small amount, settling on 190 million ryo for Konoha and 170 million ryo for the Land of Rivers. An agreement was reached. Ebis said, "You have finished stating your conditions. Next, we also have a demand. The bodies of shinobi like Taji must be returned as soon as possible and sent back to Tsunagakuer for burial." Nararo said, "Naturally. The body of Jonin Taji and the puppet fragments can all be returned to you." Ebis felt a surge of anger he couldn't vent. He had been provoked by Nararo again. Nararo actually said even the puppet fragments would be sent back. This clearly implied that Tsunagakuer's puppet techniques were garbage, and Konoha had no reason to keep them. He had originally intended to seriously contest the ownership of the puppets. Taji's puppets, even as fragments, held significant value. He hadn't expected Nararo to have guessed this long ago, directly stating that they should take all that junk back as soon as possible. Afterwards, the two sides discussed matters concerning procedures and taxes for cross-border missions, concluding the talks. The staff officers drafted a peace treaty. The Land of Wind, Konoha, and Tsunagakuer, the three parties, signed it, formally finalizing the agreement. Ebis stared at the 5 Konoha members, looking at each for several seconds, before finally saying, "Konoha is truly full of talented individuals. In this war, heroes like the White Fang, Akimichi Yamashiro, and Copper Fox have emerged. Nararo your command remains as shrewd as ever. My Tsunagakuer admits defeat. Kirigakuer has declared war on your Konoha. Now, we can only hope Kirigakuer deals your village a heavy blow." Ebis looked at Copper Fox. This man was the one who killed his niece-in-law. What was frustrating was that even if he acted now, he couldn't kill Copper Fox. Copper Fox's defensive capabilities had been proven on the battlefield. The intelligence gathered indicated that ordinary methods simply couldn't breach his defense. "Kirigakuer dealing us a heavy blow," Nararo said. "The war in the Land of Whirlpools is under the command of advisor Danzo and clan leader Uchiha Kane. Your expectations are likely to be disappointed." "Oh." Ebis smiled instead. It was his first smile. On the contrary, if Danzo and Uchiha Kane are the commanders, then Kirigakuer is bound to deal Konoha a heavy blow. The entire shinobi world knows Danzo despises the Uchiha. Nararo was taken aback, then also felt that having advisor Danzo as the overall commander and Uchiha Kane as the deputy commander was somewhat inappropriate. Advisor Danzo's greatest dissatisfaction stemmed from the Uchiha clan's control of the Konoha military police force, which meant many of the village's grassroots affairs and cases were decided by the Uchiha. Nararo led his team away from the oasis. The war in the Land of Rivers, which had lasted for over half a year, was officially declared over. YK selected a mission, left the main force, and headed towards the capital of the Land of Rivers with a copy of the peace treaty. By the Yoshimizu River outside the capital, YK listened to the rushing river water, his mood somewhat melancholy. After returning to the village this time, he might rarely come to the capital of the Land of Rivers again, meaning he would seldom see Koichi Chisa. Entering the Tensho castle of the capital, YK met the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. In the main hall, the daimyo sat in the seat of honor, formally receiving the Konoha Anbu and carefully reading the peace treaty. Chief Treasurer Koichi Chisa sat to one side, her gaze fixed intently on the fox mask opposite him. Delivering the copy of the peace treaty was secondary, the fox had come to bid her farewell. YK said, "Your Highness, the war in the Land of Rivers has officially ended. The Land of Wind and Tsunagakura lack the strength to launch another war in the short term, please rest assured. There is one matter that Commander Nararo specifically wished to remind Your Highness about. The daimyo of the Land of Wind plans to send envoys to the capitals of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. They intend to negotiate with Your Highness and the Fire daimyo regarding the matter of drawing water from the underground caves of Mt. Yoshika. The Land of Wind plans to create a small tributary from the Yoshimizu River in the Land of Rain, aiming to create an oasis for the Land of Wind while minimizing impact on the flow of the Yoshimizu River in the Land of Rivers. Unless the two daimyo commission national-level missions to the village, our Konoha will not participate in this matter. The Land of Fire, Land of Rivers, and Land of Wind can reach an agreement through diplomatic means." YK observed that Nararo intended that Konoha was reluctant to traverse the Land of Rivers to protect such a long stretch of the Yoshimizu River in the Land of Rain. The cost would be enormous, and the protective effect poor. It was better to let the three daimyo discuss it among themselves. The daimyo nodded and said, "I understand. I will send envoys to the capital of the Land of Fire to quickly reach a consensus with the Fire daimyo." YK added, "Your Highness, I recommend you establish a flow monitoring system on the Yoshimizu River. When the water level drops, it can be detected early, allowing for swift action. The Yoshimizu River already has a hydroelectric power station, it cannot be compromised." The daimyo turned to his sister and said, "Chief Treasurer, please proceed to establish the water level monitoring system according to Konoha's Copper Fox's suggestion." The daimyo had also heard the name Copper Fox. This was the prestige of a shinobi. The more Copper Fox appeared in the shinobi world from now on, the more renowned his name would become. Koichi Chisa said with an expectant look in her eyes. "I hope Mr. Copper Fox can stay in the capital for a few days to help us establish the water level monitoring system. I will immediately commission a designated mission to the Konoha mission office stationed in the capital." Konoha had mission offices in all major towns. The mission offices received mission requests and forwarded them to Konoha, which would then send shinobi to execute the missions. "Thank you for your trust, Chief Treasurer." Arriving at the office hall of the Treasury Ministry, YK wrote a water level monitoring plan and handed it to Koichi Chisa. Koichi Chisa handed the scroll to a maid, instructing her to deliver it to the designated official. "Until this system is established, Fox, you will stay here." She came before YK, took his hand, and led him into the bedchamber within the residential quarters. The full moon was like a silver platter. YK waited for the full moon in Koichi Chisa's bed. For 7 consecutive days, YK admired Chisa's intellectual face, her rimless glasses, and the contrast between her shyness and unrestrained passion. Who could resist a contrasting glasses-wearing girl? Chisa tried to remove the fox's mask, and the fox did not refuse. She finally saw the fox's handsome face again. "Fox, will it be a long time before I see you again? I will try to take missions in the Land of Rivers to come see you." YK stood at the door of Chisa's bedchamber. On the large bed behind him, Chisa pulled the red quilt over her body, just as YK had put on his mask. The fox vanished with a body flicker, leaving Koichi Chisa's heart feeling empty. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter.